It should be no question, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of good approaches, and that's what I mean. There's thousands of us, and we all have a different angle. So what works for one person might not work for another. Like when you've seen that those like Miggy's approach, you're like, boom, that's it. And someone else might see something like the Mirage, like, oh, there's Mount Rainier, there's Chicago. That might click for them. So that's why we have to use lots of pieces of evidence. You never know which piece is going to work. But if you have like 100 different proofs, one of those might connect with that person for whatever reason.
Well, yeah, we got individual, and everybody has a different learning style, and so if you can hit those different even as much as you can. And I know that's what Dave's doing with his talking, as well as having people ask questions, but also presenting a lot of videos and stuff like that behind him playing, so people can see it. Because I have a hard time. People have a hard time imagining what the flat Earth model looks like in their brain, and being able to see it in their own mind. They have a preconceived idea that's so whacked they can't make any sense of what we're telling them. So you have to have a visual aid of some sort for those who are really challenged on being able to see it in their brain.
When I seen like it was like a little video with all the constellations on a dome and then over a flat plane Earth. When I saw that, how it was like a clock and everything's moving, and it was just like music, like din, 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 and they're playing this and they're showing it move. I'm like, holy shit, is that like what we actually live in? This glass dome? It's like, holy shit. That's why the stars move all at the
Oh,
same speed.
Ron,
Like it was freaky.
Ron, I got a video right up your alley. I was just watching a video such as this morning on Facebook. Now, it's not about that. It's about the mood. And it has this really creepy music in the background. And it's just saying these are different people capturing the lunar wave. And it was like the creepiest thing I've ever seen, because they're like, this isn't a camera trick. This isn't something that's wrong with the camera. This is what's happening. And it's like when you see that, you're like, well, I mean, rocks, buildings, these type of things don't do that. But the one thing that I know does do that are hologram projections. That's very hard. I don't know. It's very hard for people to think about that. But I mean, shit, I entertain it all the time. But one thing I do know is you shouldn't be set up with your camera looking at the moon rock and then seeing like these waves. That makes no sense. It creeped me out. And this is me watching it today, And I'm like, man, I gotta get me a P900 or something. Because I gotta see this for myself.
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
pretty cool too. That is a
you
cool
need
thing to see.
the good weather conditions too, because I think they're bombarding us with chemtrails. If you live too close to the city, there's light pollution. It's hard to get a good zoom on it. But actually, the moon with a P900, you can even zoom in on the daytime and see a lot of detail. I've zoomed in on the daytime. With the moon is easy, but some of the stars, you need a really dark, clear sky to see them. But when you do, it's badass. They move. The star is like electric. It's just moving. It's hard to explain. It looks to be I don't know, like alive or whatever. It's
Alive
like
and in water.
cymatics.
Yeah, it's cymatic looking, definitely. But if you put that to good music, that you're right. That's one of those thrilling things for a lot of people if it's got a really good visual, and especially something real, and then some really great music behind it to give you that extra oomph of emotion. That can make somebody wake up.
And you know what? If you do get a camera, probably the P1000, like because once you have a 900, you always want a little more zoom. It's like, man, I wish I had just a little more detail. If I just had another 10x, you know what I mean? You always want a little bit more zoom. So yeah,
Now,
even though
check
it's
this
bigger
out.
and clunkier.
You know,
What's that?
who's that guy? Who's that guy? Who's that guy? He's in here. He's in here. He has the red Discord. I forget his name, but he was very confrontational. He had a few run-ins with QE. Um, I'm forgetting him right now, but he's had conversations multiple times. Oh, he's the guy that was like, you know, everyone talks about the gradient, but they don't talk about how the water vapor is relevant, and how it's the water content that is a big
There's
part.
Jimbo.
You know,
Jimbo.
Jimbo, yes, Jimbo, and you must have been there, Roger. Hi, you're welcome. You must have been there.
Yeah,
When
multiple
he was
times.
talking about, he basically said, "Fuck the P900." He's like, "I got a camera. All you got to do is put a was it a 30 something millimeter lens or something like that on, like just get an attachment for some basic camera or something, and it has better quality than the P900, better zoom than the P900." I wish he was here to speak about it, but it's just one of those things. It's it's like when he says it and he gives the information, I'm like, that sounds really good, and everybody goes, okay. The same way you would say, hey man, Beats by Dre, it's just a name. There's better headphones out there, and people go, okay. Hey, could you get me those Beats over there? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the feeling I get every time he spoke about it. So there could potentially be a cheaper option that's much better, but for whatever reason, we've been marketed this product. Even as flat earthers, we fell victim. There could be potentially better products out there for cheap.
You're right. There's, people that know cameras can tell you what is the better lens, what will work better for what kind of viewing you want to do. So, and they're hard to, it's hard to get good at a camera too, and it takes some practice, but it doesn't mean it has to be. But I like your idea about maybe somebody doing a show or something, or, a break between the debates for something like you said, an awakening. If you had an awakening show, that'd be pretty cool, I think. You might draw some more people in.
Maybe if we even kind of host it, like you know how they're doing takeover Saturdays, that's getting pretty big, with the silvers and the gold, and the ladies night, that's big. I think that if we had like a day like that, we did an interview, and maybe there's like 2 interviews set up, so that it runs for like an hour every week. I think people would really tune into that too. It'd be a different kind of feeling, like where people can go, even if they come in thinking, oh, okay, these dumb flat earthers, here they go talking about their lives. Something might click with them emotionally that they never connected to before. Like you said, like people just have to connect and identify with us. And I don't think we're doing the best job at having that happen. And I think this is one of the ways that we can really help our PR,
Well, it also, it would help people not think that we're just a bunch of idiots, fools, not real, because that's what they do. They come in and mock a lot of the flat earth before even know, they don't even think that we're real people or have emotions or why we think the way we do. They just mock. And, I've watched Mick Toon, he just, man, the way he treats flat earthers when they get on there to talk or do whatever, it's insulting. And you counter that. It would be a good counter.
I think we need to show making fun of them because their argument's crap. Absolute crap.
Yeah, you take the higher road though, and make it somewhat entertaining without degrading everybody. I think it would be a good thing.
honestly, I'm digging my idea because that's more of the kind of person that I am. But when you just said that, that coupled with your voice, if you had a segment or a show making fun, not of them, but of the arguments that people put forth, that would be awesome too.
Well,
And
yeah, I
yeah, it
wasn't
could be
meaning to
something.
direct it at anybody. Like, I'm not saying that you should say this person, like, but the arguments that they have are complete crap.
Oh yeah, yeah, but that gets shown in the debates a lot. We're talking about, giving a little different side might draw some more people in to listen and maybe turn to flat Earth. Maybe some of these people would actually sit there and yeah, they could mock behind the screen, but there's some people that might wake them up. People need to make connections a lot with different. Everybody's different. Some people connect to a truth through another person, especially another person's story, and that they can relate and go, "Oh, that's what I'm like." Okay, and then get some truth at the same time, maybe some of the facts, because somebody's going to explain their story. They're going to give some of the proofs of why they changed. And I don't know, it might help. I think it's a good idea. I'm glad you brought it up.
I noticed that repetition, a lot of times people just don't hear what other people say. So the more times it's said, it takes time to like seep in for some people. So
Yeah.
repetition's a problem too.
Yeah, and that's, there's, like I said, there's different styles of learning, and the repetitions really covered a lot in the debates. If you multiple debates, you're going to get some of the same information. Like you said, the top 3 things you guys cover, and that really helps people get a foundation started. But if you can grab them emotionally in another way, you might change some. Might.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to say with the humor part, because I don't know if there's really a lot of like flat Earth channels that are strictly like comedy based.
Yeah, I only see that on the Glober side, and it's really insulting kind of humor. It's not lighthearted and not personal attacks.
Yeah, they're a bit vicious, you know, well, a little bit more than a bit.
Well, it's just a mean spirited, and I think people are sick of the mean spiritedness of this world. We got enough of it already with all this other junk going on in our world. Why do we need that again and again and again? I mean, it just gets old, and it's really negative. Low vibration, it's negative, and I think people would love something that's a little more uplifting.
I think you could make a great discovery for us, Damsel Medic.
I never would come up with this idea. I'm surprised anybody thinks I sound like good.
No, you're a great addition to the service. Every time I
Yes.
hear you talk, I'm like, I don't know who that is, but she's awesome.
I appreciate that. I try to keep humble, though.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing. But with your
And you have a good
expertise,
background, you know. That's the thing. Like, now nobody cares about what I do, you know. Like, sometimes people care about your background before they listen to you, you know. So,
yeah,
I kind of have a pretty diverse background, which is kind of interesting. I've lived a lot of life, especially once I became disabled. It was nice to have all that so I could sit there and remember everything. Like I said, that's where I got the time to even do this. I don't know if I would have gotten the time if I hadn't had that happen.
It's better for your soul to be saved than anything else, my guess.
I would rather know the truth than just about anything. I love the truth. It's one thing I can say about myself. I've always loved the truth. I hate liars. I hate lying. And yeah, that's probably the most important thing, to have truth.
That's what I hate too. I mean, the way I see the lie is actually the thing that is killing the man, the liar, and those he's lying to. Not instantly, but little drop by little drop. Every lie spoken is actually consuming your soul and everyone's close to you.
Slow
Not a
poison.
good thing. Yeah. And certain, like guaranteed.
I guess more than I hate the liars, though, because, like, you know, some of them are innocent. They don't know. So I don't hate them particularly. I hate the fact that they're lying, but I don't particularly hate them. But the real hate for me is I really hate the evil ones behind all this. Who did this to us? I'd like to meet them and kick them in the shins.
That's the problem.
Yeah, you can tell. Like last night, there was maybe that first initial guy where I was like, I don't know about that guy, but the guy with the bad background, with all of the white noise, like him, he was for real, and he sounded, kind of emotional and sure of what he knew, and this is the kind of person that I don't think is being deceptive. The young kid that kept asking questions about, I forget, but there was a young kid. I don't think he was trolling either. I think he's another person that's reachable. It just didn't really get exposed enough to, reasonable conversation. Like there are a lot of people who are just reacting to how flat earthers are now. They're not talking to us when we're talking like this. They've probably seen a debate between, I don't know, somewhere on Team Skeptics channel or something like that. And they're like, oh well, I'm gonna root for my side because there's that energy. It's like I want to diffuse that energy and just get people like really communicating and thinking about what they're saying and what they believe.
Yeah, it might be interesting. Would definitely make some variety on the channel. That would be always good. I don't think that's a bad thing. But that's up to the channel.
Yeah. So I got this. I get these messages sometimes, and one of the messages I got was, "What is turning on the moonlight, and what's turning it off, and what's turning it back on again? Also, it's
Yeah,
turning red." So
I
he's
saw
talking
that
about
one.
he sent it to you too, or they sent it to you.
I saw it. He posted it. He was posting in the chat or something when you guys were
Yeah.
debating. I was hearing you, and that was coming up. So I know who you're talking about. I don't remember the name of the person, but I saw the question, and I was like, that's kind of hard to explain right now.
And then he says, 3 days later, how come we can see stars in the same direction the sun went? How come we see the stars and not the sun? The stars are clear across to the other side, or are they stuck in the middle? So here's the question that we, I think, would be good to ask, because we have to redirect their attention. So I ask, are you asking because you know it's flat and you're curious? That's an interesting question, because are you asking because now that it's flat, you don't understand what you're looking at? Because I know that feeling, right? That's a real feeling. And
None of
maybe
us
this is
do.
how they maybe this is how they feel, but 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 they're falling back on, well, there's no answer for that, so I'm gonna stick with what's comfortable. But if we ask in that way, we have to go back to, well, it there's no convexity of the surface. The model that was given to us, it's it's been shown time and time again not to be accurate. It doesn't line up with reality. So that being said, are you asking because you know it's flat and you're curious? Because me not having an answer for that doesn't all of a sudden mean there's convexity, and doesn't all of a sudden mean that the model works, because we just had a conversation about how it doesn't.
Well,
Yeah,
I think
and
it's a matter of mechanics, and I mean, it is things that are spinning. And as a mechanic, um, I'm always aware of this thing, a wheel within a wheel. It's such a
yeah,
big word phrase.
well, it's a the thing is they've been told how to think their whole life, and the minute that
Yeah,
you crap on that belief, they want to make you their new priest. You need to give them the answers,
yeah.
and that's you need they need to be brought out of that mindset. Like, we don't have the answers, man. We just know what's not true.
Yeah.
And
And
And if you
then
but
the
say
they
that,
it's
searching
then
begins. The searching for the truth begins.
they demand the truth to be coming from you if you try to deny their dream, you know.
yeah, well, they have a bunch of delusions about how shit works, and then they want to come back with
Yeah.
if it was flat, it couldn't work this way. Uh, right. You're so right. It does not work that way because it's flat. You are wrong, and the people that taught you were wrong. You
By the
know,
way, Elijah, I want to ask you one question. Are you still here? Mic check.
Yes.
Um, how did it go, the conversation with that guy, Andy, from Chatterbox?
Um, we didn't get to continue. You talking about the guy that was talking about quantum mechanics?
Circuits, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. We didn't get to continue the discussion because,
Yeah,
well,
I know they were interrupting and stuff.
And then the moderator, and then they. Now I'm just gonna say they were crying to the moderators, and so the
Yeah, yeah.
moderators like at eventually like moderators kept saying, "Come on, man, we're trying to be fair. It's an interesting conversation." Like, but it is their server, so you know, at the end
Yeah.
of the day, the moderators are like, "Look, if we can't have a civil discussion, like, then we're just gonna have to end this." And that I don't know if that's what they wanted, but I mean, we kept saying no, we want to have the conversation, and they kept going. I don't even know why you're letting them speak. I don't even. So they kept it real, real. The conversation was just very hard to have, and so ultimately
I
the
know, but
moderators stopped it.
what
So
I'm
we couldn't
curious
even
is
finish having the discussion.
if that guy is gonna come here in our server, for example.
I wish he would.
Yeah,
I don't
me
even know what
too.
his name is. I would have. I didn't even send him a link directly.
He was something with Andy. Andy Soul something.
I would like to point out something though, is that when they start asking you about how this works, that works on a flat earth and stuff like that, remember you're talking to the child that was lied to when they accepted this heliocentric model. That's that's the kid coming out in them. The like Santa Claus is real, damn it, you know. So that's about like the only time you need patience with them.
It is the child's religion, even. It's harsh. It's hard for them to give it up.
You know, it's sad, but at the same time, like I find it hard to relate because I just gave it up. I just went with the information.
Well, you're like me. Yeah, I gave one day, but I was ready. I had enough prep. I don't know. And the way I've thought about things all my life, I wasn't as indoctrinated as everybody else either. So, in some things. But, I have sympathy for these people because I watch them just wrestle with it and fight like they're going to die. Like they're losing something to death and they don't want to let go. It's like a death. They definitely go through a cycle just like if they are losing, a friend or something.
I guess that's fair. Maybe I do have a bit of an interesting story because you're right. I didn't just see flat Earth in my normie world and go, oh yeah, that thing. All right, like what happened to me was well, first I live in New York City. I always knew something was definitely wrong with 9/11. Like I always, because I was a kid when it happened, and I only had basic television, so I only had the first like 13 channels or whatever, and so I couldn't watch any of my programs, any of my cartoons, my shows, anything like that, because all that was on was the news 24/7 about what happened with 9/11. And by the third day, I was like, wait a minute. On the first day, you said this. Now you're saying this. And the story just got worse and worse. And I didn't understand it. As I got older, I looked and sinister definitely happened. And so it wasn't until later that I was like, well, what the fuck is wrong with the world? What's going on? Maybe I get into politics. So I started looking up all of these independent media sources because I wanted to know where the news was coming from. I didn't want to watch it from CNN or MSNBC. I wanted to know where they were getting their information, and I started seeing articles that they were reporting on, and they're reporting on the title, and then they have their own spin on it. And then I would read the article, and then at the bottom of the article, it would expose that the title isn't really true. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, so that happening all the time, me getting into politics, me wanting you know, having a political leaning. I was a leftist, I guess. I was just a Democrat because I was born to think I was a Democrat. So it's like, okay, I didn't really know what that means, but they said they had XYZ values, and I was like, okay, I guess that makes sense, kinda, you know. And so when Bernie Sanders came up and he was like, you know, the banks are corrupt, these people are corrupt, I was like, hell yeah, where's this been? And he's like, Hillary Clinton's corrupt too. And I was like, oh shit. Like, he didn't really say that, but he said enough. Like, she's taking money from the from Goldman Sachs and all of this. And I was like, this is insane. This is what I've been looking for. You know, I started campaigning for him. I went out and I connected with the people. And I started talking to people. And everyone had the same idea. Something is wrong. And all I know is I woke up now because this crazy haired dude is talking about some stuff. Now, what woke me up though was that he went against everything that I thought he stood for.
Yeah.
And then the next election
Crushed
came
my
around.
daughter. Yeah, that crushed my daughter too. So I know what you're saying because I watched her go through that. Because she was like, sounds like you. She was just about Bernie. And it sounds like you weren't wedded to the emotionally to the mainstream story like somebody like me who was in the military at the time in uniform watching those towers fall and having been prepped by the military for years to be ready for bin Laden. We were told, I actually said the words bin Laden as I watched that tower fall because they had programmed me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, when I saw that,
So
sorry,
just to finish,
go ahead.
Just
Go
to finish.
ahead, Elijah.
So
Yeah.
this was the biggest thing I had ever been a part of. Like, I got videos of rallies with thousands and thousands of people. I went to 3 of them. Or was it 2 of them or 3 of them? I went to at least 2 or 3 of them, and there was just more people in support of these ideas. Like, I wasn't married to the person. I was like, what he's saying is right. But then you can't say all that and then say, well, you know, we need to negotiate with the people that don't have those interests. I don't understand that. In
That
fact,
was soul
it's
crushing.
worse than
Soul
that.
crushing.
And it's worse than that because with the independent media sources I knew, or at least knew of, like, they were live streaming 24/7 election results. And I saw them before the election results. They were talking about these dudes. I forget what the dude's names was, but there was a Russian guy who's #1, and then there was a #2, and that was the narrative. These Russians had hacked into the emails of Hillary Clinton, and it was about it was 2 different things going on, but people kept conflating what Bernie Sanders said the emails were, and I was focused on the other stuff, like the WikiLeaks stuff. And I'm like, why are you guys talking about this server shit and all of that? Yeah, okay, maybe she wasn't supposed to do. Who gives a shit? Look at what they're talking about in these emails. This is unforgivable. There's no way that this is happening. And then it went on from that to the elections and her winning certain counties with coin flips. And I'm like, what? And there's certain videos that I saw, I think it was Nevada, when they reported on the guy throwing a chair, but he never threw the chair. He picked the chair up, and then the guy was like, come on, chill out, man, don't do that. And he put the chair down. But he was frustrated, and they never talk about why he was frustrated, at the fact that the delegates for Bernie Sanders were shut out. They didn't get to voice anything, and even though the voice vote which was unusual, was in I forget now because it's so long ago, and they scrubbed this stuff to the internet on the YouTube, so I can't go back. I'm trying to remember, but I just remember the lady banging down the gavel, and she's like, "The ayes have it, the nays didn't," or whatever. And I was like, "That's exactly the opposite of what just happened. I just saw it. What are you talking about? All this weird stuff that was happening, and Bernie Sanders didn't stand up for any of that." And I said, okay. And then this election came around. Oh, no. I'm sorry. After he, quote unquote, lost because he didn't actually address all of the weird shit that was going on during the primary. And I'm like breaking my fingers doing the air quotes right now. Everybody just said, yeah, maybe there was some funny stuff, but Hillary Clinton won fair and square. And I'm like, there's no fucking way. Even in New York City, nobody was talking about her. There's no way. And,
yeah,
so
with
the whole
Biden,
before Biden, I'm just setting it up. And I know I'm being long, but bear with me. So
it makes more sense.
When Hillary Clinton lost, they switched the Russian shit from Bernie Sanders supporters, from trying to take down the DNC, which still has a lawsuit out there, by the way, by my man Nico House and a couple others. I forget their names. But it switched to this whole, they hacked the election to help Donald Trump win. And I'm like, how are you gonna do that? Like, I was heavily into the Russian stuff. Not because I believed it, because I was like, how are they trying to say that the Russians had something to do with Seth Rich and all this extra? Like, they were throwing it on everything. And then they threw it on Donald Trump, and I was like, this is bullshit. And then this election happened, and Bernie Sanders was worse, and yada yada yada. I don't want to, get into the whole thing, but this is what
just want to
really wakes me up, and that's why when Flat Earth came across, I was like, I fucking knew something was up. That's why. That's the whole reason I was telling the story. Anyway, sorry.
I was just wanting to point out that there's a reason they built all this infrastructure for communication. All these, there's a reason there's a TV in prisons and jails. There's a reason for these things. Controlling the information that people receive is control. If people believe they only have two choices, they're going to choose between one of those two. And that's what they've done. And like they did the same thing to the Republican Party with Q or QAnon or whatever the retards. There's evil people in the government, but there's good people too that watch those bad people, and they're going to help you. Just believe in them enough,
Yeah,
So
the Q people who think they're truthers. The Q people who think they're truthers, but don't realize they're in the biggest psyop ever.
Law facts.
Yeah, like my father-in-law, God rest his soul, he got mad at my wife because my wife made fun of him for being in Q, because she pointed out, like, you really think that these people that watch these so-called child molesters molest children for years are all of a sudden going to stop them? Is that what you believe? Like, if they're doing it and these people watch them do it for years, why are they going to stop them now?
Trust the plan. Trust the plan.
Do you guys know that the guy who hacked Hillary Clinton is in prison?
Well, the QAnons are telling me that they'll break him out any day now, so I'm not worried about it.
No, but which prison is that?
If you're talking about Julian Assange, he most definitely.
No. No, the guy who hacked Hillary Clinton's email.
Number
That
two, because I
guy,
think number one got killed, but it's number two, right? What's his name? What did they call him back then?
Gucci Fur. Gucci
Gucci
Fur.
for 2.0.
Yeah,
Right.
he's
Yeah,
a
good.
Romanian guy. And he was deported from Romania to USA for the trial. And then he was sent back and he's in prison here. And they call it was a Russian. It was the Russians who hacked Hillary. You know, it's very funny. I've seen on mainstream media here in Romania this news, but when I looked in American news channels, I haven't seen anything about him. Yeah,
Yeah, that's weird.
yeah,
When the
That's a
information,
really good point, man. Like the different propaganda that they put on each country.
Yeah.
You can clearly see it.
yeah. And with 9/11, for example, I'm Romanian, and in that day when it happened, like 11 o'clock New York time, it was quite late. It was evening in my country. And I did heard they were guessing on CNN it may be a terrorist attack, something like that. You know, they were assuming. Nobody ever made any statement like confirming it was a terrorist attack. So before I even heard Bush or anyone, that night I went to a internet cafe. I had a friend. He was a student for Microsoft, and he was connecting himself to this platform at Microsoft where he was taking all these lessons from Microsoft experts, specialists, and stuff like that. And at that night, they were talking about this 9/11 thing, and they were saying that Microsoft is involved in it. They knew about it, and those guys were showing how you put the airplane flight number into Wingdings and convert it to Wingdings character, and they were showing an airplane hitting two buildings, a six-pointed star, and skull and bones head. Like, very obvious. And next day, I just heard on all the channels, yeah, it was a terrorist attack, Bin Laden and stuff. But before I heard that, I knew it's actually something else. So, yeah. I mean, the guys from Microsoft knew a lot more about it than the mainstream media.
Yeah, we were all at different parts of our journey. And it's just
Yeah.
interesting how that seminal moment in history is imprinted on anyone who was alive at that time. And has it affected them till today? Every one of us is affected by that crazy thing and all these other ones too.
Yeah.
And here is COVID, same thing. Same thing, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of false flags, and I don't talk about this often, and I don't talk about the ones that most people bring up. Because I did, like I said, I was a Democrat. I was having none of this crazy talk, right? Until I saw the Florida nightclub dude. I say dude because I don't want to say like the word on the live stream.
Yeah, right.
That right
Rainbows.
there woke me up, and that was right before Flat Earth, and it, like all of these things primed me. So now, number one, it was very weird that that the president played golf. I mean, this could be. Listen, the president played golf in the dude's hometown, supposedly, right? And I'm like, why is he playing golf over there? What's over there that's so special? Like, what's that about? And it
Fun
like
place.
that was very fucking weird to me.
Yeah.
There were a lot of videos on YouTube giving the whole layout of the street, of the club, and I was like, this is very sketch. But I remember the morning that it happened, and you know, when everybody remembers the Instagram, was it Insta? No, no. What was that other
Snap.
Snapchat? I think I can't remember what it was, but it was one of those. And the girl, you know, it shows, you know, the different videos of her partying, having a good time, and then next thing you know, she's ducking. She's like, "What's going on? What?" Like that, like when it all starts. And there's a time for when that started. So a guy pointed out, how come when I go through the search results, the incident is reported before the time in this girl's video? And I said, nah, no, that's too obvious. It's no fucking way. I Yahooed it. And damn sure enough, the time on Yahoo reported it before the girl's video dropped. And I said, no fucking way. Sorry, false flags are real. This is insane.
Yes.
So much weird that went on with that one specific thing. I paid so much attention about how there were no emergency response vehicles. Like who the fuck is picking people up in pickup trucks? That this made no sense to me at all. The cops were like 3 blocks away, and the
Oh, it's
people were
so
being
dramatic,
shuffled
though.
towards the club.
Don't you know you got to have that drama? I mean, it's the drama of it that starts to. That I think that's what really I spotted was it was too dramatic. It didn't make sense. You notice all these little things like what you're saying. It didn't make sense. It's kind of like on 9/11. If any of us had caught the Solomon Brothers building falling while the reporter talked about it, well, it wasn't falling yet, but it was fell after she started to report on it. You know, that was a clue for a lot of people who were watching. I didn't catch that, so I never saw it. Truthers who did, that woke them up.
There's the guy that got shot like 4 times in that nightclub shooting, and he crawled through glass, and then the next day they had a press.
Yeah, and he's fine and smiling. You know, yeah, you start to pick up on it, but they're so blatant. That was the thing. It was so blatant. I don't know. It's weird.
Boston Marathon bombing is another one that's very, very obvious and fake.
My girl is super hip to that. Like she's still, well, I wouldn't say she's still. She just has her own ideas. She's not a flat earther. But that was one of the things that she pointed out to me was that shit was so fugazi, it makes sense. You know, everybody's waking up.
Yeah, even when I go on the street and talk to other people, not all of them know about flat earth or stuff. I mean, in Romania, quite few of them, but they still have issues like, hey, the government this, the government that. You know, they have skepticism. They accept that they are lying, and then I start telling them how the media is lying and all this stuff, but they don't, how do I say, um, they can accept that some news are fake, but the others are real, you know?
Here's
And
what
I
drives
try
me
to
crazy.
explain to them that all of them are fake, you know? It's a show, it's an orchestrated circus, and they don't like that.
If you ask people, do you trust the media? They say no. You ask them, do you trust the government? They say no. You ask them, do you trust
Yeah.
big pharma? They say hell no. But then they'll say the vaccine's the only way back to normal.
Yeah. True.
Well, they're still plugged at a different level than we are. I mean, they're still plugged into that matrix. They haven't snapped out of it enough to pull away from whatever it may be, the social media that drives that, or the television, or their whatever they listen to, or their group. And it's still the setup, you know. Pick your side, only two sides, left or right, this or that, always just two. And it's a battle. You've got to be right on your side. I'm right. No, I'm right. No, I'm right. It's a great way to distract so people don't ever look. They don't ever look when they're in a battle to win their side.
Well, I used to be really into politics, but I finally figured it out after Trump got elected. You know, it didn't matter who they would always run on platforms of there being less war and less intervention, and then every single one of them brought more war and more intervention. And it didn't matter Democrat or Republican; you get the exact same policies.
That's right. Right or left, all the same bird. Two wings of the same bird. It didn't matter. I love how they told us when I was growing up, well, you always just got to vote the lesser of two evils. Did you guys hear that on your side? Vote the lesser of two evils. So it's just going to get more evil. You just got to pick which evil.
Or the other way is, you know, I listened to Ralph Nader for years say, well, you just have to get the right people in office. If you had the right people in office, then things would change. And, you know, even when you elect somebody that seems like they're the right person, they don't change the system changes them.
Yeah, who's the right people? The drag queens?
Yes, nowadays.
He's going to be the governor of California soon.
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah, how do you rectify that
Mic
one?
check.
So a Republican trans man who was a Democrat, just like Trump.
Check good.
Right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, really, is there? I'm just trying to figure out who they're going to run against that. What do you do against that on the other side? What's the other?
The opposite.
Will it be two transes against each other, or a male one and a female one? One, you know, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what they're going to pull.
Maybe they can marry them, and then
I was going to bring up Get. I think I talked to you on the chat about this. There's a website called thispersondoesnotexist.com. And that website, I don't know if Elijah has seen it, but if you go on that site, thispersondoesnotexist.com, you will get randomized faces of people that do not exist, but are like computer generated from like a pool of a bunch of different images. And a lot of those, like if you look at news stories, it's actually kind of funny because they are cropped. They're all kind of cropped the same way. And you can, if you go on that site and you train yourself to look at those images and know that they're not real people, you can spot them. You can actually start spotting them. So just throwing it out there to everyone out there.
Yeah, I've seen those. They're a little odd. So you kind of start to notice that they have a certain look. But even, they go along with the news. Yeah. And well, they go along with the news
Uncanny
story.
Valley.
Exactly.
Sorry. Have you heard of Uncanny Valley? So Gregory was telling me about it. I knew about it, but I didn't know it was called anything. So like animators, they were talking about how, you know, they started making these animations that look really lifelike, for real. And children thought it was creepy. Like they started crying. So they tried to dial it back. So, you know, that's why, you know, Shrek, you know, they got the big eyes and stuff just to make them look a little more cartoony. and it's like, holy shit, that stuff does creep me out. You're right. And that's just like a more enhanced version of that. You're right. I did
And
tell that it
they're
wasn't.
doing it. Yeah, and they're doing it everywhere. They're doing it everywhere. From what I can see is, if you think back at 9/11 or those, when you see the pictures of like, oh, these people did the terrorist act, like I can see this technology being like used way back. I mean, we don't even know when they started using it. So we have to be really aware of that.
Unfortunately, yeah, even with the 9/11 victims, there's been some pretty good evidence that there aren't, well, I have a friend that I know that he checked the social security numbers of some of the people they say died. They never existed, or they never filed for their death certificates. And so some of them were AI generated. He could tell from the pictures and started doing evaluations on the pictures, and they were just, there was a lot of anomalies, a lot of them.
And I've done that. I've actually gone on that site and done a lot of random just refresh. And I've downloaded a lot of things that don't add up. So like the AI can't really do certain things, and you can just tell. So I've been analyzing it. It's pretty
freaky,
interesting. Man.
Isn't it freaky?
It is really creepy. It's so creepy because we know, and everyone else around us probably thinks that this is insane and it wouldn't happen. And I've shown it to my parents and stuff, and they go, "That's interesting," but it doesn't click. For some reason, people don't put the dots together. I don't know what it is, but for me, it's just so obvious, and it's so simple for anyone. Like anyone can use this site, go create a website, say, oh, this is a review from this person. And, they could just create fake people with fake reviews. So this could be used in so many different ways. It actually baffles my mind that people trust so much, like the images that they see online.
Well, it's got to make you wonder if they're doing that. They're faking actual people, putting them in news stories. False flags aren't all real dead people. What else is that doing? Because who else is not real? And does that mean our population numbers aren't what they tell us? I mean, it gets down to, you have to start really thinking about how much could be a complete lie. I mean, everything. How many people are real? How many are really here?
And I think that the network of like the evil people, like we think that it's not that many, but I think that there's a larger group that is hidden around us. I don't know if I'm just being a little bit extra paranoid, but it seems like it's not a small group. That's just me.
You could be right. It's hard to tell. It's so hidden. It's hard to tell. And, they're recruiting all the time. I mean, even in the military, I already knew they had the anti-terrorism groups that are online, supposedly warring against our enemies across the ocean, but they're also warring against us right now, listening in, doing whatever. How many are they? I mean, I know those units were quite large. We're talking, several.
And they talk about it.
People, and that was talk about one branch. That was one branch.
Yeah,
so
and if you watch like even children movies, there's a movie called Pets, and it's just funny that they put it in children movie because they talk about like the underground. If you see the underground where the pets that don't, like, no one cares about those pets and they go in the underground, that's literally, I think, what's happening. There's like a crazy underground. I don't know what it is, but they talk about it in all of like the Disney movies, and we know that they put a lot of truth in Disney movies. So if I could suggest watching a movie for people that are awake, it's a movie called Pets. It's an animated movie, and it seems dumb, but it will blow your mind.
Yeah, also that French cathedral was predicted in that cartoon, the burning of the French dome cathedral.
Notre Dame.
Yeah, Notre Dame. You're talking iPet Goat too. Yeah. No, I watched that again last night. Crazy thing with that film, I have a feeling we might see something from it again in maybe a couple of weeks or even a few days. There's a couple. There's eclipse coming up.
Yeah.
a couple other things. The Easter eggs in it, the dates match, and it has a symbolism everywhere. So there's possibility. I mean, I'm kind of keeping my eyes open the next few days because I kind of know something's up, and everybody's kind of feeling it right now. That's the funny part. I've been scanning the channels, and there's people everywhere going, it's like the calm before the storm. Everybody's kind of feeling it's a little too calm. There's what's coming, what's next.
When they stop making movies, that's where there is a problem.
Yes, sir.
What's with Hollywood doing what right? What are they doing right now? What movies other than The Purge coming out?
Yeah. I mean, Hollywood, I see Hollywood movie production has dropped, like very much, in comparison to the other years, decade.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that think that people are disappearing, like all the CEOs, and Biden's not really there, and blah blah blah.
Well, here's what's happened with movies and stuff. People are no longer going to the theaters. It's like the theaters have moved into people's bedrooms because now they premiere things on Netflix or Hulu and those things. So they are shifting their kind of they had this whole system going where you go to the movies and you get programmed there with the huge screen, but now you get programmed from your own home while you go to sleep. So
yeah, they only want you leaving your home when they say you can for the few. They want to make themselves do that.
You cut out a bunch, I think.
Oh, I was just saying that people self-regulate themselves at home. They don't go anywhere. They got us, they got people staying indoors, never leaving unless they're told they can for a little while. I mean, it's crazy. I never thought this could happen, really. But the American people, especially. And I thought they would rebel. It was so quick and easy. I never got locked down.
They're literally enforcing the attack on their own rights. Like, hey, you should be giving up your rights too. What are you doing walking around without a mask? Oh, shame on you. Oh God.
No, it's just funny that they gave up and gave in so quick and easy. And now they're heroes. Everybody that does the right things and obeys. If you obey, you're a hero. You're a real hero.
Yep, the true hero.
My guess maybe sound a bit far off crazy, but actually I'm talking from my personal experience. These elite people of the world, they are people just like us, inside and outside. But the life they lived, they trained, they been educated in this kind of mentality, so they act being human. But they are not the ones who make all these major big decisions in regards to where the world is heading, the path of the world. They are not at the driving wheel, but actually they are taking their orders and everything from the AI, artificial intelligence. And all this lockdown, like couple years ago, we had these financial crises. A lot of companies and real estates, they sold like overpriced everything, land, houses. They messed up all this economy. Fraudulent companies scam and stuff like that. And these were actually dishonest people, in the business field. And the AI decided that, yeah, mankind reached the point where, a percentage of like 60% are guilty of some sort of economical fraud schemes and stuff like that. So he decided to imprison everybody, put them in the same pot, because we have this punishment, prison and stuff, these laws. And that's my best guess to explain what is all this means. But we can't tell the whole world you have to stay locked home in a prison mode to the innocent, for example. We have to give them a story, believe it, that it's good for them to stay at home.
Yeah, it's hell. Yeah, I would agree. It's probably AI has been running a lot longer than any of us knew. I have a friend that he worked for NASA, and he says, and some military folks too, that say that it actually started in '68, that it came online, that the first real AI for the military was in about '68. And since then, it has taken over everything, and it's actually running everything. Yeah. Well, have you ever read some of the stories on just go to your Google and check out the top news stories, and just read through how bad the grammar, the stories don't make sense.
Yeah.
The AI, the numbers are all the same on every one. For a while there, you could put in any number, below 1,000, and it would show up on a news story for CV somewhere. And it's all AI, all of it. So I don't know. It's you gotta wonder how much.
Well, as a ex-evil hacker, because my hacker friends in the 90s, they were calling me evil because if I saw a hacker with a NASA.gov address or some US military .mil server, I knew that server has vulnerabilities, so I can hack it. I can take it. So I was taking from them, and then I was messing them up, like destroying them, and there was a lot of data loss. Those people were working on these machines. They were having important data or even backups, and when I was replacing them with pornography and stuff like that, it wasn't good for them. Then these hackers were trying to get it back, and they couldn't because it was like everything destroyed, and those people had to reinstall it, and now maybe they fixed it, so you can't take it back anymore, and they were hating me, for this thing. But to be honest, I've seen that, for example, in the 90s, I could flood Google offline. And I took a script written by a Romanian student called Vadim. And I used his script. It was a nuker.
You could have the Kepi guy.
I was going to say, did he drop?
He couldn't answer if motion was curvature, and he couldn't say yes or no to whether or not he had done his own demonstration.
And how long did that take? And did you ever get any citation?
I got him to admit gravity was just, in fact, a theory, which is just an idea and not a scientific theory. And then for about 30 minutes after that is where we got into, we couldn't get a straight answer out of is curvature motion and a yes or no if he had done his own demonstration. So then he was gone. And that was pretty much it.
I won the bet.
Oh yeah. I would have gone all in on whatever you were betting.
He said, they used to teach that bumblebees couldn't fly, and I asked him to show me where you got that information from. Then he turtled up again, wouldn't tell me.
Well, he got a small group alone by himself, just like he wanted, and he still couldn't do it.
He was like a cat in the corner with rabies. You can't negotiate with him.
What's going on with Discord? I'm cutting out so often.
They like you talking about hacking.
Too much
Google.
truth.
Yeah.
You talk about hacking Google, and that's what happens.
Yeah.
We got someone new. 700. Anybody talking at the moment?
No, Jamsey, go ahead.
700.
I don't think he has any roles.
Yeah, but I unmuted him so he can speak. Or she. Or it.
It's a 007.
Yeah, they might be from Washington State.
Nice.
700. Welcome to Flat Earth. What brings you by?
Wait, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. It's when I joined, it said I was muted, so I was like, oh, they're gonna find out soon that I can't. But yeah, I was just scrolling through and saw this, so I just joined.
Cool.
Welcome, bro. Welcome.
Thanks.
Have you read the server rules? When you join?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you agree with them?
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So you're just scrolling and you found us? Just by boredom, or you thought, oh, well, I wanted to know more, or?
Yeah, well, I've been in the server for a while.
Okay.
I left I lost my login to my account and I joined like a few weeks ago again.
Okay.
But yeah.
So have you done any? Yeah. Have you done any research? Have you looked into the topic?
Yeah. A while ago, a few years, I don't know how long ago, maybe 2 years ago.
What do you think? What comes up in your mind when you think about flat Earth?
When you hear,
I don't know. I think it's super interesting to me, but at this point, I'm not a flat earther. But
nobody's here to convince you, right? We're not here to convert you like Globus will, right? No. Yeah, we're just here talking about the shape of the Earth and why it's not a globe, right?
Yeah.
I mean, flat is a description of the surface.
Oh, why not?
Sorry? Who said that? Why not?
I don't know.
Zan? Was that you? No?
Hey, Iggs, check your messages.
Well, why not? Because it measures flat, right? Whenever we walk outside our doors, right, it's observably flat. nobody has ever experienced the globe, right? We don't see curvature. We don't see the Earth moving. We don't feel the Earth moving. So they're making extraordinary claims that we are on a water ball, right? Hurling through space, spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. That needs some extraordinary proofs, evidence.
Yeah, like some sort of tachometer to register all that velocity, distance traveled.
Curvature. That would be nice, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
700.
bro.
Yeah.
Where are you at though, as far as, you know, trusting your government, morality, the state of, you know, which we live in right now, which is just shambles. Obviously, we live in a destroyed world. Are you happy with the current state of this kind of existence?
I'm about as near I'm about as near to flat Earth as you can get when it comes to trusting. Like that's one of the reasons that I joined, is because I saw videos of, quote, debunking the flat Earth, and like if it's like I'm not even a flat earther, but they do such a horrible job at trying to debunk it that it's like oh my gosh, you guys don't have anything
you
better.
See that? Yeah.
Of course. I mean the whole like
it means you know what it means?
Was that?
Quite a good quantity of knowledge of science, like physics, natural science.
Right.
That's
awesome stuff, man.
You have this, and yeah.
Let me ask a question that might seem a little, you know.
Hey, you're coming in low, Elijah.
Can you speak up just a little bit, Elijah?
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Get my mic out of
Lost one. This is lost two.
Lost one.
my mic. Hold on. Coming. There we go.
Closer.
You're good.
There, he's coming down the hallway. Here you made it.
So the question is, well, isn't it? Well, damn. How do you debunk reality? And I guess I'm not expecting you to answer that. What I'm saying is, well, we already experience it the way we do. There are just other people that claim to be smart that say this is what you experience, but this is actually what it is. Right? So that being said, how are you going to debunk what you experience?
Yeah.
So like I was saying earlier, when people say, like, it always starts with these affirming the consequent fallacies or the begging the question fallacies, and it's like, well, how if the earth is flat, how does this work? If the earth is flat, how does this work? If the earth is, I mean, this is basically the main globe earthers retort to everything. And so I asked somebody a question. I'm going to start asking this more often. Well, are you asking that because you know it's flat and so you're curious as to how things work, seeing that what you've been told isn't true? Because if I'm talking about the geometric horizon, something that's supposed to have been measured to be at a specific distance, and I'm saying it's not there, we see the horizon too far. We see things in too far of a distance that we shouldn't see. Therefore, the radius can't be what they claim. Therefore, the entire heliocentric model is wrong. If after that you're asking me how things work, it doesn't make sense that if I don't have the answer, you're going to revert back to before I told you the radius is wrong because A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. And here's the information for you to go look at yourself. It makes no sense unless you're truly curious. Like we talk about lunar eclipses, they termed them before flat Earth was even a thing. You can find articles from 2009, 2010. This impossible sight will be happening tonight. It's a rare eclipse. It's called the Selenilian eclipse. This geometrically impossible eclipse is happening tonight. It's called the Selenilian eclipse. Geometrically impossible because it's supposed to be in a syzygy. The sun, earth, and moon are supposed to be in alignment, and the shadow is supposed to be cast by the moon, by the earth itself. But when you're looking at the eclipse, both the sun and the moon are in the sky. The shadow sometimes to the left, sometimes it's at the top. Like, well, how the fuck could what I'm standing on be causing that? And that's why they call it the geometrically impossible eclipse. And they'll say, okay, so if it's flat, then explain this. Oh, you mean because it's not a globe, or are you just saying that to say, well, you don't have answers for me, so I'm going to revert back to what's more comfortable? And that's all I really got to say because I'm rambling on.
Did you guys have I'm actually curious, do you guys have like diagrams on why those or what those type of eclipses are supposed to look like on the globe, but why they wouldn't work?
Certainly do.
I mean, yeah.
Because I've seen some of those. I would like to point out. Okay.
Yeah, I would like to point out the solar eclipse is a big one, right? Because they say light comes in parallel 90 degrees, right? And the problem with that is that if it does, then the diagram they show us for the solar eclipse, it's all wrong. And the thing about it is the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, but the shadow that's cast on the Earth in totality is only about 100 miles across. So something funny is going on with that eclipse, for sure, because the shadow should be way bigger. Now, they say that there's like the partial shadow, right, and it's much bigger, right, but I'm talking about the totality where the sun is completely blocked out and it looks nighttime almost, but it does kind of look nighttime during a solar eclipse. And then the other eclipse, they say that the Earth's shadow is on the surface of the moon, and that's why it glows red. I've never seen a shadow glow red. And if you've ever seen the so-called blood moon or lunar eclipse, it looks like it's glowing like red, like if you're striking iron, that last moment of glow before it quits glowing. Or it looks like it's the color of blood, right? And this is called a shadow, right? But I've never seen a shadow glow red. So, yeah, there's definitely some issues with the eclipses, with the heliocentric model for sure.
So, are you when you look at one channel above this channel, 700, you have the live stream voice text, right? People are posting stuff. I've posted something that Hank was talking about them claiming so they have a double position, right? Sun rays are coming in parallel, except for the eclipses. Then it doesn't do that.
I just thought of something, and I'll shut up. It's going to be very.
Yeah, you're real low again. Sorry.
I know. I gotta dig my mic back out of my.
Can't really hear you.
Can't hear you, man.
There we go. Okay. Sorry. One thing, Hank, I just realized while you were saying what you were saying, because we always talk about how you can't refract a shadow, and I just thought, no, the blood moon isn't a shadow. Is that what they call it? Because they say is the light that's reaching the moon is actually the red spectrum, like when you see a sunset. But that in
Yeah.
effect is not a shadow. Then it's just it's just light.
Right.
But the red
That's right.
wavelength, that's
Yeah.
not a shadow.
You're right.
What's that about? Anyway.
Well,
Okay.
you can't have it both ways, but Globers like to, right? Globers like to have it both ways, right? And this is what we call a false dichotomy or a true dichotomy, right? It's either a shadow or it's not. The light is traveling parallel or it's not. It can't be doing both at the same time.
And they eat it up because I was watching this live stream, right? From the lunar eclipse that was 2 days ago. And they even showed this funny diagram with the converging light rays. I'm like, what is happening? I just posted it in the live stream.
Only on special occasion eclipses. The rest of the time, it's parallel.
Yeah, and the way that they argue it too, right? When you ask a Glober, the first time I asked them, it took them 30 minutes to answer the question, which, that's how you know they're being honest, right? Because they actually did some research and decided to make sure they were correct before they answered the question, right? And the second time I asked them, they said, well, you got to look at it from the observer, right? From the observer, the apparent angle from the sun, from the top of the sun and the light coming off the bottom of the sun, well, it's only less than 0.5 of a degree. But that's not the actual degree, right? That's the apparent degree. So what it appears like from the observer isn't the actual degree. So they say that I forget, it's like the sun is like so many, over, 100 times bigger than the Earth? Right? So the actual degree
400.
would be 400, thank you. The actual degree would be much, 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 much higher than less than half a degree. So these people are so dishonest. It's not even worth talking to them, other than letting non-Globers non-flat earthers hear what they're saying, because we don't need to convince you that it's flat. They're doing a pretty good job all by themselves invoking Eratosthenes, who lived like before Christ. So this is some caveman playing with a stick and shadows, and that proves the Earth is a sphere. I don't get it. That's their best shot.
Well, I still have a problem with them saying that everybody knew it was a sphere starting in the Greek times. Well, then what was Columbus's journey?
Yeah, that's appeal to majority. It's another fallacy.
Oh,
so
shit.
they went and surveyed.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Wait. I know I'm low, but just wait a minute. You're so right. Why? What the fuck is Columbus about if they already knew it was a sphere?
Well, that's what confused me about the whole story. Everybody keeps saying, oh, the Greeks knew, everybody knew, it's only a few people and they were holdouts, blah, blah, blah. What about Columbus? They always told us he was going to prove that you could actually make it all the way around the globe.
So the biggest trading route in that time didn't know it was a globe. Right.
That's what they tell us. that was the original history, was telling us that he didn't know there was a new, he thought he was going to India, remember? So he should have gone around the globe, and they couldn't find a way, and they weren't sure if it was flat, and they still believed that you could fall over the edge. Sea monsters out there, and blah, blah, blah.
And not only that, they went back in time and polled ancient Greece to make sure that everybody thought it was a globe, because they wouldn't want to, you know, dishevel any false information, right? They don't want to share any disinformation.
So I'm sorry. We kind of pulled away from the guy. He wanted to ask a question. You still there?
Yeah, 700. Do you have any questions? Sorry for us rambling about.
Oh, you're good. No, you're good. Okay. I can't remember what I was going to say. It was, I think I was just asking about like a diagram of why like an eclipse wouldn't work. I think you guys already sent that.
Yeah, if you follow the live stream, people will post stuff, right? So.
Yeah, it's stuff like that because I mean I'm about as conspiracy minded as you can get, but like when I saw them try to explain the globe, it sounded, because when I was a kid, the first like conspiracies I got into was like the 9/11 stuff, and the way that they would try to explain that, it sounds really similar to the way they try to explain flat Earth, and it's very like dumbed down, like, oh well, watch, I'll drop a microphone and it hits the ground, that proves it's a ball. And it's like, okay, yeah, that doesn't mean anything, that doesn't prove gravity. It's like, yeah, it's a, you know, it's funny, and I don't know, it's stuff like that that's like, I don't know, maybe there's more to it than.
We got one that can see here.
Yeah, we got one that can see. I call that the truthism, right? So the best way to lie is to mix the lie with truth, right? Kind of like rat poisoning. It's like 95% food and 5% poisoning, right? And, you know, that's not my quote. But yeah, that's what they do, right? They always mix the lie. And the best way to sell a lie is to sell it wrapped in truth. So they're selling like bullshit sandwiches, and everybody's gobbling them up.
Yeah, funny that you say dropping a mic, because you're, I think, referring to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, he is such a weirdo.
You should have seen him. He said, this is about the moon craters, right? Then he explains that there is a magic speed in which we can let the asteroids or meteorites come into the moon at any angle, and this magic speed will then make sure that every impact will be a round crater. I mean, it's crazy stuff, man. Magic speed.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not, you know, trying to disparage the guy, but I think he's been hitting more than the grass. I mean, I think if you say like magic speed, it sounds like he's been hitting the magic meth pipe.
All these topics that, you know, are mainstream science, gravity, Coriolis, the geometric curve, they have to double speak on all of them, refraction.
Deny your senses. Deny your senses. Don't.
I'm going to watch this video real fast. 1 sec.
Now, they don't want you to feel anything. They don't want you to see anything and observe and go, well, it looks flat, so it could be flat, right? You're supposed to assume that what you see and feel is not proof of anything. It's basically, you can't trust anything that you have senses for. And I don't know why they would want us to feel like we can't. Our eyes, our ears, our noses, our bodies. I don't know.
Well, for a long time, I left the topic alone, and I just said I'm agnostic and I'll leave myself open and not decide one way or the other. and I stumbled across a video of Sleeping Warrior debating with a couple of college students on the street. And after watching that for a couple hours, I was like, wow, it really, they can't really defend the model. Like, they have to double speak, they have to lie, they have to make stuff up. Like, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, the model's in crisis, right? And this has been a well-known fact for a long time. If you look up the cosmological constant problem, it's also known as the cosmological constant crisis. There's also physics outside the standard model. I mean, this is one of the things that they know about, but they don't like to talk about it, right? And also, they masquerade this stuff as science, but it's actually philosophy. They don't like to talk about that either, right? They like to think, that because they're a PhD in theoretical astrophysics that they're doing science, but Michio Kaku says that no one actually uses the scientific method in this field, and we all know why. It's because you can't manipulate the variables in space, because you're stuck here on Earth.
Yeah, I have never believed the Big Bang. It's been like 20 years that I discovered the plasma cosmology stuff. And so I've always been skeptical about the Big Bang.
Well, you know that I have a way of talking about the Big Bang.
You're very low.
Yeah. Crap. Why can't I ever find?
Can't hear you, man.
Yeah, there's a certain way that I always talk about the Big Bang, and doesn't seem like it's catching on just yet, but I say it often enough because I want it to be challenged, because if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I don't think I am. So that I say that the Earth is a first law of thermodynamics violation in the context of the creation story that is the Big Bang. And gravity is the ad hoc explanation for it. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with that? What are you gonna do with that? You got matter that's expanding into a frictionless environment. Where's the energy coming to stop it? To change direction?
And to coalesce it.
Where's it coming from? The whole model is wrecked. Like Hank is right. It's I can't, I honestly can't believe it.
I always likened it to the Big Bang is like saying you can throw all the ingredients of
You cut out, throw the ingredients.
all the ingredients for your chocolate chip cookies. You can throw them in a dryer. You can turn it on for the next how many millions of years you want. You're never going to get fresh baked chocolate chip cookies out of the dryer. That's kind of what they're saying with the Big Bang, is that you somehow get organization out of disorganization. You just can't get it. It doesn't work. It just doesn't happen.
Like they agree that the universe is flat, right? But how do you get a flat universe out of a Big Bang, right? So they come up with this crazy theory. They come up with this crazy inflation theory where they say the universe expanded faster than the speed of light. And this is what caused it to stretch out and be flat. But the problem with that is that when something goes bang, it goes bang in every direction, right? And then if you think about, they say that 95, 96% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy. So take everything we can see, put it into one spot, and then add 96% for the dark matter and dark energy to be there. How could one single hydrogen molecule escape that gravitational pull? None of it makes sense. And then you got to think what Elijah said about violating the first law, because matter and energy can't be created only transformed. So
Right.
there's that. And then when you look at the cosmological constant problem, they're not off by a little bit when they compare
Oh, it's
gravity
huge.
to what we observe. It's off by a magnitude of 120. So that's 10 with 120 zeros behind it.
I got really troubled when they tried to tell me that an atmosphere somehow formed in a vacuum. Like, wouldn't it just get sucked up from the start? It would never spontaneously just be an atmos. It wouldn't work at all. Even the way they claim, like, it doesn't even. I've never heard anybody talk about how that works either.
Violates which law?
The second law of thermodynamics. But how do they say that all the gases it needed for the system to work all exploded out all at once? Because that's the only way they could have it. Because if it started oozing out slowly, then they would just keep getting sucked out.
That's why it makes no sense. It doesn't have any rationale to think that you can even have something with no container called a gas next to a vacuum. And every other case, it's a special case though because of gravity. Gravity changes everything magically somehow.
Oh, I'm saying give them gravity, give them all that. How did it even form to begin with? If it would just have kept getting sucked out, did it just have a magic line? That was way out into whatever imaginary place that they call a Kármán line or wherever it's moved now past the moon.
Well, you did hear about a couple years ago, they did try to claim now that the atmosphere actually stretches out clear to the moon now, 240-some thousand miles. So they're trying to fix this. It's like, it doesn't fix it.
Now they have an elliptical shaped. Well, then it's not an atmosphere anymore, is it? It can't be a sphere because now it's to the moon. And now they say it's more of an ellipse or ecliptic shape, ellipsoid.
That's the problem with this whole thing. It doesn't make easy logical sense. And nature likes to be easy, and it's not a crazy thing that if Occam's razor, they always like to throw at us too. How come theirs is so complicated?
Oh, I wish they would say Occam razor with me in the room. Oh, I wish they would.
I hear them throwing that around in those, like, McToon and other places, and it's like Occam's razor, and that's complicated. You guys, no container, somehow magical force that you can't even describe, nothing you can feel or see or touch that you can do yourself to, sense your world correctly. Your senses, you cannot trust them. Somehow you magically came together from monkeys, out of a slime. Somehow you got an eyeball that works. They can see at the resolution it does. But Big Bang, yeah.
Yeah, don't let them use Occam's razor. They might cut themselves.
Yeah, because they don't even understand how the Coriolis effect works, right? They keep trying to say that the atmosphere is like somehow like bonded to the surface of the Earth, right? Even though the whole Coriolis effect is talking about two separate reference frames, right? So how could a separate reference frame be attached to the initial non-inertial reference frame? It doesn't make any sense. It's like they say that, the Earth rotates under the pendulum and under bullets. And Neil deGrasse Tyson says even under footballs that are, being kicked in a field goal, right? But when the guy jumped out of the Red Bull jump, Felix Baumgartner, he was up for 3 hours during the ascent. So it took 3 hours. The Earth should have been spinning 700 miles an hour. So that's 2,100 miles away. He should have landed. But guess what? He landed in the opposite direction. So how was, he moving against the spin faster than the spin and gaining on the spin? It doesn't make any sense.
Refraction.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, their other favorite, refraction.
Well, hey.
And then when they claim refraction, then how do we know?
Sorry,
Go
just
ahead,
real
Will.
quick before we move into refraction. Also, check out what I posted in the live stream. I tagged you. Just speak on that a little bit because that's absurd too, since we were talking about atmospheres and whatnot. But wouldn't it be amazing for Neil deGrasse Tyson to be on somebody's show, and then now you remember this clip, and they played the clip of him saying, they play the clip of him talking about the Coriolis, and he calculated this and how much time it would take, and the Earth rotated this much, and then they ask him, how long was Felix Baumgartner in there? How much do you expect that the Earth should have rotated underneath him? Because he can't then say, no, you're going to be moving with that. He would be in a gotcha. I would love to see that, but no one's going to fucking do it. Joe Rogan is not going to do it to him.
No, Joe won't ever question him. But yeah, if you asked him about that football first, that would be, and showed the clip, that would be pretty cool, actually.
You know, all it's going to take is some famous person to realize what's going on. And what's going on is every time somebody slips up that's really famous, like Katy Perry, who was reading her own text chat, and it said the Earth is flat, and then he came like with a mop and a bucket to like clean that shit up the next day, and they had some pseudo intellectual conversation, right, about how the Earth is a globe, like the very next day. And then when Joe Rogan said that the moon landing was fake, same thing. Neil deGrasse Tyson, NASA's janitor, comes and cleans it up. So all it's going to take is for a flat earther to make one of those slip ups on purpose, and then when Neil deGrasse Tyson shows up, have his own camera rolling and get him in a gotcha.
It would be fun to set him up, though. That would be a fun one. Well, I've got to head out, guys. I'm going to take off. Rest of you have a good morning or an evening wherever you're at.
Be safe.
Peace out.
Yep. Peace out, brothers and sisters. I'll see you later.
I think most people are so brainwashed that even if people in authority were to come out and say tomorrow, like, the Earth is flat, I think they'd have a hard time being able to convince people.
Why? They bought the universe is flat.
Yeah, but their indoctrination is so strong.
If they bought the universe is flat from a Big Bang, they'll buy anything. They'll buy any story after that. Box cutters, anything.
You ain't even.
Well, I think to complete that thought, I'm pretty sure they said something a little different than that, but still equally nonsensical. The universe is two-dimensional, but somehow, some way, we be three-dimensional. Which, now that I think about it, seems almost like a potential oddball subliminal message, so that someone in the future might say to you, "The Earth is flat." You're like, I don't know.
It's actually four-dimensional, right? Because space-time, according to the guy that debated Nathan yesterday, space-time is physical.
You know what fascinates me is this whole community of people who are fighting against the flat Earth, who come day after day and argue and debate and try to do experiments to prove
They try to hijack
Seems-
the word experiment.
It just seems really wacky. Like I can't think of another example of a group that disagrees with one and then spends so much time arguing with them.
Dude, I agree completely.
Oh.
I go on, please.
Yeah, it's the same as the anti-sovereign movement. They're all like atheists, like middle-aged men, right? They don't think that the people are sovereign, right? Obviously, the government is sovereign, even though the people grant the authority to be governed to the government, right? And these anti-sovereigns, they all do the same tactics, right? They all have this, sophistry that they practice. Like you'll be in the middle of
Who'd build the roads?
Right. You'll be in the middle of an argument and they'll go, "Wait a minute, that's not what I'm saying." Like, no shit, dumbass. It came out of my mouth. That's what I'm saying. And they do it over and over and over again.
Wait, hold on 1 minute. Yo, Farming, were you kind of I couldn't tell. I think I get what you mean, but were you kind of hinting towards the fact that like it looks more set up than just having an opposing idea? Because that's kind of what I was picking up.
No, I think that they get a validation from being around other people that think the same way that they do. I think somehow internally, like they really have a lot of doubt, but they fight that doubt by surrounding themselves with people that think the same way that they do.
Okay. What I'm kind of thinking, man, is oh, sorry.
He was talking about surrounding himself with things to reinforce what they believe, and I was going to say, along with posters of spaceships.
Yeah, Star Trek and whatnot. But Farming, what I was getting at, man, is we get a lot of trolls in here that, like, and I always say the same shit. It's like, dude, like, wouldn't you have a much better place to troll than here, of all places? Like, when I was their age, man, if I was like 17 or 18, trying to mess with people, this is kind of the last place I would go to mess with people, if you get what I mean. Like, that just, it wouldn't seem fun,
Because flat earthers are extremely jaded and have been put through the ringer as far as Rotten Tomatoes in the face. And we're so callous to trolling that it doesn't really work on us. So you got the best trolls, they come in here and they deploy their best shot, and it's like weak sauce on us because we've been through the ringer.
Yeah, and I think I was kind of more picturing like Gem Panda's server, or the people that always show up on Nathan's server or on Brandon's server. It's the same faces like every day. You just see the same arguments from people, and that's kind of where I was more talking about.
I don't know what Jim Pandas is about.
It's stupid.
I destroyed them, and like I said, I wouldn't talk about this. I wouldn't talk about average people like this, but they're different. I went over there and destroyed them on refraction, just with Andrew Thomas Young's notes. Destroyed, and they had nothing to say other than, "I didn't hear you. Repeat your argument. You don't have an argument." The same shit that they did last night. All you guys did was just, the guy was like so furious, and the moderators were trying to calm him down. And he was like, "I can't believe you let the flat earthers come in here and just railroad us and railroad the conversation without giving any proof. They didn't have any explanations. They came with absolutely nothing." How could he say that in the face of the conversation that was just had?
At this point, it's absolute despotism. They got nothing, and they're so desperate that it's just eking out of their pores, right? Like females can detect a desperate male, right? They don't like desperate, thirsty beta males, right? And that's what they're acting like.
Oh.
Well, you were talking about the sovereign government conversation, and last night, we were kind of talking about like anarchy versus having to have a government. And it's funny to me that even so many people that are skeptical, they're like Stockholm syndrome victims, and they have to go back to, oh my God, if there was no government, everybody would just take everything from everybody else, and there's no way it could ever work. And who would build the roads and who would build the infrastructure? And it's like you've just been taught that. It's been reinforced in your mind by the things you've been taught about history and about psychology, and so much so that you can't even just picture like people getting along together like we're all just a family.
Yeah, so what about the movies, right? Mad Max, zombie movies, they all depict a apocalyptic scenario where everybody has to fight for their lives. So this is what people think would happen if there's no government.
And I think when we see real emergencies, it's the opposite, right?
I'm going to tell you guys the truth, right? It's like Ariel says, the people are served that which they deserve, right? The truth is, there's a government-protected job, right, called the sheriff. And he has constitutional jurisdiction over the county. There is no police in the Constitution. And the reason that we have police is because they're the policy enforcers, kind of like the slave catchers back in the day. They would catch the slaves and return them when they ran away, right? Well, the thing is that the reason that we need these slave catchers still is because we won't take responsibility for ourselves. And because we won't govern ourselves, right, when people act bad, the sheriffs can't handle all the bad populace. So they need extra enforcers. So if you want more police, don't govern yourself. Drink too much, go driving, get in a fight, stab somebody, right? If you want more police, don't govern yourself. Just let them do it, right? Because if they do it, then they can put the boot on your neck. And when you complain about it, well, they got a complaint form. And meanwhile, at the same time, they also have a blanket impunity, almost completely blanket impunity. And we've seen this with government officials doing bad things and getting caught, like the Fast and the Furious scandal with running guns, Democrats running guns to the Mexicans and American citizens dying, and nobody getting in trouble for that, right? Because the government did it, right? So if we govern ourselves, we do not need to be governed from the outside, right? And we will have a smaller and smaller police force because we are getting served that which we deserve. So the best thing for you to do is to become an independent journalist, become radically self-reliant, and govern yourself like nobody's business.
Yeah, agreed.
Bro, dude, sometimes Hank cracks jokes and whatnot, and they're funny, but then sometimes he just spits bars and you don't know what to really say after that,
Well, I always hear this argument that, oh, well, if the government wasn't around to keep corporations in line, they would just take over everything. And it's like, wait, they've already done that. They work with the government. They're able to do it because of the government. How can you not recognize that?
Just tell Hank, closed captioning sponsored in part by...
He does it better than me. He does it way better than me. But the thing is, right? The constitutionally protected jobs and rights, right? Those are their rules, not ours, right? So you have the right to the freedom of press. So if you're standing on the right that, hey, I'm just recording, I have the right to record in public, right? They can't really do anything to you, right? And if you stand on your religious freedoms, that makes it even stronger, right? So I don't want you jabbing me, right? And if you do try to jab me, I'm putting you on notice right now that if anything were to happen to me in the future, and of course you got to get a lawyer to write it up because you don't really know how to put people on notice of liability, but you need to look into that. You need to have that written up, and you need to pass it out to all the members of your family, right? When somebody comes at you with a jab because everybody's like, nah, bro, I don't want none of that. I don't know what's in that. I don't want none of that. Well, you're going to have the paperwork and serve them immediately because you're going to carry this around you. That's your papers, right? So if they want to see your papers, oh, you want to see my papers? Here's my papers. You've been served.
Damn, that's a really good idea.
Wisdom, nothing but wisdom comes out of that man's mouth. I sincerely love listening to what you have to say, Hank.
Yeah,
I appreciate your kind words, but I'm just a talented parrot.
Yeah, the convent thing is it's just next level gaslighting. You know, yeah, every time you see these movies, right, where it's like Contagion or this, you know, what do you see? You see these like overrun field hospitals, you see sick people everywhere, you see lines, and how people could be convinced that there's a pandemic when none of that stuff is actually in reality around them. It's incredible.
Now, Hank, I was just listening. Yeah, you're right about the that's what like some of the journalists here was like, yo, what's up with that hospital that is on the news? I'm here. Like, doesn't look like anything's going on. Let me ask the paramedics. But anyway, to what you said about like having these documents printed up or written up or whatever, if somebody comes at you with the jab. The problem is, and I thought about a family member that took it, and I'm like, they're not taking it because they have to. They're taking it because they think it's the right thing to do. So they would never say, if anything happens to me, this is what you'll do. Because that's not the mindset they're in. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the truth for now, right? But we were told you're a conspiracy theorist if you think that, you know, Nixon is taking off the gold standard, you know, permanently, right? And you were told that you're a conspiracy theorist if you think the lockdown is going to be longer than 2 weeks. It's only 2 weeks just to flatten the curve. And right, and what they do is they're slowly boiling us, but it has to get to a point to where we say, you see my papers, right? This far, no further. This is my border. You don't have jurisdiction past the 7 layers. Right? This is my border. This is my territory. Nobody has jurisdiction but me.
I can add something about this. I mean, everybody, even the people that aren't really woke, or I mean, like woke enough to know that it's all bullshit. Regardless, like one of the big questions that always comes up in my mind in regards to this is like, why do it in such a manner that's so obvious to most people? You know, it really, really begs that question because I mean, they could have done a much better job with the pandemic and everything. They could have really illustrated it better or not made it so blatantly obvious that it was just a giant fucking joke. You know. I think if they wanted to, you know, sneak something into your body, like they could have done it in different ways. They could have found a much sneakier way to do it. So it almost, I don't know, it almost tells me that they're trying to like, I guess like, I don't know what it'd be. Just do it to the people that are willingly like bowing down to, you know, corruption, all that shit.
It was laid out like a marketing scheme. I forget who it was that's really good at explaining it.
Flat Earth Solar.
Yeah, Flat Earth Solar. Ask him about his opinion on the rollout of the.
No, we can move along because we have new people in the room. Katie, I'm muting you. What's up?
Welcome.
Welcome, Katie. Are you there?
By the way, this is not legal advice. This is for entertainment purposes only.
Hi.
I'm not a lawyer. You should always contact your lawyer.
It's not my sister, Katie, is it?
Yeah, I'm gonna mute Katie again because she ain't talking. If you wanna have talking privilege, you can move in the VC check-in. We have Mr. Regent on. You're unmuted, Mr. Regent. Are you there? Yeah, I saw you unmute yourself, so you want to talk?
No.
Okay.
So what'd you come in here for? We're not that interesting.
Yeah, we're just a bunch of nerds in here.
I do have.
Go ahead.
I do have a question though.
Spit it.
Well, I don't know if it sounds offensive or anything. I'm not trying to offend anyone. But it's just a question from flat earthers. How do you know how eclipse happen in your form?
Now, are you asking? Are you asking because you know it's flat, and so you're confused as to how something like this would work?
No, I'm not. Well, I'm a person who believes that the Earth is a globe, and
Right. So the
I'm
first thing
just
you need to
wondering.
understand, is that the heliocentric model doesn't know how it happens. The second thing you need to understand is we don't have an explanation for it either.
Nobody is.
Okay.
There's an interesting anomaly called a selenelium eclipse. I think you should look into it.
For any
Yeah, the reason I asked you this way is because most people come in and they say, "Oh, I'm really curious about the flat Earth. How does this happen on the flat Earth? How does that happen on the flat Earth? If the Earth was flat, then how does this happen? If the Earth was flat, etc., etc." Well, the first thing we have to understand is whether or not we live in the paradigm we were given. Because we already don't experience it. They already admit that. Because they say things like, you don't feel the movement because. So we experience no movement. They just have a justification for it. They'll say, what else? Well, yeah, that's a pretty good lead in. You don't feel movement because. You don't see curvature because. Right? So it's like, okay, so you're telling me that what I experience is a flat plane as far as I can see, but this is because, and then insert justification. So we already experience it one way, which means there needs to be an investigation into these justifications and if they hold any validity by way of experimentation, evidence, or what have you. Is that fair to say?
I think the question was directed to you, new guy.
What?
Was that fair
Were
to
you
say?
listening?
Yeah, I was listening, but I did not fully understand what you was really saying.
What I was saying is you experience a non-rotating, flat, and motionless plane, but you're told it's something else, and you're given justifications or stories as to why it's something else. So the first thing I would expect someone to do when faced with this knowledge is to confirm that the justifications have validity to them, like either scientific experimentation or somewhere uh, a geometric validation, some form of measurement that proves that what we experience is the opposite. Is that fair to say?
I still don't fully understand what you're
it
really
might be
saying. Can you break it down?
if he's like brand new to the topic, maybe it would help him a lot if he went to go watch Flat Earth in 5 minutes.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I haven't seen it, so I don't want to critique it. But maybe my tact isn't for everyone, but everyone seems to come here with this idea that we're going to explain things to them, and actually we can't, because the questions that they ask we have no answers for because they're unanswerable. And so I'm trying to get people to understand this first. So okay, I'll ask you this, and if you and if you don't get it, then I'll give it to someone else. Do you experience movement? Do you feel the earth moving?
No. I do not experience the earth. Well, I don't feel the earth moving.
Okay. When you look into the sky, do you see the sun, the moon, and the stars moving?
It makes you think that they're moving, but
because you experience it, right? Because that's what you experience, right? But the justification is that it's something else. But when you look at it, it looks like it's moving, right?
It looks like it's moving.
Okay. When you look out into the, like if you've ever been on the beach and you look out into the ocean, the horizon, is it curved or is it level? Like sea level?
Well, for me, when I look at it, it looks a bit curved. When I use my phone and zoom it in.
Corbin, come on, my man. Come on, my man. Come on, Corbin.
You're hot mic and Hank.
No, I was calling him Corbin Dallas. Please continue.
I was gonna say that had to be a Fifth Element reference.
I'll take that one because we have our very own here. His name is MG42 Pillbox, and he's often stated that when he believed in the globe, like he believed that he did see curvature when he looked out. And he took pictures of it, and it wasn't until what's that, Roger?
Well, he said I'm using my phone, which has a lens. I don't know which fisheye lens he has on his phone. I mean,
I was on Lake Huron once, and I looked to the horizon, and it felt like to me like I was seeing the curve, but that was a really super long time ago, like decades.
I've never once ever can say that I remember seeing anything like that.
No, me neither, right? The horizon, the word says it, or horizontal. It's not curved.
Or even from like a plane, like I've always looked from planes, and it's just people say they see it, and I just never did.
I was extremely
based on our field. Sorry, mathematically and based on our field of view, they say you can't see curvature from left to right. So it's not really in contention. What you thought you saw, just know that someone in authority would tell you, well, you can't actually see curvature from the surface of the earth. You have to get a little higher. Now that
it was kind of for me. I was kind of looking at what I thought I should be seeing, as you would expect to see on a globe. That's what happened to me.
Indoctrination.
Right. But mathematically speaking,
oh yeah, absolutely.
When I say
no, you are.
How does that make any sense, though?
Okay, so that being said, you understand that you don't experience movement. You understand when you look into the sky, as far as you can tell, things look like they're moving, and people in authority will tell you, well, you can't see curvature from left to right. From the surface of the earth. Given those things, do you understand when I say, since that is your experience, you would need to have evidence for the justifications as to why what you're experiencing isn't actually happening?
Yeah, that doesn't make much sense that they would tell you you can't see it due to the curvature of your eye and numbers and blah blah blah. You can't see it left or right, but you sure can see it straight out and in front of you. That doesn't make any sense. It's my opinion, I guess.
Well, Jenny, if you'd like to talk to him,
Oh,
maybe
hey, you know what?
maybe you can do.
That reminds me what I was trying to cut in a moment ago. There's a meme where it's a picture from above the clouds. So, and then you see this plume of smoke way above in the sky.
That's
and
a
it's
cool
perfectly
meme.
still. And it's perfectly still. How
Yeah,
is
that's
that
a cool
possible if we're supposedly spinning at the equator 1,000 miles an hour? It's really not that complicated.
Nope.
They're not.
Yeah, that picture's always boggled my mind when I see it. It's amazing how,
Yeah,
how
it's
that,
like,
that
wait,
smoke
what?
plume is just sticking right out the top of the cloud deck.
Right. I mean, you have eyes. Most people have some level of logic. It means nothing's moving.
Well, I don't know.
Uncommon sense. I don't know.
I know, but I gotta have that little, hope of humanity that they can just
Yeah.
figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, I think a lot of people are
But
figuring
the
it out because
but the locomotive and the smoke engine, like you see it right then, like in cartoons in real life, like you see it, like there's no question. When you're moving, the smoke is gonna just, you know what I mean?
He said cartoons. I know. I pictured it exactly what you were saying with the locomotives and the smoke blowing back and.
But yeah, that's why that example right there, you guys, is why I don't go into the real complicated stuff. I go into like the sociology kind of philosophy aspect of flat Earth. I mean, I just don't think
Oh
it's.
yeah, and by the
I
way,
mean, and then
the young sir that's here, I forgot that you said I forgot you were kind of apprehensive about speaking in the first place, and you asked your question. If I sound aggressive or if I'm being aggressive, I apologize. I don't mean to be that way. And I'll lay off you. I'm not trying to force you to talk or anything, because I know that you were just here to
and
listen.
then
So
before he maybe comes on the mic, and then a really simple thing that debunks the the old heliocentric model is the solar eclipse. Two anomalies with that one. Shadow's too small, and it was going the wrong direction. So that's something we all saw with our own eyes.
yeah, and it's going to be going in the opposite direction in 2024. So is the moon spinning around the Earth in the opposite direction, or should I say revolving, or is it that the Earth is spinning in the opposite direction? Because if there is a solar eclipse and the shadow's going from west to east, and then a few years later going from east to west, how's that possible?
That just freaks me out.
is that what happened? Well, because we got another. Did you know there was a solar eclipse either 15 days before or after every lunar eclipse?
I didn't know that.
So we're going to be having a solar eclipse on the 10th. Now, the 10th, which is the day after my birthday. Hey, so is it that it only happens some of the time, or do you think it happens all of the time? What's up with that?
Solar eclipses happen all over the Earth at different points. I mean,
No, I mean the left-right thing and the right. I do want to speak to you guys about that, because I wish I don't know how to I don't know how to see it in my mind, like going the wrong way. I don't even know what that means, to be honest. I do know what it means, but I can't.
Wouldn't that indicate that there are invisible heavenly luminaries. I mean, quote unquote, invisible, dark, heavenly bodies. Like I think it's Vedic cosmology.
Well, the way I understand it, it either means that the spin of the Earth is speeding up or slowing down, or the moon going around, revolving around the Earth, is speeding up or slowing down. Because it should be going one way all the time, unless these other factors are being manipulated, which I don't think the Earth speeds up or slows down, and the moon doesn't speed up or slow down. They're constants. So how is the shadow going west to east and then east to west?
I don't know. I've seen the moon with my own eyes do pretty crazy things. One time it like rotated an entire 90 degrees in one night.
It almost spins like a wheel.
Same thing, Jenny, and I said maybe that didn't happen because I looked at it and then a few hours later it was a completely different orientation. I was like, maybe I wasn't facing south. Maybe it
was God Rockin' that saw the very same event I did. I DM'd him the other day. So he's on the other side. I think he's on the west side of the states. I forget. I'm horrible. But
he's at the Salt Lake City area.
Oh, Utah. Okay. So yeah, he saw the very same thing. It's just a shame we can't see the heavenly bodies every or with all the clouds.
The invisible heavenly bodies you are talking about are Rahu and Ketu.
Oh yeah, I knew that. Yeah. Thanks for bringing that up. And who knows what else is up there? I mean, who knows? If anyone, not many, that's for sure. The mystery of the world stage. It's funny how it's always been called the world stage. How do you do that on a ball? But don't.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys mind if I went in a little bit further into the notice of liability. Would you guys mind if I added a few things to that?
Sure.
Okay, so as far as I understand how it works is you got to do the research, right? And you have to cite your sources to the lawyer. And okay, the known problems with the you know what, right? Now that it's been happening, you got to collect all the, adversary, what's, right? And you got to put that into the notice of liability. If this, or 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 this happens, or anything like that, I'm going to hold you personally liable. And that's going to change people's attitude real fucking fast, I'd imagine. Because if you start shoving the liability down their throat, they're going to change their mind about shoving something down yours, so to speak.
Very interesting. That's very fascinating, Hank. I can appreciate that.
And I have to give a lot of credit where credit is due. Isa Michalski, also known as Christopher, he's the one that taught me this conditional acceptance thing. So sure, okay, yeah, I'll take it. Hand over your bond. Give me your bond. Yeah, your bond, yeah. You're bonded, right, with the state? Hand it over. Here's your notice. I'll take it. No problem.
I think I've seen a notice typed up. I'm going to find it.
So, is there a blog post for this information by chance?
Yeah, I can show you where I got it from. It's The Last American Vagabond on YouTube.
Oh, yeah, I was subscribed to him. Does he put links in his description?
it's hard to find his links. He also has a Discord where I'm pretty sure his links are readily available. But yeah, he's definitely documenting all the adverse, whats, right? Nice. So you got to get those documented and make that part of the notice, right? So if I lose one single hair of, on my head, I'm going to hold you responsible.
So
right.
Is Vagabond just a catchy title, or is he actually one?
I don't know. I think that he's retired, so maybe it is.
I mean, was he into van life or something, or what?
No, he's like full time. Well, I say full time. It seems full time. Research and independent journalism. I know that he is on Google's blacklist, and as far as I'm concerned, anybody like Flat Earth also made the blacklist. Anybody that made Google's blacklist on Project Veritas is worth looking into. I've always said that we should.
I didn't know that. That's good to know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I always said that we should look into that blacklist and pay attention to what we're not supposed to see. Right? Because this is the opposite of what they say, right? This is the censored internet right there all on one spot. Thank you, Google, for making a list for us of things we're not supposed to look at. But yeah, he made the blacklist, so it's definitely worth looking into.
I just recently subscribed to him, and I know I watched one of his videos a couple days ago. Something.
Yeah, he's really good about telling you his bias, reporting with citing a source, and having people on the ground. So those are like 3 really good things that you'd be interested in an independent journalist.
The only independent journalist that's not mainstream or sort of mainstream, and that's Luke Rudkowski. And I don't always listen to him either. He's almost kind of like a Richie from Boston, sort of, kind of to me. Like he hypes stuff up. I don't know. I'm not trying to criticize him because I know he's in it a couple years.
Doing what I've seen before. This is the only. It doesn't say notice of liability, but it's along the same lines in the text chat.
Yeah, it's just kind of one of those things to where you have car insurance, right? And you got to pay it every month. What's it going to cost you to go see a lawyer, right? And then once you get it printed out, it's then your document, right? And you could probably, I don't know the legality, but you could, probably flip that shit like you do a burger, just turn it over on the back, right? And, make a little profit. Because people who are woke to this plan, right, might be interested in something like that. Or I don't know, be like Jesus and pass it out for free. Whatever floats your boat. Or just have the ace in your back pocket, and when they come to you and yours, and they haven't ever seen one of those before, they might ask some questions. What do you mean you want to see my bond? Why do you need my bond? Well, just in case, something were to happen.
What's the point of this document exactly?
Okay, so in the United States, there's a law passed in 1986. If you don't know about it, I can tell you. Do you know about it?
Yeah, I know the law.
Okay, so basically, there's nothing you can do about it except for go through their kangaroo courts and hope that you meet the criteria. Because if you test, then you're not even. Then the thing is that you got it. But the criteria on the other end, if you get the and you get I don't know if you follow that. Then you have to like prove it. So it's something you have to prove. And if you do prove it, then the taxpayer fits the bill. Okay, but you got to meet their criteria in their kangaroo court. Well, that doesn't sound like a very fair game to be playing. Kind of sounds a little rigged, right? So what you're doing is you're nipping it at the bud with, like, oh, you guys, you don't want to play the liability game? Okay, well, I'm playing the liability game, right? So it's your trump card to them rolling it out mandatorily speaking. I don't know if any of that made sense. I tried to censor the fuck out of myself.
There's a really great introductory website called Empower Movement that you can go to.
It made
and
sense.
It has an explanation for a lot of this, and it shows you how to actually apply it, and it shows you other people that have done it, testimonies. It'll even show you like a map of other people in your area that are doing the same thing, and it shows you where they're at in the process. It's pretty cool.
So this document is supposed to make the manufacturer liable.
No, it makes the person trying to force you to doing something you don't want to do. Makes them personally liable.
Well,
So,
they
like,
can't
if I
force you
came
to
up-
do anything, though. I mean, I would just not take it, even if they sign
Yeah,
this.
yeah, I know.
I understood whatever you.
People are
everything you
going to
said.
call me a conspiracy theorist, right? And say that I'm crazy, right? I know that's going to happen, but it's a slow boiling process, right? How do they cook frogs? Right? So right now I'm crazy, but what if I'm not? Wouldn't you rather have something prepared just in case? You know.
Even
Here's the
but-
thing, like
but
they
even
already
if
had
they,
a
if-
conversation about. They already had a conversation about making it mandatory for air travel, but then they somehow swatted it down. No, that's unreasonable. That's not. That's against the whatever they said, right? Like, but that's the same thing with the internet. Remember 2 years ago or whatever, everybody was talking about what was the word that they used? I forget. About how they were going to be taking away the internet. And they gave you a story about how they would do it. And they did it a completely different way, but the deed still got done anyway. And then when everyone said, "Oh, this shit is gonna happen in November," and then everything is gonna shut down, nobody would have believed anyone if they said that. They would have said you're crazy. And then damn near the whole world shut down. Damn near, because not everywhere, but the main players.
Yeah, remember when 5 years ago we were saying that, oh my God, they censor the internet in China. Like, oh, thank God we live in the United States, right? They don't censor our internet. Then the Google blacklist came out.
I think Elijah, you're referring to the FCC guy, IG or whatever his name is.
I'm not sure, but what's the internet thing? What was
They were gonna change it so they could determine how fast your internet is.
Right. Yeah.
They could throttle you based on however they wanted to. So if you had Netflix, or if your provider didn't like Netflix, they could say your Netflix bandwidth goes down, and if you use Hulu, you get better Hulu coverage because you're covered with our CenturyLink. But if you get Comcast, we give you free Disney Plus bandwidth, and you get higher bandwidth. That was the basics of it, and it passed. They can do that if they want to.
So who posted that thing that shows where other people are doing it and give you like spreadsheets?
I posted that.
B. Carl's, good man.
Yeah. I bet. Oh no. I just gave away all the info. Yeah, you have to sign up though. Some of it does require a subscription. I did go into it. They go like really heavy into detail. And they tell you specifically not to go off course and use paperwork that they don't give you, otherwise they won't help you. So you have to
Yeah, they don't want you. They don't want you cocking it up, because that's what most people try to do. They try to insert 5,000 pages that doesn't really belong when it could be done with a couple of sentences. It's definitely worth looking into. If anything, you've compiled a list of reasons why, you know, you shouldn't and your family shouldn't. And because here's the thing, not enough people are willingly signing up.
Oh, did you see the BitChute link I put in here earlier?
No.
Oh, no, I gotta go back and get it. Oh, I think I have it right here. Watch this. This is great.
They're tempting you with what?
Just gotta watch it. It's a trip. Way better than the burgers.
Oh my God.
Way
Yeah,
better than the
I tried to
burgers.
tell a young man about this, and he was like, "Oh yeah, my boss offered me like $100." I was like, "Dude, you'd be better off letting me, do that to you, because at least you could sue me." Right? That's what I told him. I was like, "I'll give you 200." He was like, "No, I'll go with these guys." I was like, "Oh, the guys that you can't sue? Okay, sure."
California's giving away like $16.5 million.
And I guarantee it's part of the infrastructure bill. That's what I heard they were doing. They were putting these stimulus checks on the infrastructure bill, right? Because communism is infrastructure now. Oh, and people that were alive during the Civil War got their stimulus checks. It's a good thing they're still alive.
Hey, Hank.
Yeah, what's up, bro? Good to hear your voice.
Hey, what's up? Just along those lines, you just saying the other guy won't name the company, but the shopper app that I use to make money where I go shopping for people, they offered me $100 to get the Fauci ouchie. I declined.
So,
about it.
Good for you.
Yeah, good, man. So Rand Paul just recently called out Fauci on funding the you know what, and Fauci was like, "Nuh-uh," and he was like, "Bro, we proved it." And he was like, "Oh well, if it did happen, then we did it correctly." So I really want to see somebody like hold that dude accountable if he did do this, because if he caused this. Right, I kind of feel like he's the guy that Will Smith played in New York City, right? That zombie movie, right? I feel like he's the one that started all this shit.
You talking about iRobot?
No, the one where he.
Saying I Am Legend.
Yeah, I Am Legend. Yeah, I think Will Smith is playing Fauci.
Yeah, it's an interesting movie.
So you tell me he's gonna cure everybody in the end?
No, he was the guy that cocked it up in the beginning.
Yeah, but then he's gonna cure everybody in the end, right?
What was that movie called?
I Am Legend.
Cure him of children. Cure him of the ability to reproduce.
Yeah, somebody said it's I Am Legend. I got cut out, sorry.
There you go. I think I have someone muted on accident. Is someone else talking and I'm talking over him?
You got me muted, Ryan?
No, I got you, Hinkle.
All right.
I'll go through the list.
We have any spinning oblate paroid dwellers on here right now? No. Just Hank Hill.
Yeah, it's just us shooting the shit.
Ain't nobody here but us chickens.
Speaking of chickens, I was guaranteed. I picked some chickens months back. from a guaranteed to be all hen bin. You know, I get it. Now I got this rooster in my backyard getting ready to start crowing. I want my money back.
Just get a sex change on their chicken. There you go. Done.
There you go. Have his vocal cords cut. That's horrible.
With some hormone blockers in your chicken?
Take them down to the kosher plant. Circumcision half off.
I'm thinking about it. They say rooster's not as good as chicken, but I'm thinking about waiting for him to get nice and plump. Get a couple more hens to replace him.
If you wait that long, you'll probably like them and want to keep them.
Yeah, my son's already there.
Well, if you're planning on raising a population, don't you have to have a rooster or two around, or I don't know?
Yeah. That's one thing we got that floating up in the air is whether or not we want to raise them and eat them as food, or if we just like to have a few on hand for eggs.
Is there such thing as a bark collar for like a rooster?
We've also considered rabbits, but if you eat too much rabbit, you can get not enough fat in the rabbit.
How many chickens do you have?
I only have 3 at the moment. We'll probably end up getting a goat. We're still working on our homestead.
Right.
A lot of work, man. You don't think about it until you start, getting in the thick of it.
Goats have to be one of the most entertaining animals. My grandpa had a goat on his farm for a while.
They're smart animals, man.
Yeah, dingo goats are cool.
They'll eat anything, obviously.
You ever seen those scapegoats? I'm using the wrong word, but the ones that faint when they get too scared. I think that's where the whole the saying scapegoat came from, because when that goat, they bred supposedly specific goats to faint when they get scared. So when the flock takes off running from a predator, that one that faints is a sacrifice. You know what I'm saying?
That's a cool story, but how would you breed an animal to faint? How does that happen?
I have no idea, man. It's just something I was told. I know they're out there. I've seen them do it. They turn stiff and just fall to their back, and really weird.
It's in the live stream for you.
Thank you. That's crazy.
Some off my chest real quick, since it's dead air. My mic working.
Check good.
All right, thanks. I'm not preface this. I don't tell anybody what to do with their money. I just checked last night this GoFundMe these legitimate guys are doing to try to build a structure of at least 2 miles to prove that this curvature is non-existent. For a solid structure we can point to and all that. I donated to it, and I looked yesterday. It's been out for like a month. Only 140 people have donated. How many flat earthers are there? And I just find that disappointing, and I wanted to get that off my chest. And like I said, I'm not telling anybody what to do with their money. But to me, that would be valuable to have a structure I could point somebody to and say, Where is the fucking curvature? I'll shut up now.
No, don't. You cut out a couple of times for me. What were you referring to? I know you spoke for a while there, but
I was talking about Forest the Line. Did I cut out all the way?
no,
It's a it's a GoFundMe that some legitimate people are doing. You know, it's not a scam or nothing. They're legitimately going to do something to have at least a structure 2 miles long above a water line or something. You know, I don't know all the details, but you can check it out at GoFundMe.com, Force the Line. And I was just saying it's been out for a month and they've raised like $4 grand and only 140 people have donated. I'm not telling anybody what to do with their money, but I just find it disappointing. There's got to be more than that flat earthers that have $5 or $10 here. Now, did all that come through?
yes, for sure. I'll go check it out.
All right. I'll shut up now.
Do you have a link or something for it?
I don't. I'm driving. It's GoFundMe.com and then type in search for Force the Line by Chris Watson. This guy's name.
Force the Line?
Force the Line. FORCETHELINE.
Gotcha.
All right. I just wanted to put that out there. Get it off my chest. You guys continue with goat farming or wherever we were. I don't know. I've been in this, listening to these arguments for 6 years, and I listen to these Globers bullshit all the time. If we could have something to just shut them up, at least get rid of refraction. You know?
Okay, I gotta report this to you guys. They calculated Smaug's wealth, right? And they compared it to the billionaires, right? So they calculated like the Smaug's treasure hoard, how much the gold and the diamonds and the gems and everything was worth. And they compared it to people like Jeff Bezos. So there are 19 people on Earth that have more of a treasure hoard than Smaug from Lord of the Rings. Facts.
More than all the gold and gems in the Hall of the Mountain Kings.
Yes. Really? Yes.
What?
Oh, yes. 19. It's a TikTok. It was a TikTok. Smaug is 20. He's 20 on the list of treasure hoarders when you compare him to real life.
Wow. Who's the real number 20 on the list? It's not the Queen, is it?
I don't know. It was a TikTok.
Yeah, not here.
My wife showed me. She does that from time to time.
Wow. That's scary.
We do have a person in here with no roles, Renteo. If anybody wants to try to unmute them, or if you want to go to the VC check-ins, well, check in. It's the only one I see. Got Zan, but he's mute. He's deaf.
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting you, Mr. Hinkle. I just had to share that before I forgot it.
I was done. I got it off my chest. just disappointing that we got a chance for something to happen in real life. We can permanent structure, and it's, nobody gives a shit. That same way. Anyway.
You know, Dave, I'm going to give you a chance to repeat yourself because my wife was showing me videos and I missed what you said. Could you say it one more time, please?
Oh, I was just talking about Force the Line. It's been out for like a month, a fundraiser, where it's a legitimate group of people that are going to make sure at least the 2 mile structure gets done, showing the lack of curvature of this ball that we don't live on. And it's been out for a month, and only 140 people have donated to it. And how many flat earthers are there? You know, like I said, I'm not telling people what to do with their money. I donated to it. But it's just disappointing to me that we have a chance to have a permanent structure that we can point Jim Panda and all his clowns to. Where's the fucking curvature? You know, that would seem like it'd be worth it to me. Am I wrong?
So where are they building this at?
I don't know all the details on it. I just know that they're planning on legitimately constructing something similar to Force the Line, you know, somewhere above a body of water. So I wish I had more details, but I don't. I think they're going to kind of plan it and do it as they get the funds to be available, you know. And right now it's been out for a month and there's $4,000 in there. Anyway, I'll shut up about it. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I appreciate you repeating it. I know it must have been kind of redundant the third time.
You got a link? You got a link or something for that?
It's GoFundMe, and then look up Force the Line on GoFundMe.
It's in the text chat.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'll check it out when I pull over.
11 a.m.
That dragon thing fucked me up, man. Because he was talking about being dragon hunters. Like, it was a scary, like, white dude with a beard, you know? Those privileged ones. And he was, like, talking about dragons. And he said, the German ones are where we get the idea, the lore with the hoarding of the wealth. And after he said all that shit about Bezos and the billionaires, he said, I was taught to be a dragon hunter or a dragon killer. And I was like, whoa. Like, wow. The scary white people.
Just for clarification, Smog was from The Hobbit.
I appreciate that.
Thanks.
You are correct, by the way. I did pronounce his name right, though, right?
You did. I just didn't want you to lose any nerd points with the geeks out there.
Hank can't lose any nerd points.
I got to keep my street cred with the nerds out there.
So I'm reading this GoFundMe, and it says he's going to build a structure that's going to put the debate to bed. So like what? Like he's going to put something in the middle of the ocean, something far away that people go to do tests with? I'm not understanding.
I don't think there's anything set in stone, at least I haven't heard of. They're trying to get the funds together, and then, you know, the people over in that Chris Watson guy, if you email him, he'll probably give you more detail if you're really interested. He's Flatty McFlatface, I think, on YouTube.
Yeah, he's put out a
And
couple of
it's hard
videos. They've been like talking to some engineering company.
Yeah.
Nothing's really not too much has happened yet, though.
I know that they're
Yes.
going to dot every T and cross every I, if you know what I mean, and make sure Globers can get involved if they want to, which they won't, but they're welcome. Make sure it's all done correctly, and just force a horizontal line straight across, and the curvature should be there if we're on this globe, right? It's pretty simple, unless I'm thinking of it wrong.
It is pretty simple. It's a noble idea. It's just that there's so many structures that people could test against already. There's no need to build them,
Exactly, that's the point. But nobody says, well, they look at a bridge or whatever, well, they didn't take curvature into account for that bridge, but people just walk right past that. This will be something hanging in the air, and you'll see there's not a deviation between the water and the structure that should be deviating if it's a ball. Correct?
Yes. But trust me, it ain't going to put the debate to rest. Somebody's going to come up with some bullshit. And there's so many things that could put the debate to rest.
The debate's over. All they got is tactics, dishonest tactics. I think the first time I ever went on Red's Rhetoric, he was telling me about these dishonest tactics because I wasn't aware of all of them. And we talked about like logical fallacies and stultification and other stuff like that. But yeah, Red's Rhetoric knew all the logical fallacies, but they weren't using them against me. They were actually educating me because I was a young flat earther. Or maybe I was a geocentrist at the time.
Flight over Antarctica would do it, right?
You mean north and south circumnavigation? It would prove the globe, or if it's not a globe, then it would kill some flat earthers.
NASA should have ended the debate years ago.
It's not about evidence anyway. It's about a mindset or a program, right? And once you unravel that and show it to them, they either want to accept it or they don't. People don't hide from truth because there's not evidence. They just hide.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I heard a glober give like evidence for curvature. I remember R.C. Meisty said the word 16 terabytes of GPS data.
Yeah, he never would point to a specific part of that 16 terabytes that proved curvature, though.
Well, he cited a source, right? 16 terabytes of global positioning system data. Right, but I suppose you could wrap that around whatever model you like. And I guess if Robert Simmons could take the flat map and wrap it around a globe, I suppose that could be done in the opposite direction with the GPS data.
Are you saying I could reverse engineer it, Hank? No way.
That's what they do.
They wouldn't do that with things like human eyesight or anything like that.
No, they would just hijack it. Without the box cutters.
What Pillbox said there is correct, though. I agree. For some people, there's no amount of evidence showing. They're in la la fantasy land. They ain't coming back.
The truth is not in them. That's just it.
Correct.
They don't look for it. They don't search for it. Like I always wanted it, excited me to search for the truth. But most people, I think, it scares them, and they don't want to be scared. I don't know.
They don't want to be uncomfortable in their known paradigm. They don't want to learn something else. You know?
I just tried explaining it to my mom the other day. We got into a big fight. She ended up calling me a cocaine dealer. I don't even do cocaine.
That's random.
Even if you
It's
were
just
a
like-
cocaine dealer, that wouldn't mean necessarily that you do cocaine.
Right.
Well, it's just like all of the thousands of people that you've talked to about the subject. You know, we experience their first reaction as, well, how do you explain something else, right? They don't want to talk about the shape of the earth. They want you to tell them all these other things that they're already imagining, because they're not interested in learning. They're interested in trying to catch you in a mistake so they can say, ha ha, see, I told you so. So it's not about searching for truth. It's most people come in here trying to make themselves feel better. You know, the small, tiny 1% or less will convert, right? But that's not why they originally came in here. You know, you can change a troll's mind if they don't really want to be a troll, but if they want to be a troll, there's no helping them.
Yeah, I don't get those guys who just wander in here. I just don't get those guys who are globies and just wander in here. They must be some serious extroverts, you know, who have nothing better to do in their time. And that must be it. Extroverts.
Remember, these people are raised, as we were all raised, to know that people were stupid back then because they thought the earth was flat. So this paradigm, this brainwashing technique has worked for, you know, whatever, so many decades now. So all of these people are going in there saying, oh, look at these really stupid people. That's their first assertion. It's called a proud look, as mentioned in the Bible. So they come in here to either make fun or to say, look what I did. I talked to these dumb people, and try to get a ruse.
By the way, I think you meant to say introvert, not extrovert.
Right. For example, I'm a heavy introvert, meaning like I am very comfortable being alone by myself. Extroverts are people who are not comfortable being by themselves. And so they must have interactions with other people, continuous. So those are the kinds of people that come in here, I think, mostly that need to talk to someone. They're globies and stuff, and they just get their ass handed to them, you know.
Wait, but I mean, can't you kind of define that both ways? I mean, I would call them introverts because when they're looking for people to talk to, they use the internet as opposed to walking outside.
Yeah, but you can't walk outside much during the COVID times, right?
What are you talking about? I did that all last year.
Right, but for those guys...
Well, I mean, I guess you're right. They're scared shitless from the TV. You got a point there.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's my thing. And then there's other people who are just extroverts and don't have their own friends to hang out with, so they'll come on Discord, right? And come and chat. So introverts generally, I think, like to stay to themselves most of the time. I didn't even know about Discord. I just played Call of Duty one day, and I joined a flat Earth group because I wanted to be amongst people like myself rather than the normies. And then the next thing you know, they're telling me about Discord, and I'm here. I don't even speak much, but I'm really happy to hear you guys. So.
Yeah, I'm an introvert. I've been trying to do better. I've been trying to do social things. Actually, here lately, I haven't. I suck at trying to be extroverted, but I'm on here talking to you guys because I could just turn you guys off at any time. But I should work on that. I should really work on, like, I don't know, going to see a live show or a party or something.
Yeah, by default. Go ahead, Hank.
No, I just thought I lost signal. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, by default, the one thing that I realized over half a decade ago, and I hope most people in here realize that if you can determine that the Earth is not a ball in space, you don't have to explain anything else. And my biggest problem is like when David Weiss did that interview a couple days ago, and he's well versed in the topic. These gentlemen on the channel, I think their name was Kill or something, I can't remember. They started asking me all these questions, of course, about the sun, moon, and stars, everything to avoid the shape of the floor. And Dave is desperately trying to answer them. And that's actually a mistake because you can't answer them. You don't know how the sun, moon, and stars work because we're not God. And they have convinced people that are normies that they can be as gods as they are literally claiming David Weiss as a god because David Weiss is now going to tell me how the sun works. So it is such a weird stretch in the imagination of what happens to these people. They don't even know what they're doing. They're just doing that to avoid what we can test and observe. And I'm not mad at David, but to try to answer questions that are not answerable is foolish, and you're just giving in to their escape mechanism. Because my first response, why are you already hiding from what I can prove? For one, and number two, I'm not God. So there's a lot of work to do as far as this topic is concerned, as far as both sides are going to continue talking about it, because both sides have a hard time understanding there are certain things you shouldn't even try to answer because it's fallacious.
I don't think there's any harm in that as long as he says that this is a speculation. This is something that I'm speculating about. If he says it's definitive, this is how it works, this is what, I don't think he's doing that. I think he's just offering an alternative theory.
Well, there's a problem because it was much worse than that. David said a few things, and I don't want to misquote him, so I'll just make it very loose, that he was saying that the center of the Earth is moving and it didn't used to be here. That's a big problem.
What he said, the center of the Earth is moving?
Yes, it's a new one for me. I've never heard it before, and I'm not mad at him. Again, I'm saying, but it is, if any of you guys do that to people, it is going to be a problem for you, not me. But that's just, I'm sorry, but you can't, there's certain things it would be ridiculous for me to make a claim like that. I would never say anything.
Yeah, I've never heard that one, but he was on.
It's like a 5-hour video, Wolfgang. There's like 3 hours of conversation. It's a long.
He was on High Impact Flicks, and he was doing a good job flat smacking them in just like not a debate format, but just like a interview format. He was just asking questions, and I think it's good. It's not going to be easy. Someone's not just going to take the big flat Earth red pill with one bite. It's going to take lots of small bites. So even though it's a lot of different pieces, one of those pieces might connect. Like, aha, that's how it might work. Like something. Some people do. They ask a bunch of questions. No one asks just one question about flat Earth. They machine gun you. So yeah, some stuff you do got to punt. You just say, you know what? I don't know. Just punt. There's enough evidence to prove it's flat.
Right. And with that, I don't know. I tell them, listen, I'm not going to make a. I'll wait till he's robotic.
Somebody roboted in.
In and out.
Hey, I think your mic, something's wrong with your connection.
I mean, I turn around, Wolfgang, to questions like, do you know how your fingernails grow? And they're going to look at me weird, and I'm going to go, so you don't know how your fingernails grow, but you think you know how the moon phases work and how stars align and things like that. You see, we don't know a lot of things. You know, we don't know how water works. We can demonstrate it, we can see it, but we don't know how it works. So to claim we know how the sun, moon, and stars do anything is fallacious. And that's the thing, is that we're taking away, not, again, I'm not trying to beat anybody up, but there are terminologies that interrupt the psyche of the people that are in the cartoon religion. If I use the term universe or orbits or things like that, I either have to redefine the term so that they know what I'm talking about, or I have to remove the term because it's fictitious anyway. There's no such thing as a universe. There's no such thing. And even flat earthers will argue with me about that because they don't understand what that means. Because when we say universe, we know that they are thinking of this vastness, amazingly infinitely expanding vacuum with magical, sets and organizations of stars within that. That thing does not exist at all, right? So, and then, when it comes to orbits, that means to wheel. Yes, I believe things go around in a circle, right? But when they think of orbits, they think of balls going around each other, just magical balls. That's not an orbit. An orbit requires a stationary surface with something going around it, just things like that we have to unravel. We have to relearn things, right? People still think
isn't it technically called a circuit? Like, wouldn't you say they're in transit above our heads and that they make a circuit above our heads?
Yeah, that's an even better term. That's a better term, right? But I just want to point out that orbit means the same thing. They don't know that. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
A lot of people do say that the sun travels in a circuit, so does the moon. It's just circling us. Yeah, so it does make more sense. I'm just saying in layman's terms, if you're just having a conversation and it's not a debate forum, you're not going to pin someone down on stuff, on minutia. It's just terms that people can easily understand. They say, well, what's your model? Well, it's not necessarily a model, right?
That's
but
terrible.
Just in vague terms that they understand. That there's no, you're explaining it to someone. Pretend you're explaining it to a 10-year-old in terms he would understand, and he wouldn't pick it apart. Like, oh, that's orbit versus circuit, like general terms that they would understand.
Well, they're going to bring up the term first.
First
right?
grade.
If they bring up the term
graders.
first, I have to define it. So if they bring up the term, I have to go, okay, well, since that's not being used correctly, I have to let you know this is what that word means, right? I can't completely change their vocabulary. There's no way, right? But there are certain things that should be removed, but they're not everything. And of course, things like gravity. Like if somebody asked you, well, how do you explain gravity? That's like saying, have you stopped beating your wife yet? That's a nonsensical question. It has no basis behind it anyway, and it's an assumed imagined religious belief system in the first place. So how do I don't have to explain your imagined religion belief system. So I return with a question. Do you think nothing fell before people discovered gravity? Do you think the pyramids don't exist because they were made way before the concept of gravity, came to be? So they have to be shocked with that realization, like, oh, wait a minute, people did do things before gravity. We haven't been around for just 500 years. People have existed for thousands of years and never knew of these concepts. And not only did find, their technology was far more advanced than ours. My 15-year-old cousin said this last week because I let him, I don't really talk to him, obviously, how I talk to these guys, but I mentioned gravity. And then he even said, yeah, do they think nothing fell before gravity? I go, oh my gosh, you're 15 years old. You say the exact same that I do. So I'm not the only one.
Not everything falls too. Water vapor goes up. I've even seen this. Someone showed a video where spiders actually go up. They let out a little strand of silk and they levitate. It lifts them off the ground. Some kind of electrostatic or something.
Baby spiders can fly for miles. Yeah, where's the gravity? They don't have wings, do they? So there's something there. Yeah, when something gets very small, my dad told me this. He was a skydiver. When I was a child, I remember him explaining to me, if you drop an ant from an airplane, it's not going to hit the ground fast enough to die, to reach a velocity that's going to kill it. And I always wondered, why is that? But now we know, because that's not what they told us. Things don't fall at the rate they told us things fall. There is no 9.8 meters average. It's all pseudoscience. It's all lies.
You want to know something else? Different metals with different densities, if you drop them in a tube, there was this experiment where they all dropped, and some of the more heavy ones didn't even move. They were all falling at a different rate. They were inside this cylinder in a controlled environment. There was a camera. It was I think it was a vacuum tube or something. Inside the thing was an evacuated chamber, like inside the vessel that they dropped. And they levitated. You had like lead, aluminum, copper, all these different iron, different things. Let me see if I can find the video. It was UAP had it on his channel. It was part of a bigger video.
Yeah, I've kind of started to see that flat Earth is first and foremost a falsification of something that's of the globe model. So it's not like we're trying to replace. It's not that we're trying to replace the globe model or heliocentrism. The whole thing. People come in with a lot of questions like, well, what about this? What about that? What about gravity? What about the stars? If the other planets are spheres, why? What about the Earth? No, it's first and foremost like the falsification of curvature, and that's like really, really narrow.
You know what I think it is? I think it's an exposure of the educational system and the many flaws within. It exposes, how they've twisted science, and it's basically a scientific revival, right? A renaissance. Because what we've been told is science is actually nothing like science. And what we've done is we've completely torn down all the compartmentalization, right? And we've kind of created our own college, right? And what is a college other than a group of people who get together and share information and learning, right? So I think it's quite profound, if I could use such a hoity-toity phrase.
Yeah, what the Renaissance is called isn't even accurate.
Well, what would you call it?
Well, no, what is described as having happened during the Renaissance is not what history actually, more or less, is very not accurate. I mean, you think that? I don't know. I probably believe.
Okay, what's the scientific reformation? How about that?
I like that.
Because, we're supposed to ask questions. We're supposed to go. Because I remember being like 2 or 3 years old and like asking my dad, what's that light in the sky? Right? And he was like, oh, it's the moon. Right? Once he figured out what I was talking about. And I don't think we're ever supposed to lose that. I don't think that's something we're supposed to, get brainwashed out of our heads. I think we're supposed to constantly be asking, what is that? What causes that? Why does that happen?
Yeah, and we've been given a bunch of stories that prevents us from seeing. Like if you're just told like some pat answer, even when it doesn't have any, relationship to what actually exists, well, you just stop asking questions. And yeah, I agree. I think a renaissance, a revival, it allows you to see the world again. And it's really refreshing to be able to say, I don't know about that. What is the moon? What exactly is the sun? It's a good place to be in.
The other day I heard, I don't know if it was a normie or a globie, but he said, that's why I can't kick it with, I'm loosely quoting him, that's why I can't kick it with flat earthers, because when they don't know something, they'll just tell you that they don't know. Right? And globe earthers, well, if they don't know what it is, they'll tell you, right, what they think it is, and that's better than nothing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that it's the opposite for me. You know, you want to be able to say I'm not really sure, because that in that space of not knowing is, you know, when the truth can actually manifest itself. And
A logical fallacy is better than nothing.
right.
So that's what's wrong with these people. They're afraid of nothing.
Yeah, they're fear motivated. Because the other day, now they're talking about climate change, my friends. You know, some of my friends, we get on a call every Friday night. Now they're worried about climate change, and I had to get into that. Climate change is a hoax. And they're like, oh, you're crazy. Oh, gosh.
See, the climate change thing is so simple, right? So the government says that we can't have hemp and marijuana because reasons, right? It's a Schedule 1 narcotic, has 0 medicinal benefits, right? Like heroin. But at the same time, the greenhouse gases are running away. And if we were to make a law making it mandatory for every person to have at least 25 hemp plants, that would cut down the carbon. But instead, what we're going to do is we're going to tax them for the pot, right? And then we're going to tax them for the carbon. But not all the countries, not like China or India, the ones that really do the most pollution. We're going to tax the first world countries and redistribute the wealth. Because that'll save the planet, right?
I mean, they started off calling it global cooling, and then they realized it wasn't. People said it wasn't cooling. Then they called it global warming. It wasn't warming. So now they called it climate change, because now you can't argue with them. It's cooling. It's warming. Yeah, it's climate change. Oh, okay. And they keep them in perpetual state of fear. These people are in perpetual state of fear on many subjects: viruses, global warming, the end of the world, meaning like the globe is spinning and there's asteroids coming and bullshit. Oh gosh, they're just in perpetual state of fear all the time.
Do you know that people are saying that Bitcoin is dirty because people are mining it and using electricity and coal?
Meanwhile, there's kids digging out cobalt out of the ground in Africa so they can have smartphones.
Yeah, they just found a whole bunch of technology rocks, lithium, I believe, in Mexico. And Mexico started making a deal with China, which China has a kind of a monopoly on the technology rocks for the most part, or at least a majority of them. There is technology rocks in places like Afghanistan, which we do have access to, but for the most part, this portion of Earth doesn't have a whole lot of lithium and technology rocks. But what they won't tell you is that digging the lithium out of the Earth is far more hazardous to the ecosystem and everything than actual, like, burning fossil fuel. And it's actually worse to have, like, the green cars that run like off of batteries, like the hybrids. Except for my green car. My green car is a 1.2 liter Mitsubishi Mirage. It's not too bad.
Forget technology rocks. Kids are slavery just to dig up chocolate, just to get chocolate to people.
Dinosaur juice has been a good scam. It's been a good long-running scam.
Should I feel guilty, Hank? I bought an electric car. It's got the gas-powered motor and the gas tank in it too. It's one of those ones that is the plug-in, but it works pretty well. I got it because I like electric cars, not because I believe in any of that global warming horse shit.
What I usually try to point out to people about global warming is just look at everybody that's on the global warming side of the argument. You have the Department of Defense, you have, government agencies like NASA and NOAA, you have all of the Hollywood celebrities, you have all the tech companies and the oligarchs, you have Wall Street banks, even the energy companies themselves are all on board with global warming. So, you just have to point to that and say, if all of these people are pushing this idea, can it really be a good thing?
Yeah, and on that topic, I think we should do everything we possibly can in regular day life to not say climate change. Just keep saying global warming or global cooling, because if we keep saying climate change, then it seems like we're just playing their game.
Yeah, I like anthropogenic global warming as the specific term.
Are you talking about seasons?
No, they say anthropogenic is just that it's caused by man. So that's the argument that burning fossil fuels is causing global warming. So that's anthropogenic global warming. They hate it when you use that term.
Straight in the face and go, "Oh, you mean winter?" Or "Oh, you mean summer?"
Yeah. Or just say that's weather.
My favorite one I like to bring up is, it was this hot and this hot. And I said, well, in Australia, they hit the record high in like the 1900s. It was over I think it was 118 degrees. Documented all the newspapers. They go, oh, well, and they can't really say anything after that because, how do you have two record highs? That doesn't make any sense. Can't have a high of 118 and then a record high in the current year, whatever it was, 115, one record high can't go lower.
I'll tell you one benefit of electric cars, though. They're more fun to drive than gas-powered cars, especially when you're either at a low speed or stopped and you just slam on the accelerator. The acceleration rate is pretty good. Like my car, it honestly makes me feel like I wish I had an excuse to be in a high-speed chase, just so I could kick someone's ass in a high-speed chase.
I like getting 40 plus miles to the gallon sometimes.
Yeah, I think mine gets somewhere between 40 and 50. I'm not sure exactly what.
Sounds about right.
All I know is it can go about 300 miles on a full tank of gas and then 44 miles on a charge. But when it was brand new, it could go 53 miles on a charge.
So did anybody else listen to the discussion on Chatterbox last night? I think our reps did a very good job there. Anybody else heard it on that?
Yep.
I
Yeah,
participated towards the end. I think my tone of voice might have offended somebody there.
Yeah, those guys were typical Glover behavior, you know. I think everybody handled it pretty well, getting the information to them as best they could. To an independent person listening to that, or listening with an open mind, I could hear one side trying to present evidence and ask real questions, and the other side obfuscate. For lack of a better term. Y'all know what I mean.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. I mean, Indio and a Dandelion did awesome. I mean, everybody who participated did a great job. I mean, fortunately for the Globe side, they really didn't have any substance.
They had feelings. Girls
That's
with
constantly the
feelings.
Glober's problem when you're dealing with non-reality. Sorry, I just run up somebody. Just
No
run up with
problem,
somebody.
man.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they didn't have any substance, but I think the trick is somehow, some way, if you can, get them to realize that they don't have any substance.
I think that's like trying to get a leftist log or
It's like trying
You're
to get a
breaking up,
left.
Hank.
Yeah, you're trying to get a leftist, then you roboted.
Hank is robotic is repeat.
logical argument.
Logical argument.
I heard logical argument. That's all I heard.
It's like making a leftist make a logical argument. Probably what he was trying to say. Yeah, it was really good. I enjoyed it. And, it got a little hot, but kind of how it goes. Indio tore it up, man.
When you join a server where the word retard is a banned word, that's a question and alarm mark.
Yeah, that's a red flag.
Yeah. Because those kind of people, they promote being retard. And if you call them retards, that's an insult, like the worst kind of insult for them. So they want to be like that.
Even worse than that, they promote censorship or
Yeah.
encourage it.
Yeah.
The same as was Globers. Just
You need to charge your batteries, Hank. You're roboting.
Oh my God, who is using all of my ping bongs? One ping bong per customer, please.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity do. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth run. Cause don't it make a flat line curve? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate Sam. It's 2021. Told you I was a rap for this globe.
Oh my gosh.
Check
Do
it
we,
out.
do we have to listen to music?
Of privation, second law, thermodynamics, violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretending clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core scientific. All the sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just horrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this. You ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy. All of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic. Anytime there was Socratic, defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leap? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things is butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you ballers never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting it ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about speed of sound. 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a wrap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Hey guys, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Can I dig through the earth if it's flat?
Well, the furthest we've been is 8 miles.
Huh?
There's no such thing in digging anymore.
There's what?
You can't dig. That's impossible.
You can't dig?
Shovels don't exist.
Oh, okay.
No.
Makes
Yeah,
sense. Shovels are a conspiracy?
Yep. You know.
Got it, man. Thanks, bro.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, me neither. What's a shovel?
Bulldozers? Huge conspiracy.
Yeah, those are like, they're fake. I've only ever seen them going down the streets.
Yeah. Yep.
That's all.
I don't think they scoop anything. I don't.
Yeah, they're just props.
I don't. Dirt might not even be real. You know. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I can't remember if I've ever seen them going down the street.
Yep.
All right, makes sense.
I have a question for you too.
Huh?
I have a question for you too, if you don't mind. Can I ask?
Yeah,
you?
sure.
Okay. Have you ever been to a funeral?
Have I ever been to a funeral?
Yeah.
Yeah, several. Why?
Was there a hole dug in the ground?
Nah, man. They just burnt the people. Stuck them in the oven and, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Didn't really work too well because, like, the flesh burnt and shit. So, like, yeah.
Come on, ban this idiot clown.
1 second. Let me get my Doritos.
Yeah.
Shit. All right, bye, guys. I'm done.
Can you dig?
Yeah.
Maybe he should try.
I've been to a handful of funerals. Most of them, people have been cremated. Also, actually, I've seen an open casket once when a friend died. That was the only open casket I ever saw. When my grandpa died when I was a kid, I'm sorry, no, he was cremated. So yeah, one time with a hole in the ground and all that.
Has anyone
Like-
been to a traditional wake?
A what?
A traditional wake where the body is kept in the house, or rather, sorry, where the person is kept at home until the funeral service starts. And,
Yeah.
you celebrate it. Yeah, that's an interesting scenario, Lou.
Well, yeah, no, I think you can have a wake without it being at the home too. Like they'll do like a wake service at like a funeral home type thing where they and that's what I saw with my buddy when he wasn't a really close friend, but a friend from high school back in the day that he took his own life and blah 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 blah. But yeah, it was like, the open casket sitting there at the funeral home for like that service, but didn't see him actually get buried.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. I heard a couple of years back that somewhere in Compton there's a drive-through viewing on your family member?
Drive-through viewing?
What?
Due to COVID or what?
No.
Drive-through death.
A couple of years back, there's a drive-through where you can view your family member in the casket. I'll go looking for it. It might have been a complete wind-up, but I'll find it.
Recently they were talking about, in my state, they're talking about making Viking funerals legal. So like where they put you on a raft and send you out into a lake or whatever and light it on fire.
Ooh, that's how I want to go. I'm part Viking. I'll take that.
Yeah, I could. I mean, it was weird. Like the radio DJs and stuff were talking about it, like kind of an interesting topic piece. You know, like it makes you like. So, how many people are really interested, or like how many people have been begging to do Viking funerals? You know, and been told no, that's illegal, and where now they're making it legal. Like, I don't. Is it just a trend? Like some funeral home that they specialize in Viking funerals and they're getting it passed or what? But I think it's a neat way to, if that's what you want your funeral to be, I think that's neat.
The only I can think of is someone finding a half-burned body somewhere. I don't really know how that would work.
I thought
it just doesn't quite burn up all the way, and it just finds itself on the other shore. Some kid finds it.
Yeah, that's that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure if you have it would still be done through like a funeral service, and they would, have that all worked out, where the pyre, makes sure to burn it all the way up and whatever. But I could see definitely if somebody was of Nordic, like some of these people, from these Norwegian and Iceland or whatever, like the Viking kind of heritage, these guys, they'll take pride in the fact that they were, throughout life, they'll be like, I'm a Viking, like. Okay, and I could totally see them wanting that funeral. I think it would be neat. It's a little more. I could see it'd be more of a celebration almost than some just somber funeral, right?
Yeah, it's a celebration because, for example, in Romania, people on funerals they were envious on the dead. Because he got rid of all the problems and suffering and pain,
Yeah, well, I mean, and I don't know.
Saying, this bastard got rid of them all. He left us here.
Yeah, to suffer on our own.
Yeah,
back in my country too. He's gone now, and now we have to suffer here without him.
Yeah,
exactly the same, bro.
And when a baby was born, they were crying, Oh, you stupid fool, you came into this world. You have no idea what's expecting you.
Exactly the same.
Yeah. Exactly the opposite what we are doing today.
Yeah. They do that in back home too. They're happy, and then after the baby gets born, it's like, oh, you poor thing, why did you come here?
Yeah,
you're in for a world of hurt.
You come in this world clean with all the gifts, and all is gonna happen is nothing else than losing everything: health, mind, heart, everything you lose, even the body.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They have a new corporation, something in USA, where they take the human bodies and they use them as fertilizer.
Cannon fodder.
They make, yeah, they
Oh
make
yeah, that was
compost.
one that I heard of recently. Also, yeah, they're it started in like I want to say Seattle or something. They've been working
Yeah.
on this and composting human remains.
Yeah.
They've been doing
Yeah.
it for
Yeah.
years with cows, like cattle and stuff. And now they're doing it with people where they compost you and then they can and I believe the weirdest part about that then is because there's a lot of worry about what they do with the compost. And I believe they've made it legal for them to like spread human remains compost in like farmers' fields and like
Oh,
you know like for
fuck.
food and stuff. Literally like
Yeah.
feeding you to everybody.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's that's where it gets kind of messed up. There's gonna be a lot of people who don't want to eat stuff that was grown from the compost of dead people, but I mean,
Well, you see, when they were burying the men in the ground, we know that the worms will be eating you. You know, so that's the
yeah,
natural
you get
process.
composted either way. Like you know, if you want
Well,
to get
it's not like what they do, like what these guys are doing. You know.
right, because they're spreading the compost as fertilizer right on top of a crop, whereas otherwise it would be like broken down way deeper in the earth and so on and so forth. Like I think you'd yeah, you're getting a little bit more of a direct contact with
Yeah,
the
when it's eaten by worms or like a ferment process or this putrefaction bacteria, you know, it's very different from what these guys are doing. They take the human bodies and they put them in these machines, make like a paste,
Mincemeat.
you know, and yeah, use that organic matter to fertilize the ground.
Well, what I saw about it, it was no paste. It was like it literally looked like a mix that you might buy in like a bag at the like lawn and
Yeah.
garden center. You know, it looked like compost. Like,
Dehydrated, yeah, dehydrated, but it still has a lot of body oils and stuff, you know,
Yeah.
organic matter.
Wow.
Uh,
Oh, some people want to get buried like Vikings, and some people want to be composted.
Not to mention the plethora of pharmaceutical drugs that we all, or a lot of people having them.
see, the composting thing doesn't make all that. It doesn't really make any sense to me though. Like we've been doing cremation forever, and ash is actually like really good for fertilizer too. Like if you wanted to spread it across a crop or where you're planting a tree or like it I don't think it's serving any actual purpose, and the amount of energy you input into composting a human body is probably far more than just incinerating it.
they are definitely doing some wicked, defiled thing.
What kind of a brain do you need to have to think of an idea like that and implement it, like, seriously? Yeah, just
You're
compost
saying
the
the
body.
composting?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're dealing with. I think you're dealing with these ultra left, environmentalist types that they think that I think that's what they're doing. I think that's all it is.
Yeah, it's a special kind of mentality, eh?
The same people that tell us we got to get rid of all cows because they fart too much, and
Well, I saw that the Chinese actually made a synthetic milk, cow milk, but it's not from cows.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a while. Oh boy.
Maybe they make it from bat.
Uh, ugh. Oh, I've got no words, bro. Ugh. They've been doing it for a while. It's yeah.
Dude, so it's a little change of subject, but for over a year, if you guys have been listening to me, you probably heard me bitching and complaining about all the new phones and like me needing to upgrade, but not knowing if I should just go all out and get a top of the line phone or just say, fuck it. Do I even need a phone? It was one or the other. Well, I finally broke down and bought like the top of the line phone in the world right now. The Galaxy S21 Ultra. Thing's a beast. It's big, powerful, does a ton of shit. But I'm pissed off. I knew going into buying it. Just all of these phone companies, they're following Apple. I hate Apple. The way that they've removed, extra ports and stuff like that. You get one charging port, and that's it. So if you want to connect anything to your phone, you've got to buy an adapter. Like, there's no headphone jack. If you want to use headphones, you have to buy a USB-C to 3.5 millimeter adapter. Now you can only use your headphones. You can't charge unless you buy the adapter that also has a charge port. And then, these phones are supposed to, they're powerful so they can do a ton of things. But then you have to buy all these adapters to actually connect most things to them. Unless you buy, proprietary, stuff that's made to all connect wirelessly and this and that. But then it's not, universal. Like, if I want to take this thing over to my dad's house and plug it into his system or whatever, I have to have the right adapters and shit.
Yeah.
So I'm like I bought whatever. I just found one though. I'm looking at this hub that looks really nice. I wish I would have seen it before I ordered one of my other adapters. Yeah, they're on the 21. Actually, I just saw a thing on YouTube about the 22. So there's already been the 22 is not out, but the S22 is. They've at least shown a prototype of it.
Is that the one that folds? You got the one that folds?
No, that's the Z Flip. There's the Z Flip and the Z Fold. Those are the folding ones.
I got the S10 Note, and just after I got that, your one came out. I think my mate got the foldy one, and he said that he stuffed up on him straight away.
Yeah, the folding one is a gimmicky thing. Everybody knew that. Nobody should have ever been suckered into buying a folding phone. Unless a folding screen. It just looks like problems. But this thing, they don't have expandable storage, no SD cards anymore. They don't have a phone jack. They don't have a microphone jack. They don't include earbuds because there's no jack. They want you to buy their, Buds Plus or whatever it is the Galaxy Buds. They don't include a charger brick. And so to get the ultra fast charging, you have to buy separately your own charger brick. And this is all stuff Apple did. Now Galaxy copied and everybody else is copying. So you pay a shit ton for these phones nowadays, and they don't even give you what you need to charge the thing properly.
But they just thought everything else was extra card, the jack to charge and all that. It's just a headache.
But this thing has the it's got 5 cameras on the backside of it. So it's got the what they call moon zoom. So just with the phone, like it takes not quite P900 pictures, but you can see some pretty good detail on the moon with just a phone like camera. It's pretty wild. It can take
5 cameras.
5 cameras on the back, 1 on the front.
Well,
it takes I can take 8K video at 24 frames per second, or 4K at 60, or I can take 4K at 120, or I think 60 frames, or maybe it's 120. And 1080p for sure, it takes at 120 frames per second. The 10 times zoom is beautiful. The one they call moon zoom, you lose a lot of the resolution on it, but you still like it doesn't look as high a quality, but you can still for proof of seeing something at a long distance, like you can still see it. It's good. Yeah, it's got the ultra high definition screen, like at super wide. Things wild. But it is it's a hungry beast.
Stuff on that.
Sorry, what's that?
Okay, you can run Windows and stuff on that,
Probably. The thing's got, if I wanted to root it or something, I probably could. Because I've got 256 gigabytes of internal storage on it, and it's got 12 gigabytes of RAM on a phone. Yeah, that's plenty to run. That's plenty to run Windows.
Yeah. How cheap is this phone?
How cheap? $1,300.
Yeah.
Not fair.
Oh my god.
Well, $1,300.
You say 12 gigs of RAM in a phone?
Yeah.
What the heck? What do you do with that? What?
Yeah. Like,
it's future forward. You thinking? Like this thing's ready. My last phone I had for 5 years. This thing's gonna be ready for the next 5.
But what kind of GPU or CPU you have to run on a phone to even use anything
Needs,
with 12
it
gigs
needs
of RAM?
that RAM for
It's
the
got
virtual reality. Is virtual reality ready?
It's got an octa-core Snapdragon or something like that, or like an 8-core Snapdragon.
I thought AMD was going to start put like little GPUs in phones, but I don't know if they're actually going to start doing that to a full extent like I thought they would have.
Yeah, it runs Call of Duty Mobile pretty freaking seamlessly, which is a really heavy game for mobile gaming. But like, yeah, see, like, I mean, I've got my drone and everything, and bought last fall, and that takes 8K, along with this phone taking 8K. So like, the reason for these really high, the storage amounts, like 256 on board, there's, like I said, there's no expandable storage, so there's no SD card if I want to add to it. I've got a huge movie collection and music collection and stuff. Like I could easily take up the 256 gigs. I can see it, happening. Like when I bought it, my boss, he's like, what are you get? Because we went into the store and they only had the 120. I'm like, so do you only have the 120 gig here? Or can you only get the 120? He's like, well, we could order the 256. I'm like, well, let's order it then. And my boss, he's like, what are you going to need 256 gigabytes for? You'll never use that. You'll never use the 120. I'm like, yeah, well, you know what? That's what That's what I said when I bought the 8 gig. That's what I said when I bought the 16 gig. That's what I said on the 32 gig. That's what I said on the 64 gig.
Yeah.
That's what. Yeah.
Well, you have to hurry up and scrutinize the videos on the internet, download and save them, because they're gonna be gone soon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've got a Samsung external solid state drive, also a 2 terabyte, just 2 terabyte SSD, which is really small and compact. So like that's another thing is like that's where I keep my huge movie collection and music and stuff, and some backups for a lot of like YouTube videos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I can plug it's good for flat smacking or truth telling, red pilling. Like I can take it to the family reunion with that, grab that SSD. And if I get in a conversation with one of my cousins, I can be like, here, you need to watch this, or you need, like, there it is. Even if YouTube took it, because I've got it.
Well, for home storage, I recommend something that has 1 petabyte or something like that.
Yeah.
Because
petabyte.
nowadays, even people, with how much people can save, nowadays, 2 terabytes is quite small,
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm not backing up nearly as much as some people are. 2 terabytes has been good enough for me so far.
Yeah.
I mean, a 2 terabyte solid state external is a pretty expensive external. Like the solid state drives are way like they're more than double the price of an
those are very
like
expensive.
HHD.
It's not worth. You can find SATA hard drives, disk with high speed transfer, and they are much more cheaper.
Yeah, they're at least half the price. But are they as reliable? Especially if you're going to use it as like a on the go kind of a thing. They don't take the bangs and the the bumps and the bangs and or the heat as well. They're not as good for if you're trying to actually play a game or play a movie or something straight off of it. They're more for like a backup to transfer.
Yes, for storage.
Yeah. Yeah, with the SSD, you can use it like it's an internal. You can just plug it in and go.
Yeah. On laptops and computers, you can use this SSD hard drive as extra memory.
Yeah. Anyway, though, so it's like, yeah, there's really we just touched on a whole bunch of them. There's a ton of things you can do with these new top of the line phones, but then they limit you. Like you got one fucking port, and you have to buy all the adapters or whatever to be able to do all those things. Whereas when the Android phones first came out, every time like the new feature would be, well, this is why you should buy this phone because this phone includes an HDMI port and this phone includes and you could do all that stuff straight off the phone when you bought it, and it came with a charger and it came with earbuds and it,
Well, you just have to make sure that now everything you buy is like wireless, Bluetooth, headphones, everything wireless.
Yeah, well, and most things are nowadays. You can't, but like, let's say you're going on a vacation or whatever, and you're going to be staying at a relative's house or something.
Well, you're gonna be a bubble.
They're not gonna necessarily have all the stuff that's compatible with your shit. So you either got to bring all your own freaking other technology, or you could just bring some wired adapters and stuff like that, and you can plug into anything.
True. But
Because your
with this new
relative or wherever
technology,
you're going they might have a 10-year-old stereo on a 10-year-old TV, right? Like
how
how
long
you
did you test the battery? Like how long does it stays on?
I still have to do some optimizing for it, but it's supposed to have what is it? I forget. It lasts pretty good. It's got a what is it? 20,000? No. Sorry, 5,000
Milliamp.
microamp.
Yeah.
But it lasts the day for sure. And then with the super fast charging, I can go from 0 to 100 in about an hour.
Mhm. I think they implemented a lot of this low power microchip. So the voltage they are operating is very, very low.
Yeah, no, oh, dude, I'm
Below
getting
1 volt.
for the super fast charging. Like, that's like another thing. Also, is like you see a lot of these fast chargers and stuff like that that have like 60, 80, 100 watt, chargers to get the fast
Yeah.
charge. In order to get the fast charge on this phone, it has to be 25 watts. And really the magic with these phones nowadays, the batteries haven't improved that much. It's more about power management, how they
Yeah. Well, you need now to buy those Google Glasses casket, so have a virtual reality experience.
I'm surprised that Google Glass didn't take off more. Maybe it just wasn't ready. I think if they keep putting R&D into that technology, that I would have guessed 10 years ago. It was about 10 years ago, probably, that Google Glass first brought up.
No, I think it's more of the public adopting it. The technology is probably there. It's the adoption of public saying, because people see that and they're like, those people are dumb, as opposed to, hey, maybe I want one of those.
Yeah, I would have guessed that would have taken off by now, 10 years ago. I thought that was the next thing.
Well, your phone.
But once the technology gets really good, sorry.
No problem. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say real quick that once the technology gets really, really good, where you can have the augmented stuff and where it could be super crazy whiz bang, as opposed to just the very beginning of it, it might be more adopted.
Yeah. Well, I think part of the problem is going to be getting the amount of life and the amount of power and technology or whatever into something that looks good, that looks stylish. Because, to do all the stuff that your phone does in a pair of glasses and then more because of the augmented reality, like, the user interface will have to be perfected and it's got to look good if people are going to be wearing it on their face all over the place, and it can't be bulky. It can't be heavy.
It's got to be like Iron Man's glasses,
like a mask.
And it's got to last all day. It's got to last all day because people are going to be addicted to the darn things. They're not going to want to take them off to charge them.
Yeah,
just like a mask.
If they wear a mask, they'll put anything on their face.
One for wearing outside and about public while the home one is charging, and when you get home, you switch to your home glasses, and the other one can charge. Or, and then you could have one that's while you sleep, you could have like ones that block out, you get darkness and they get little,
Well, dude, and to the point where who knows what they're putting in these jabs and all that, and how they're you can see a lot of technology R&D going in right now to utilizing the human body, like blending with technology. I could see them
turning us into batteries for our glasses. Somehow the glasses charge off of us. Our movements are, that kind of a thing.
Now, the next iteration
Yeah.
will just come in with a built-in, new Google, glasses with built-in face shield and mask. Get them now before they're sold out.
Well, and see that now the thing is does the technology make it there for the glass before something like an Elon Musk neural laced thing that it's just in your head and you don't even need the glasses? Because that's, if it's just in you, then the glasses.
Yeah, they
thing
might
is
just
already-
they'll skip the glasses and put it right in your eyeball.
Yeah.
No, they don't go there to implanting a chip in your head because that is a very invasive method, and they know that vast majority of people will never accept that.
I don't know about
What they
that.
are actually, what they are actually,
Whole world
researching-
getting injected with stuff right now, willingly, lining up for it. So maybe, I don't know.
I'm telling you, when it's about a chip implant into your brain skull, not everyone is going easy for that.
I don't know. Everyone I know, like all the younger people around me, not saying they're young or old, but just here around, seeing everybody talk about Elon Musk, they want everything he's selling, including the brain chip. They openly talk about it, and I hear
that
all
sounds
different
huge.
walks of
Yeah,
life.
it's
that they want it.
older people don't want it. Unless it's mandatory and it's going to save lives, then they have to get it.
You hit like the 25 and under, all of them want it. That's all they talk about is I want the chip. I want this. I
The
want that.
way I see it, this is why they pushed this tattoo and body tattoo and piercing things, So after generations, when this becomes a normality, a chip implant into the brain doesn't sound that crazy.
But also, this new generation has grown up with the internet and phones. We didn't. So we don't see it as a cumbersome device we have to carry. We're like, wow, we get to carry this device and it has all the stuff on it. As opposed to kids now, they've no idea, not having access to that kind of information or tools or whatever with you at all times.
What they have no idea is that kind of world where when these things did not exist, they don't know how that world looks like. Like the world in the 80s. It was very different.
All this stuff is
I've seen
all these
they have-
cyberpunk games and cyberpunk type movies. Your sci-fi, like all this stuff has been talking for a while. Looking, basically, you can see with augmented reality and shit like that. Like that's the future we're headed into right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm partial. Like maybe I'm like a Gemini on this, right? I see the benefit and the double-edged sword of it. Like, who's in charge of that technology ultimately? That's a problem. Ease of use and how cool it could be. When I think, wow, that's another whole different rabbit hole. Because I think maybe they're creating technology which should be freely, abundantly capable within our human body already. We're just taught not to use it, to pay for their version of it. But that's.
No, like people used to be able to just use telepathy to communicate wirelessly at any distance, and now we have to do it electronically. We've been dumbed down and taught not to use that part of our brain.
Well, right. Everyone knows that they've all been dialing someone's number and that person calls them. We've all done that so many times. What are the statistical likelihood of that happening that many times? Come on.
The fingerprint reading sensor is now on the screen of your phone. right?
Yeah, you just have to look at
no,
stuff,
yeah,
man.
I know. That's how my phone is too. Yeah, it's not like an extra button. It's right there in the screen.
Now, let me tell you something. They have a technology where they put some sensors on the head of a cat. They show an image to that cat, and those sensors are reading the image which the cat sees with her eyes. Those sensors are reading the cat's brain, and they show it on a computer screen.
Well, that's got to be the same technology that they've already talked about being able to take pictures of your pictures of your dreams.
Sensors. Yeah. This kind of sensors, they already have them in the mobile phone.
Sounds like Westworld.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've because I never take selfies, or I never ever on any phone. I'm just not that kind of person. I never use the camera that faces me, on the forward facing camera, or so I taped that thing. But I'm like, I'm guessing this thing's looking at me through the screen, not through that little fucking hole.
Yeah, through the screen.
No, you know what I mean? That hole right there
I
that
know,
I taped.
yeah,
That's the one.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
the one that's for me. The one that's for them looks straight through the screen.
Yeah. It has something with electrostatics and this kind of stuff, because the phone detects your finger when it approaches the screen, and it has also pressure sensors. It's crazy.
Well, all the new, ever since a couple of phones ago, all the new Android phones or the Google phones, they went to like where they have to use gesture navigation. Like you can turn off gesture navigation and use buttons, but it has to be in the phone, which means like, so I mean, the one forward-facing lens, I have it taped, but gestures still work. So,
That
clearly,
gesture stuff is old.
watching through the screen.
You know that gesture stuff? That's old stuff.
Yeah.
I remember I had a phone that had that, and that's like I don't know how many years ago. All the new gesture stuff they're talking about. That's been
Well,
out
I'm
for a
not saying
while.
that that's brand new. Like I said, that's been a few phones ago, but ever since then, they have to have that.
What I guess what I'm saying is, think about they didn't really release it in all the phones until they could get what they wanted from it. Because it's not like that stuff wasn't there. They just didn't. They wanted to get something out of it for them.
Yeah.
So they had to go back in there and fine tune it, find what they could take from you.
Well, it's really smart. When I saw that a few years ago, that Google was doing that, making that mandatory, right away, the thing that came into my mind, because like I said, I tape lenses. I was like, does that mean if I tape my lens, it's going to make me have like no control over my phone? Like you can only use it if it's allowed to stare at you?
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently they don't need to read your addresses or read your data. They can apparently read the pixels off your screen and then compare those pixels to other known databases of other things that can bring up a website or bring up whatever. They don't need the actual website address. They can literally read the pixels on your screen. So while everyone's talking about securing the camera and taping the camera, that's fine. You're not protecting the pixels on your monitor that can be read.
I don't know. I just when it comes to like the cover case that I bought has a lens cover for the other side also. I just always try to keep that shit covered unless I'm using it for something that I want. When I do tape, when I do tape, I use like painter's tape, so it really easily peels off. I can use it. I can stick it back on.
Wait, the fact that gestures still work has been blowing my mind for the past 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's all over. Like, again, they're not going to basically give out these phones for not free, but for a monthly fee. But it's cheap enough that everyone has one. They're all black boxes and do mostly the same thing. They're not going to be releasing that unless they have something to gain for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
tell
Like
you,
they had that gesture stuff for a while. I don't think they had it dialed in right where they could get what they wanted out of you. So just imagine all the because what we type and what the screen says, that's all fine and who really cares. But when you can set your phone down and it, who knows how far out it can read for all these gestures that it supposedly senses.
Yeah, right.
If you want the best experience from your phone, Lou, you have to buy that head gasket where you put your phone inside it and you will use it as a virtual reality helmet.
Yeah, just tape it to just
try that one. And you'll see that the phone screen is focusing the light, is adapting the light and everything to project inside your eye. It's reading your eye movements and stuff like that, and the way your eye is focusing.
Yeah. No, dude, like since the beginning of Galaxy phones, they've had like the Retina sensor and stuff like that, it knows if you're looking at the screen and keeps the screen on. Like that always creeped me out. I'm like, this thing is literally reading your retina from, and if you know anything like about gambling, it knows you can get a lot of tells from somebody's eyes.
Oh yes. Yeah.
So they could, like, for example, if some kind of news company sets out some article, would they be able to? Well, of course they would, but they could sell the data of what caught your eye in the article, and
They do.
Where you looked it at the most, or they could use it even in a video.
That's part of it. Like, okay, so instead of an article, let's say you're advertising a product, right? Like they've shown you an advertisement, and they can see right away if it's something that you like or dislike based off of how your eyes react. If and so now they know that this is something you're interested in, and then they can direct more things like that to you. And they're selling that. That's what these things are made for, basically, is for advertising, collecting data, directly advertise. It's a way for companies to make money off of you, and to be more efficient in their advertising and directing their sales.
Have you tried that with just your thoughts before?
Yeah, it works. It works. They read your thoughts. Yeah,
dude, I swear
had this happen. This one, it's very long time ago. Yeah.
It happened to me like 2 weeks ago. Like I didn't type anything in. Well, I guess I did buy something, but right after I bought it, it showed up on my phone. But my phone's not attached to anything that could read a transaction, so I have no clue how it knew I bought this item, and it just showed up.
I just talked about this.
What I hate is why do they send you ads for something you just bought? That happens to me all the time. I hate it.
How does it know I bought it?
I think it has something to do with the Wi-Fi resonance frequencies. They can read somehow the brain waves, alpha brain waves and stuff like that.
No, okay. Just about a month ago, maybe some of you were here.
Yeah.
I dropped my daughter off and on at her mom's, and on my way home, I was driving behind a Jeep because I've been thinking about possibly getting a new car, and this one Jeep, I was like, that one looks pretty. That looks pretty nice. It's all-wheel drive. I live in like a snowy climate. I was thinking in my head, like maybe just that might be a good car for me. I was looking at its height, because I got a low overhead door on my garage. I was like, that looks low enough that it would still fit. And I was just thinking that in my head. Less than I don't know, I want to say 2 hours later, not even. I got a text message on my phone for a Carfax report for the same Jeep that I was looking at and considering buying.
Oh my God! Yeah, it's no
That's
coincidence. Yeah,
crazy.
Like the same car or the
Same car, the same car with a Carfax report and a price on it.
Holy crap, that's crazy. I've had some weird stuff like very close to that, but nothing that is like max level.
Talking about a YouTube video suggestion. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about a text message with an actual fucking Carfax report for a car that's being sold. The price, the price of it and its history. Blah 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 blah. Freaked me out. And I came in here and I told people about it, and they're like, and half the people were saying that I was just paranoid, and it's just because that's how good AI is I'm that predictable. Fuck you. Fuck, like I didn't say anything out loud. I didn't search anything. My phone couldn't see the car in front of me even. Okay, like it like how the hell did it do that?
Yeah, also the fact that it's a text message and not some like suggestion for something. A text message? That's next level.
Well, I've seen this documentary about Predpol in USA, and they showed how the AI instructed the police officers to patrol on certain streets at certain hours and legitimate certain person, and they sent some police officers on a residential area at like 12 o'clock, and there was a guy, like some black Jamaican guy with Rasta hair and stuff, like obviously not from that kind of neighborhood, he didn't belong there. And when they legitimate him, they found he was wearing a stolen Rolex. He had some drugs on him, and I think a knife or something like that. And when they check him up, he was released on parole, So, and when the police were searching him, he started crying like, "Oh, come on, man! I got some little weed on me. You're gonna put me back in?" He knew he got in trouble. But yeah, how did the AI knew to send those policemen right at that time? And they were instructed at 12 o'clock to be there on the street, Yeah. And there was nobody else on the street, only that guy and the police.
Wasn't there a recent court case that exonerates Snowden and Assange to say that the NSA had been spying on people, breaking the law? They break the law when they do that. When they just fish and trawl through metadata.
No, they want us to believe that they are breaking the law and that nobody has the right to surveil on us and stuff like that. Actually, that's not true.
So it's in the small print of your when you buy your phone, that they can use all your
Yes. This is what the corporations are pushing, because these businesses are based on secrecy, like intellectual property. You have to pay to use that IP, and you commercialize it. So you are in this business program, but if you just do it by yourself, then you are a pirate.
Okay, so I've got an app that will not allow my phone to go to Twitter or to YouTube or to any of these sites. It goes to it takes the data and gives it to me, but my phone is not connecting to that. My phone is quite unique, I think. It's a contract phone, so I'll be getting rid of it in September. Then I'm getting the Linux phone, the Pine phone. And I've got an app that tells me if, because my phone is so locked down, I've got an app that tells me when the microphone gets activated. It actually alerts me immediately. Or when my camera is in use.
Yeah.
And you know,
Phone is that?
I've got a Sony Xperia.
Oh.
So last year, I mean, before that I was kind of aware, but last year when all these things started happening, I got so angry at everything. You know, I just thought, well, enough is enough. When YouTube banned me, they said I could make an appeal. And I think the message that in my appeal, telling them exactly what they can go and do, I suppose they never read it, because now I was already banned. Why would they bother? Yeah. I just think it's ludicrous that somebody should know what you're doing in every minute of the day, even when you're sleeping.
Yeah. Well, what's even more ludicrous about that is their data, not yours. You do not have the right to ask for what information they collected on you.
Yeah.
So you do have a right, though, to have your information scrubbed, or is that just a fallacy as well? Because you cannot.
You can ask for them to delete data and stuff like that. All they do is delete it for your ability to see it. They still have it.
Yeah.
But what traction does that give them?
If you hack your ISP, you will find all your data in their server.
Still, what
all the logs. Yeah.
What does that allow them to? You know, what can they do with that?
They're building basically an artificial intelligence you inside of a simulation is basically what they're doing.
So they can target better ads to you.
That's like the reason they tell you. There's more than it's more what's the right word? Well, it's dangerous basically. That's not the right one, but it's
insidious.
It's more insidious than that, yeah.
It's so they know what conditioning responses are going to work on you the best. What you're going to be most susceptible to. So they know how to control your mind and make you decide what they want you to decide.
I don't have ads on my computer. I don't have ads on my phone. I have ad blocker. I have never
They don't just use ads.
No, I don't see ads.
That means you actually cannot look any kind of websites, because some websites do not allow you to visit if you have an ad blocker, so you can't visualize those websites.
Then that is the price that I pay.
Yeah,
I realize
these
that.
kind of websites are actually websites where you find like hacker forums, piracy stuff, things that are free, but they are flooded with a lot of advertising also because, these are like individual people. He's trying to make some information accessible, like movies, music, everything, you just go and download from them. But they must put all these ads on their website because they get money to keep all this server up online, you know.
To get clicks.
So yeah, it's a compromise, you know.
So I buy stuff from Wayfair. I bought things for my garden and other things. And there is if you go on there, they say you don't have to pay cash for whatever you're buying. You can split the payment, and there's a company called Klarna. And so a Swedish friend was telling me a few days ago that the Klarna data got so messed up that when people went in to see their data, they saw somebody else's data, but not their own. And it was a massive scandal in Sweden. I've been looking to see if there's any news of that, because now I've noticed that Klarna on other websites as well. So they're offering you, credit, basically.
Yeah.
And nobody even talks about that, and I think that is so prevalent. Like data getting lost or exposed or stolen.
Yeah. Well, I bankrupted a airline company. I bankrupted, there was a company in the early 2000s that you register and you make all sort of, you become like an affiliate, you know, promote all sort of websites and products and stuff, and they give you a percentage. Yeah, I them and I bankrupt them too. You know, like I took quite a lot of money from them. I mean, yeah, I just got into their server and I play with the numbers. So I put all those numbers in my account and they sent me the money after that. Like, yeah. Like I did all that work, you know.
It's probably a good thing I never learned to code or hack. It's probably a good thing.
Yes. I mean, it steals your soul very quickly, like these financial powers, you know. I mean, money are very, very seducing people. You fall down that pit very quickly because, yeah, everybody, I mean, money in this world, they don't better your life, but it affects your lifestyle a little better. Gives you.
I just want a simple life. I just want to be a hermit, grow some carrots, talk to the bunny rabbits. You know, I am quite misanthropic. I don't really like people. Yes, I can do fine with my own company. So
when my city football team had a soccer match with an Italian soccer team, they had to go to Italy to fly. I sold them all the tickets to all those players and the whole plane. Like the company got no money for that, like the airline. For those.
I mean, the majority of crime today in the world is actually electronic. It's not a robber running into a bank with a balaclava with a gun in his hand, saying, "Hand over the money." It's these Nigerian princes and these Romanian bad boys.
PCUSA.com. I mean, it's
printing money and loaning it back to the people that they give it to at interest. Oh, wait, that's the Federal Reserve.
Mm-hmm.
I would say there's plenty of crimes happening in Congress, but that's another story.
Those criminals get off while the small-time crooks get the bag. They're the ones that get pinned while the big kingpins at the top get off scot-free.
And NSA, actually, they are hackers, they are scammers, they are all of these things. But at a governmental level, they are like legal doing it. NSA, I don't see it like some sort of what its abbreviation means, National Security Agency. It has nothing to do with that.
No, so when this court case came to its conclusion, they said that Snowden should be given a hero's welcome, and he should be allowed to come back into the country.
NSA, I think, about a governmental program to fight against any private company that manages to write some sort of new code, create some sort of platform which they cannot control it. Like, they have to know everything.
So about the Edward Snowden thing, when he left, I saw politicians on the TV saying how they would hang him for treason. They wanted his head.
Yeah.
Okay. So now the thing is that whole Edward Snowden thing, think about it. You know how hindsight makes things a little more clear. And I thought of this a long time ago, but it's just what really came out of that whole Snowden thing? Nothing changed. The NSA it came out that the NSA was spying on their girlfriends and on you.
Yeah.
Illegally, right? Nothing happened. They didn't say you have to stop doing that. All they did when Congress or whatever it was, they made it so that was now legal. Okay, so everything that Snowden said that they were doing that was illegal is just now legal. It was their way of. It was their
But
way
also, and I wouldn't say nothing happened. Didn't they get a budget increase?
Yeah. Right. Because now it was legal. Because now they had to spy on millions of more people because it was now legal to spy on Americans.
I heard someone else talk about it. It was just it's a way for them to get it off their chest, and for people to go, yeah, they're spying on me. Who cares? I'll just let them do it.
Yeah.
It's a way to for us to just accept it and just move on.
Before, yeah,
it's like, okay, they told me. I don't really care now. Who really cares about this? As long as they don't take my guns, whatever. They just keep moving the line over and over and over.
The thing is also when it happened, like I said, the politicians, especially the conservatives, were talking about hanging this dude, like wanting him dead. And if you really think he could have just escaped and gone and done all these interviews and shit without the United States catching up with him, if they wanted him dead, he'd fucking be dead. This stuff wouldn't be out there with him doing YouTube videos and freaking videos on who knows, like with news companies, freaking Al Jazeera and whoever else, right?
We can chase Osama bin Laden in a pickup truck across the desert, but we can't find Edward Snowden.
Yes, exactly. They did 10 years finding that guy, if he was even real, right? 10 years finding bin Laden. Come on, man.
Easy,
come on, man.
Yeah, and then they went into his compound and found him on the very top floor with only women and children in the house, and they had to shoot him in the head.
And they couldn't show you the video because it's too graphic, but just trust us,
Yeah, and they threw him out in the ocean because, why would we take him
but they'll
with
show
us?
you messages, apparently, on TV, but they won't show you the biggest terrorist getting shot in the head. Yeah.
The sharks ate him.
Or the body, yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Okay, but didn't a lot of those special ops who went that night in that helicopter, didn't they end up killing themselves?
They
That's
died,
what I
right? They died in a helicopter
There's a
crash.
high rate of accidents and stuff.
It's a really weird story after all.
Yeah, like that SEAL Team 6, like, a high rate of suicide,
SEAL Team
accidents, all kinds of. There's a helicopter that killed like half of them, like a helicopter crash.
Mm-hmm.
High rate of sacrifice, suicide, you mean?
Yeah.
It's a good story.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they were just the SEAL team. You know, apparently the most trained men to take abuse in the world. They just kill themselves.
I wonder how much of a threat lone wolves are. You know, I know there's the pipeline shutdown was very sus, and they did say afterwards that they paid a ransom of millions to get the pipeline hack removed. That's what happened, isn't it?
Lies.
Yeah, the
They paid
manual
each other
pipes.
a couple of million.
Yeah, there was a there's so much going on in the world, but they did say afterwards that I think it was 3, maybe 5 million. They were held to
Yeah.
ransom, and I see in Florida there's people showing their cars are on like a quarter tank.
That's like a hacker trying to hold you up for 5 million and saying they're taking your microwave captive when all you gotta do is just open it. Like that was the most ridiculous story I've ever heard. All those
it's a manual
controls are
thing.
manual. on
Yeah,
the
what the are people like
pipeline.
mentally? Well, yeah, I was going to say they're mentally ill. Yes, they are.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. And I live next to a lumber yard. Well, not a lumber yard, but it turned into one. So it's I don't know what it is. It's like a kind of like a shipping area where they just offload all the lumber and put them onto trucks. And it's plain as day. It's out in the open. Everyone can see it. It's higher than the rest of the buildings at this point. I don't understand how people just don't see it.
Yeah, well, but you know when you go to get some water, you put your hands underneath the tap, and you just pray for the water to come out instead of turning the nozzle. That's how it usually works, isn't it? God. Oh, we're in the world ahead, bro. Terrorists controlling the actual nozzle. Oh,
I don't know, but you know, my work involves me logging into a national database, and this database that I work with, it's got physical and mental health data, all in one easy, accessible place. Not only that, the social services departments can all look at the data on there, no restriction, and the police can do the same. So, I mean, a couple of years ago when people were talking about that, there was a lot of talk and people were quite outraged. So in the UK, you are opted in automatically for data sharing across, all these services. So everything is integrated. And if you don't specifically, and if you don't specifically opt out, and nobody tells you, they don't come and knock on your door and say, "Oh, hey, by the way." So if you don't go through the process of opting out, it's the same with organ donation. They've gotten around in the UK now to legislating that when you die, your body is no longer your property. So they can remove your organs, and you have opted in unless you opt out.
That's the same here. That's the way it's always been. Like for organ donor, when you go get your driver's license, you can get that organ donor sticker is the way it used to be. Nowadays, it's not a sticker. It's just you check the box or not, and then it goes into there. If you don't, except for I think here it's an opt-in, not an opt-out, I believe. Yeah, but they're see, a lot of people don't fill it out at all. Actually, I'm sorry. You can opt in or out when you first get your license. You can also change it when you renew your license. But if you don't fill it out at all, which you can do when you originally get your license, if you don't fill it in at all, then they do whatever they want with you. Yeah, they can harvest anything they want.
Fertilizer.
There was, I know when I got my license, they had the sticker, right? And that was, even with normies that back then, think of how times have changed. Normies, when I first got my license, high school age, 16 years old, said don't ever opt in as a donor or be for organ donor, because if you do, they'll just let you die if something happens. That was normies.
Yep.
Yeah, I've heard that quite a bit from, like, they don't give you certain medical treatments that would extend your life if you're on your deathbed. They just cut you off.
But look at people today. The shit that they're letting them get away with. Normies would tell you, when you get your license, make sure not to do this. Because if you get into a car accident, they'll let you die.
Yeah, well, it's also how the fiscal budget is structured. I think the cutoff here is something like £30,000. If it's not going to prolong your life with at least 15 years, chances are you won't make it. As far as some major surgery and post-op treatment, if it exceeds a certain amount and the payoff doesn't exceed something like 15 years, then it's just like, oh well, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah, we have whether people think it or not, there's like a price on our heads. Not like someone is trying to kill us in a sense, but we have an estimated price above our heads, and all this data that these things gather, that it also tells them, what we're going to contribute to their system. So they weigh all these risks and, how much should we help this person? How long should this person live? What kind of, poison should I be feeding this person? And they just keep running that over and over again. I think that's how they got to determining all these factors of when you live, when you die, when you should receive this.
It's a game. They already have insurance on your death as soon as you're born. People should look that up.
Also, corporations, companies can take out. There's a special type of insurance plan policy that they can take out on their employees without their employees even knowing about it. They don't have to sign anything, but they can take out life insurance policies on their employees and collect benefits on the death.
And gamble on it too. There's they've got these special people that determine, when people should die. It's fucking real awesome and twisted in the head.
There's clearly something. You hear all the different conspiracy theories when it comes to things about, like sex trafficking or human trafficking, I guess, or like organ harvesting, or when it comes to abortion, stem cell research, like all of this. There's something clearly going on when you put all of this stuff together. Number of missing people, the government's interest in, or corporations' interest in like what happens with your body, like all this stuff somehow fits together, and you get all kinds of conspiracy theories that I think they're dancing around the truth, and then they're filling in a whole bunch of blanks with these wild stories, so they sound like lunatics, but they're close to something. Like they're just not putting it all together.
They made it matter too much for us to ignore it.
I was going to say, you can check it out. As soon as you're born, you have insurance policy for your death. This is not me making it up. You can check it out. Anybody can.
As far as I'm concerned, economies they are like an organic thing. So economies must be allowed to contract at some point. That's just the way nature works. And if everything wasn't so rigged, and if we didn't have these thieves, these robbers who were robbing us day in and day out, they tax us while we sleep. Then it's because they are looking at demographics. They are saying, well, we've got this many in this age bracket and this many in that age bracket. Oh, God, we've got too many old people. They all have to die. Because they must be making their projections like 10, 20, 30, whatever years ahead. And so now we've reached that critical mass where the demographics just aren't right anymore. So, Soylent Green, if you're over X
I forget what the actual technical term is, but when you said there's people making predictions about when and what demographics are going to go, there's a special name for them. I forget what the technical name is, but yeah.
So they are so pernicious that they will not allow these economies to. I mean, look at Europe, the superstate. That is such a complete clusterfuck. Excuse my French. In terms of the economy of it, in terms of how they regulate everything and over-regulate and steal and rob their people, and they will not let their economies contract. So if you have that many older people in your demographic, and not that many people are adding to the tax coffers, then your economy has to contract, and that can be like, it can shift your economic activity. It can happen in so many ways, but they don't want that. They just want things to continue because it's what they want. That's the way it has to be for them, for their ease and for their comfort. So this whole invasion of Middle Eastern people into Europe, to augment the workforce, that is all about economics. It's got nothing to do with bleeding liberal, bleeding heart liberals. It's all follow the money.
Yep.
They are basically saying that older people have no value to society. That is how evil they are.
Well, it did have value, but they don't have enough money to pay them anymore. So that's why you get what we have now. Is pretty much just killing it. If you look at some of the reports of the things going on, I read like the average age of all the death was, I think it was about 60 to 70. So they're just killing off people that the government owes money to. They don't have the money to give them.
They do, they just don't want to give it.
Well, in the 50s when it was the era when people were recovering from the war and the world was returning to a semblance of normalcy, the phrase, the American dream, I don't know if that American dream, was like a thing before then, but mothers didn't used to work. It wasn't like now mom and dad in a family, they both have to work. The children are raised virtually by strangers. Family time is like so at a premium. And now it's been further eroded by this invasion of technology, where people would rather spend time, staring at a screen instead of talking to each other. So, and now I remember a German woman saying that there was a massive influx of foreigners into the country who were given, money, housing, education, and this was taxpayer funded. And her husband couldn't even think of having a child because in their situation, even though they both held down full-time jobs, they just didn't see their way clear to her stopping work to have a baby. That would have such a huge financial impact on them. So it's destroyed, it's destroyed the nuclear family. And the world is not a better place for it.
Yeah, they do that. They create hate as well. You just see somebody come in, they did the same thing here. See, like, dudes that have been here for like 6 months, can't even say hello, hi in English, how's your day? He's driving a $100,000 car. I'm like, what the it doesn't work. Okay. That's how they do it. They just chop here, chop there.
Yeah, it's all very dystopian. I mean, if you... My brother is one of those people, and he's got a very high IQ. I was always in his shadow as a child. My very smart elder brother. And, he's got this view that one day we will be driving like flying cars, and he thinks the system will just carry on and things will become more dystopian and advanced, like some science fiction story.
The Jetsons.
Yeah. And I don't see humanity surviving this. It's an unnatural state that we find ourselves in. That is my contention.
It's a bad state of affairs.
Yeah, growing up in Africa, I'm used to when I was a kid, I'm used to open spaces, not a lot of people surrounding, and now I'm living in Babylon, and I have to say it's a trash life in this rat race. It really is.
Anything goes in Babylon, as I say.
It's just such a treadmill, that you don't really have time to enjoy the simple things. People are so far removed from the natural world, from sitting under a tree in the sunshine, staring up at the clouds.
They don't really find joy in that anymore as well, which is the other thing. The system's crap as it is, but people don't find joy in, as you said, sitting down, looking at the sky, or going out for a picnic, whatever, for a walk or something like that,
Yeah.
It's like they need their own personal chord gesture or something like that. I don't know.
I went on the Gutenberg Library and I read some of Socrates' stuff. It's a long time ago. But they describe Socrates where he lived. The men would come and they would sit, and Socrates had this vine, so there was some shadow there for them to sit and talk, talk stuff, talk about stuff. And when I came to this server, I thought it was so amazing to hear men talking about this, that, and the other. And it's sort of I had this impression, that's like how it used to be in the day of Socrates.
They managed to pervert that and take it away.
I don't know. Was it inevitable that we would reach this point where these evil people are telling us the world is overpopulated and we are staring, at a situation that resembles a coal? People said after the First and Second World War, "Oh, we must remember what happened here so that it could never happen again." But what the hell exactly is going on here right now?
Well, the remembering part is not really functioning. Even from their point of view, even the ones that are not very kind, are just some are blatantly evil. They call this the sort of the, what do they call it? It's like the omega point. So they're gonna find out if they can get away with it or not.
But do you think they have the wherewithal to orchestrate this on the level that they are doing? Did they all get the blueprints like 10 years ago, and they all maneuvered themselves into position, and they're all singing from the same hymn book, so to speak?
Yeah. Well, as far as I know, they operate around 500 to 600 years ahead, and that's from what I know, documentation that I have.
But so then,
not the 50 or 100 years, 500-600 years. The plan.
So then these are not the plans of man.
Well, it's kind of both. They've got their, sort of out their view of whatever this place is meant to be like, and their own way that they perceive, the creator or God, whatever you want to call him. The ones up the top just are kind of, they're just like the ones up the top. Some are good, some are bad, some of them are just laughing. But the ones that are like perpetrating this, they have plans with like 500 to 600 years of worth of planning ahead.
Yes, but considering that they are just mere mortals, just like everybody else, a bus can run them over. What is it with the world? Is it because we have strayed so far from the good book that people don't even consider that there might be, this another plan that's also in action? Are they so? What do they think they are immortal?
No, they just stick to I say it on here a lot. Like a few people do things, and they can control just say 80%. The 10% us like us, and the other 10% are them. The problem is the other side. That's 80%. Most people don't put anything into motion. That's the problem. These people put things into motion physically and metaphysically, and they know how to do it properly. So, we sort of dissuade from doing something, just say physically, whether it's intellectually or going out and just saying no with our voices, whatnot, because somebody upstairs has got a plan and leave it to him. But the other thing is, the guy upstairs has let you be here so you can make up your mind what you're going to do. If you're going to do something, what you're going to do. And when they say, we wrestle not, against flesh and blood, but, it's a spiritual battle. People don't know how to engage in that. Very few people. And they do. When they get together, they put energy into it. This is the thing that people don't realize. That
I watched that The Creature from Jekyll Island this morning about the formation of the Federal Exchange.
Oh, yeah. That was just, I don't know. So nobody did anything, even when they found out.
Well, it's a bit late now.
Oh, yeah, I know, but even back then, like, it's kind of every generation sort of has a little bit of a glimpse. So when they did that in 13 or whatever, and then in 33, they told everybody give their gold in. Everybody went and did it. It said every person, so everybody didn't say every man or woman. Everybody's a person. Everybody went and did it. Why did everybody go do it? This is the thing. Back then, so in that time, they got told to give something in, and with just somebody saying something, they went and gave up their wealth. You can keep a couple of coins, but do this. It's just like now. We'll let you go outside, if the wind doesn't blow and there's no strains, this or that. But we'll keep you safe. With just a word, they're doing this. This is the problem. I don't know how it's, yeah. Most of the things that they've done, if one is honest, they have done it with just speaking words, and we have the public at large have been silly enough to buy the meal ticket and not have anything to eat when said meal ticket is given to them, and cause trouble for themselves and for other people like themselves from a different nation or whatever concept you want to buy into.
Yeah, but when the pains really starts getting unbearable, I mean, people have been talking for 2 or 3 years now about an impending food shortage due to various weather patterns and whatnot. Then what are they going to be left with? A lot of dead people and a lot of people that have just like woken up suddenly and seen what's going on.
They won't do that. They can't have that happen because that's a major incident and a cleanup task, and even as retarded as they are, they know they are they can't escape. The cosmic law that that initiates on them. You know what I mean? You can't. Yeah, you can't stop food for the world and expect to be to obfuscate and say we did our karmic thing, blah 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 blah. They can do it with propaganda and with lying about this and that, but with blatant stuff like that, they can't do it.
Yeah, but they haven't really leaned on us that hard, They can still go a long, long way. Like reduce us all to bread and water.
Have you heard of this thing called Holodomor? I don't know. I'm not even trying to say this right. Holodomor? I've never heard about it until I looked it up like a couple days ago. In the Ukraine, that's such a bad food shortage that the adults were eating their own children. And this was in the 1930s.
Yes, I have heard about that.
I've never taught this to me at any point in time. But I don't think anything would keep them from doing that because it's not on them. It's like it's not their duty to feed us. So I don't think they would accept any kind of moral.
No, it's not them
whatever
feeding us.
they say.
If they're stopping food trade, and if they are telling farmers you cannot do your farming, then it's not going to be on the ones up the top saying giving
if they
the
own
orders.
the farm, then why does that matter? If it's theirs and they own the land and they own the farmland,
So
we didn't pick this.
Nobody owns the farmland here.
Well, I'm saying,
you're a tenant. You're a tenant. Listen. On the title deed, you're a tenant on your own land.
I'm not talking about our land. I'm talking about Bill Gates. Like, let's say he owns the seed, he owns the farm that it's grown on, because most of the farmers lease the property. Who's to say that it's their responsibility to keep that there? It's theirs. They can do it as they please. If they just take that all away, well, it's on us to get our own food.
Well, so how do you lose control of the land then when you don't produce a son who will come after you and farm? If you're just a tenant.
It's because people haven't got their their papers in order and contracts and all the rest of it. But yeah, what I wanted to say before is, if they are going up to people, even if you're a tenant and whatnot, and they're coming up to you and they're scaring you, they're telling you have to close your farm or you can't grow crops or this or that, that they are enforcing their will on you. That's that goes back on them. You cannot,
well, the thing is, I'm sorry. The thing is, we need to take back our right, and that's what I'm learning how to do myself. So everybody in the U.S., I suggest you start studying Title 42, Section 1983, violation of rights under the color of law. I'm preparing to file federal lawsuits against these ruthless gangsters in these pseudo agencies.
Yep. Well done, Sonny.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'll be doing.
God bless you.
So I get up and study it every morning, and see, people need to start studying, because the reason they pulled the wool over our eyes is because we were ignorant. We didn't know the language they were using. We didn't know they were doing these contracts without against our will, without being given full disclosure of the agreement. They what is it called? Tacit. No, they consider what implicit. No, they consider us as having given them implicit right, like to do these things, like that. Our consent was implicit consent. So in all these contracts, they assume that we consented to all of it because we didn't say no to the contract or demand to see the entire contract or know all of the functions of the contract. Right?
Yep, because it's
doesn't that void a contract if you were duped into it?
Yep. Any a lie in a contract vitiates the whole thing. But this is the thing. They tell people the system is like this, is like a don't go and file a suit, whatever. I would say you can go do it and it costs you like, a couple of dollars to do it. You have the right to do it, and even those guys that sit up there will have to obviously, if you just ask the correct questions, they'll rule in your favor. But nobody's doing it. This is the thing. Nobody does these things. It's again that they scare you with whatever it is. Oh, if you go there, the judges like this and like that, blah 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 blah. I used to work in the court.
Yeah, so once these people realize that they're human beings, natural persons, just like I am a living spirit, that they can actually be held liable as a natural person. And in a contract, if they're saying, like, if they cause damages, this is my take on it. If they cause you damages, like of life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and your property, then they can be held liable for the same amount, because in a contract, if they're saying you owe them something, there needs to be collateral to back up what they're saying. So that means if they're saying I owe them $100,000, then I can hold that individual, actually every single human being that touched that case can be taken to task personally as a human being. And when they realize that they will have to put up the collateral of that $100,000 and give over title to their house and their car, then they'll start acting a little bit differently, won't they? Yeah, so that's what I'm going to be doing.
Good.
That's what I'm doing. And they started treating me a lot better, even though I know they're not filing the papers I request to be filed, because they assume, like, if you're giving them paperwork, you have to do the same thing a lawyer does. But if I'm not a lawyer, I'm not held to the same accountability.
You're not a
so
part of the...
I'm going to start demanding receipts and all of the stuff until I take them to court, in federal court. And I have the precedents in the federal court cases from the 9th Circuit District that cases were won against these types of organizations for the same thing I'm going to be doing.
So the main thing is, bro, just hold them in their individual capacity and they cannot run. You go after the man or the woman. You put their name in proper and you go after them. You cannot, it's like trying to sue McDonald's.
Yeah, so it's all under duress. Like what they're doing to people is they're extorting money. They're threatening people.
Yep.
Yeah, they're threatening. So you're under coercion to do what they say. Their authority is only imaginary. They don't have the authority only because we go, if we agree to their authority, then they have it. So it's such a racket, man. It's such a racket.
So law and policing is done by consent. And this is written down in their law. good on you, Sonny, for changing your tune, bro. Like, God bless you. You sound like proper. Yeah, fired up, bro. It's good.
Yeah, I have to be because, literally my life is like they're trying to take my life from me. Literally. Like take almost everything I have.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I know, brother.
If I have to spend my last waking hours up until the end, I know what my purpose is now. And I may just be one person, but I'm going to do everything I can do. And I'm going to study. I'm going to learn how to do these things. And then I'm going to help other people to do it.
Straight away, when you put that in, you put in what you want your compensation to be. And for your time and effort and all the rest of it. Bills of the lading. But as I said, bro, if you need any help, let me know.
Yeah, it's mostly just watching people who have done it before. There's plenty of videos. There's people that, so... Yeah, I'm going to be getting some help here and there to how to do the research, how to get the materials to show the precedent, how, it's mostly about clearly defining what the damages to me were. And so that's probably going to take the most amount of time in the documents. But, yeah, we'll see. I'll keep you posted.
Hey, could you go back to the farmer? I was interested to hear more about what you were going to say on that.
If they with will forcefully stopping people to produce, and as they were doing before, like stopping people by force, going to work, like over here in Australia, they had the military, the police, except if you stood up for your few people, few and far between actually said something. And if you did, you could be on your merry way. But most people were actually stopped, and these guys would be physical with them too. So when you do that kind of stuff forcefully, it has an opposite effect to them. If they didn't do it like this, and they just went a bit of a different way without that force at the start, they probably would have been a lot further ahead.
What if they did it the other way around, where they paid them to do it and they agreed to it, as in paid to destroy their crops?
Yeah, destroy the crops. Yeah. Well, not really agree. You're making the choice under threat. It's like the mobsters coming around to your place telling you,
they're going to pay them to do it. Not threaten, but they're going to give them something for it.
Them. That's exactly what happens. They pay them.
I've heard stories where they will burn their crops, and
or leave them
sitting more for what they should have got.
I'm sorry, or leave them sitting in the train cars. Just let them all sit there to rot.
So would that work different?
So they're paying them full amount, and these pricks are saying, "Yeah, all right, I'd rather throw this all in the bin and not feed people or do my job." And is that what's happening?
Well, when they locked down, I saw farmers who were ploughing, crops that could have gone to market and just ploughing it back into the ground.
I haven't personally seen them destroy crops or burn their crops, but that's just a rumor that I've heard. So I'm wondering, because I don't know any of the legal stuff regarding it. All I know is that most of the farmers don't even. I don't know what the technical term is, where they lease their own.
I heard the same
property.
thing. I just want to see. Did you pick that up from the Crow House?
No, oddly enough, my sister told me, and she's a normie, so I don't. That's kind of weird.
I saw it on the Crow House about a farmer who, or the son of a farmer, who was talking about they're giving, like most farmers, they require subsidy money from the government to stay afloat, right? They buy the crops at a certain price, like and all that. The government send out a notice that they are to destroy their crops, and the government will pay them 1.5 times market price for their crop if they destroy their crops. If they do not destroy their crops, they will get nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's under them. So they're basically telling you, here, I'll give you more money, but if you don't, I'll make sure you're basically with your jocks and socks on on the street. That's like might as well being thrown in a war camp, POW.
See, well, for me, I want more information on that, though. Like, I've just got one hearsay person who says this, right? Like, I want to know of actual farmers. He's the son of a farmer. I want to know actual farmers who can show that letter, and I want to know what crops they grow. I want to know, like, what they're trying to tell them to destroy, because not all farmers are getting this, clearly, or we'd be hearing about it. It might be nothing. There might, who knows, like, I don't have enough details, basically.
Me neither. I don't state that it's true or false. I don't know.
If we as a people just whatchamacallit, I don't know, throwing shit away or kind of not doing what we would normally be doing, then I think we would have been further down the line than we are now.
Yes, but X, they are clearly trying to destroy the dollar.
They will. That's going to go. I've already stated this on here. If people listen, that's going to go down the tube. I said,
and now there's talk that the Facebook coin is going to become the new Fed coin. And then they will bring in universal basic income. But you will only get that if you sign up to their debt forgiveness.
You do understand that Facebook coin is not at all crypto, right? It's not. It's central bank e-currency. It's not crypto.
Yeah, I understand.
So they don't have to waste money on printing paper. They're going to take it away, aren't they?
If you think of who owns everything and who runs the Fed, I mean, that's the people and that's their plan. I was offered a free ebook on Amazon because I have Kindle, and it's by Klaus Schwab, and it's the Fourth Industrial Revolution. I'm thinking I'm going to download it now and read it.
Yeah, I would read it. Like, they tell you straight up what they want to do. I say to people, why are people using other people's stuff? Is anybody here part of the Federal Reserve, part of that secret society? Is anybody here part of the government? If you're not, why the F are you using their fucking toilet paper for money?
It's like Chuck E. Cheese tokens.
Well,
except for using them everywhere except for Chuck E. Cheese.
You can't blame people. There are people making fortunes off of this, and if you're smart, you get in and you get out at the right times. You can make a lot of money and do really good for yourself, your family, and if you want, a lot of other people too. But yeah, you're investing in the new beast system. You're giving them money to help to build the infrastructure they need.
Yeah. And when they devalue, what you make, you'll be left with what? Your jocks and your socks again.
Your jocks and your socks. But
yep. Nowhere to put your hands.
isn't one of the big
No pockets.
isn't one of the big things that they want to achieve is to take away people's autonomy. They don't want people with independent means. We must all be enslaved to the system.
Yeah, they want to do that, but this is what I'll keep on kind of. I don't know. I reckon somebody's going to like strangle me through Discord if we do not come together as people and stand up for one another, help each other out. We have no way in
Iggs, what
combating this.
percentage of people in this world do you think are awake at this point? It's less than 1/5. Do you agree?
Yeah, correct.
Is it 1/50th?
I've heard 5%.
I'm sorry.
Pretty
What percentage are we talking? I missed the question. What was that again?
So, what percentage of people at this point in time are actually awake to what is going on?
Yeah, I would actually say we're in fractions of percents there if we're actually awake, and even still, they're more
Definition
woke,
of the
they're more
awakening.
woke, but probably still misled in so many ways.
I say, even if people were to be greedy for themselves, yeah, even take it as like just a basic greed. Be greedy for yourself. Don't let them take your house and your job. And even though it's shit, do not let them do that. But people can't even have lost the ability, even though they're greedy have lost the ability to be greedy for themselves. I really can't understand.
Like if you were to say, that the type of people that we attract, not just everybody in this server, or that considers himself a flat earther, or maybe they're not a flat earther but they're woke to 9/11 or whatever. Everybody has their thing that they don't trust and they're woke to that. Like, how many people really see the full picture? There's that would literally be like
0.000.
Yeah, it's so who's really woke,
Yeah, that's the thing. So
The flat earthers are the really woke people. There are no other people that compares to us. I don't think there are.
there still can be a change made if people actually just get up, stand up.
We're not allowed to keep using that word woke. They hijacked that from us, and now if you say the word woke, your normal normie thinks that you're talking about like some transgender, like LGBTQ freaking thing. So, that's woke.
Yep.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that legal stuff is kind of the next step that people need to understand. I kind of read a little bit about it, but it's so much to wrap your head around. It's so hard to go through it all.
No, but my point is right. They are playing a psychological game, like Ig said earlier. It is, it's not as if they are already bashing our doors down and dragging us out and like doing whatever, jabs and whatnot. But they are going to have to make it seem so impossible for people to stand on their own feet that they will welcome the state intervention into every nook and cranny of their lives, to actually perceive that as their savior.
Yep. Up the top, they say fear is what regulates and what.
And I mean, we're nowhere near that yet, are we? Are we?
Nah. But they're planning to do this till 2025. Just saying. 2025.
A strain that continues to,
Yeah, constant lockdown.
yeah.
So 5
And
years
then
of
new one.
lockdown.
That's not even how germs and things work.
Yeah, exactly. But can I just want people to imagine 5 years of, because they'll shut everything down. They already did here again. So next time it's winter in the US, it will just go around again. Imagine 5 years of this, if people don't snap out of it, and what it's going to do to the children and all the rest of it.
Yeah, but at the moment,
Anybody
Fauci,
picks up 5 years of this?
at the moment, Fauci, the CDC, Bill Gates, they're all getting some stick. You know, their plans are not going really smoothly at the moment.
Yeah, because they took their foot off the thing. They, as I said, they pushed it way too far, and they just got, for lack of better terms, cocky.
Or desperate.
Yep. So now the thing is, after doing that to somebody, you're gonna sit there and just do nothing. What's it called? Has anybody heard of the I lost it. The Russian
Navalny?
no, the Russian Tsar, communist. The communist, not Lenin. Have you guys heard about Lenin and the chicken?
No, tell.
Okay, so this is only in a few psychology books. So Lenin had he was obviously he knew how to manipulate people. So he used to do this experiment to this chicken. He'd grab the chicken and he'd start plucking its feathers, and the chicken would be flapping and screaming and all the rest of it. He'd let it go, and then he'd get some corn, put it on the ground. The chicken would come, pick up the corn, and then he'd pick it up again, and then pluck it again, pluck its feathers away, and the chicken again would be screaming, yelling, flapping, and let it go. Then he'd grab some corn, hold it in his hand, and the chicken would come again, and keep on doing this thing to it. So that's Lenin and the chicken. I think that people should be a bit more intelligent than that, but if it was anybody else, like somebody went up to you and said, a stranger said, you can't go to work, or you have to wear this whatever on your face or whatnot, nobody would consider doing it. But for some reason, the TV is regulating everybody because there's no actual proper government in place. To me, I find it disturbing on a whole other level.
Yes. But if you have to go and sit down with some normie and try and talk these things through, I mean, we've literally taken years to get to this point where we know all this stuff, And there are people that are so pig ignorant.
Well, I try to think about it from their perspective. Like, if you put yourself where they're at, they've been wearing a diaper for a year, and they don't want to figure it out that they wore a diaper for a year for no reason. So they want to hold on to every reason that they think they wore a diaper for a year. So they don't want to let it go. That's why even when given the choice, they still wear the diaper because they don't want it to be for nothing.
But
yeah. Dude, okay, so at the gas station near my house, it took a little while after, it's been now a couple of months since the mask mandate in my state like went away. And it took, up until recently, like in the last few days, where the gas station near my house, even the workers, this is a big corporation too. It's Speedway, like SA Super America, like they're all Speedway Super America, big corporation. The workers in there are not wearing the masks. Even like the gay guy that's a clerk, like he's a liberal, right? Like he's not wearing a fucking mask. But I still see customers once in a while. Like most customers aren't wearing them, but some are going in. And I'm just like, I'm seeing this, and I really, really was tempted today just to be like, why are you wearing that? Like, the CDC said you don't have to. The state said you don't have to. This company right here said you don't have to. Like, why are you still wearing that?
Yeah, that's a good thing. What about if they start just say pumping the propaganda again, bro? Do you think people will start wearing it? Honestly,
100%. They'll go right back in a instant. Like it. I think it's pretty strong.
Yeah, because I know here I don't watch TV, and after that full moon, I went out to the shops, and as soon as I drove out, people walking by themselves around, nobody with a diaper on their face, and I couldn't believe it. And I asked somebody at the counter, I'm like, when did they start making you wear masks? And they're like, oh, apparently, there's a couple of cases here or something, that, and apparently they might, do another lockdown and mandate masks. I'm like, So they freed us up. They said, go about your business, whatever. And now again, and everybody, even the pets that they're walking are wearing masks. It's ridiculous. So this is what I'm asking. I know in America, it's, I hear some places are,
Yeah, it just feels to me like the next few months are going to be absolutely critical.
I think they have too strong of a grip. It sounds like I sound like a doomer, but from what I've seen so far and how lost people are and how much of a grip that these people have, that they're just going to flip right back on a dime. Just it's not really going to matter. I wish it did, but I just know it doesn't.
This what we're seeing right now is kind of like the calm before the storm. Like the fact that they've laxed all kinds of shit. Like it, there's two things about it. It's part of conditioning. They tighten and they loosen their grip.
Yeah.
And so right now they're loosening it. Spring and summer, blah blah blah. But they loosen the grip, and then wait, and you'll see these second strains, and the fact that we were too relaxed. You're going to see that being called, and we're going to have like some huge outbreak again soon. They're going to keep doing this for years.
It was all out.
Oh my gosh, and all these people have no idea how to look and see if any of it stands on anything substantial. That it's that they won't even look for any kind of proof. Like, is this thing real in the first place? They'll forget all about it, and they'll just keep. Don't you think? They'll just keep
they've
going
committed to the lie. If you've committed to it, they've got something to lose in that fight. It's like an emotional conditioning.
Yeah, dude.
It
Either
makes
real,
them literally lose their mind.
Either real or imagined. Yeah, like what they think.
Yeah.
It could be real or it could be imagined. It'll have the same effect.
What's crazy is how your body can manifest just thoughts, just not even physical things, just the thoughts of what you perceive.
They know up the top that a virus is only mental. That's why you have Bill Gates promoting it. Do you guys not see the irony?
Well, he's been mean too now, so.
To me,
that's the whole code behind it. You've got this dude that programs. Yeah, go, bro.
Higgs, to me, it doesn't seem like you said. You know, it doesn't seem. I don't know, what was the word you used?
Irony.
Irony, yeah. I don't see irony in it. I don't see it as irony. I see it as like almost exactly like how I figured it was several years ago.
Yeah.
Well, all I can say is I have read about the antidote, and I've heard what seem to be reputable scientists who are speaking about the fallout from this shit. They will be shed. And if you just come into someone's proximity, and that it is actually going to cause a total collapse of your organ, you'll be. It's pretty much like Ebola symptoms, where your pores will be leaking blood.
Yeah, great. So try not to be so cheerful.
Hey, what? What's going on now?
No, I will DM you the article. I mean, you know, I do not consume any mainstream media shit. I'm aware of what they're doing because I want to know my enemy and what he's up to, so that I don't interrupt him when I shouldn't. But the only news site that I basically visit is Zero Head, and it's only because of the commentary, you know, where people are like offering up like their points of view. I find that quite helpful for me. That's the last thing I always do every night before I sleep. I'm reading like the articles that have been posted during the day, and so I think the stuff that I have seen it sounds to me highly credible. That the antidote is the thing that is going to bring the havoc.
Yes. And they've been doing this for a while. It just really hasn't worked. Like since the 80s, since that whole debacle, that big lie that happened in the 80s with health about something that wasn't true. Anyway, yeah, interesting. I like what Lou said though earlier about the larger plan, because it's not like these individual things that are happening. That's what they want us to be struggling with, is these little things that are happening like all around us. They create all this havoc and chaos. Yeah, and then we are missing the entire big picture. But I get a feeling of the bigger picture, like what they're like, and it's still elusive, obviously. But I just get a sense there's some kind of energy that is pushing this thing, and it's bizarre. Like, what would do that? You know,
you're right on. It's the AI though. The AI is taking a life of its own. We're serving the AI. That's what it is. The AI is making the decisions. The AI is asking for the information it needs, and we're giving it to them.
I know that kind of sucks. I don't like that.
Sorry, bro, just quickly. Me personally, I know that AI hit singularity in the mid 1980s. And
I noticed it. You guys have noticed this, right? Like when interactions with like things online, like questionnaires or something.
They've had chatbots since like practically the beginning of the internet. People didn't know they were talking to bots. These things have been. This whole thing has been to freaking build up an AI. We're part of, like Ariel was saying, it's a big beta test. This whole thing is in a constant beta. When it actually goes to alpha, we're fucked.
So, actually,
turn off your shit at night is what I would suggest. Turn off all the Wi-Fi. Turn off all the Wi-Fi. That's what I did on mine. I learned how to do it, and I just went in there and turned off the Wi-Fi inside the router, and then only use a hard wire. So
I would say one thing that I would say that would hurry up and change things. If there is in one place a major city, so it doesn't matter if it's in the US, England, Spain, whatever, if there is one massive shitstorm by the people, it will catch on.
What do they say? It only takes 500,000 to start a revolution of like millions and millions.
No,
of millions
no. Well, maybe to start one, but no. I think I've heard like 10% of the population. 10% of the population is really all you need to have and like win a revolution.
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't even need to be physical.
It doesn't. I believe that because like I was in the military, and I know that 10 to 15% of the population did 90% of the work. That's the way it's always been.
The rest will just follow. They're trying to stay out of it. They don't really care. They'll fall in line, whatever side wins.
Yeah, they're actually trying to stay out of everything. They don't want. They're like just walking straight and narrow. What they think, it's like they're not going outside the bounds at all. Let me tell you,
3% of the 3% of the population. Are you listening? 3% of the population. That's why they're called the 3%ers.
So what I don't understand is how because they can see it and they know where it leads. It's like they're looking at a cliff and they know they're headed for a cliff, but they just look down. Like that's the part I don't understand.
Yeah.
Because they know there's a cliff. It's there. They know what the things that are happening now. They know what it means in the future, but they just look down at the ground. Like that part that strikes me weird.
Oh, check it out. I think it's even worse than that because I see more and more. Here's what I notice about general people outside. Like, I see that they're not even looking forward. They're looking every different direction, mostly on a device, but they're not looking around at their surroundings. They're just walking in a daze connected to this thing. And they don't even know they're there because they're basically almost like walk in front of me as I'm writing. Every day without looking. They're not even looking where they're going. Yeah, it's astonishing.
Yep, no eye contact. They're looking everywhere except at the other person.
I call them evacuated humans.
So I try to be helpful and I say, look in front sometimes.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out because here is just retarded. In one day, this whole place here is turned upside down.
I want to ask another question, and it follows on from what one of you said about how people in power seem to be driven by something, like they have an energy. They, I look at the politicians here in the UK, and our health minister, he is such a despised creature. But when you see him, he is literally beaming. He gives himself accolades. He tells the public that he has done a wonderful job and that he's saving their lives.
Wow.
And no, seriously, Sonny.
Yeah, this is the same in the Netherlands. Exactly the same. It's like all these health ministers are power crazy. But go ahead, Ariel.
I know for a fact from, because of where I work, the fallout, the collateral damage amongst the general population, people who have really suffered because of this shit.
Oh yeah,
Even
worse
if
than
those
that.
people are not
No,
awake, they have grievances.
no, literally, people have jumped off buildings here
Yeah.
and killed other people that they landed on.
I checked I said this a while ago, but I just checked like the governor's state orders, his executive orders, and here in Washington, he put out one for mental health, and I was going through and reading it, and the most troubling one on there was child suicide was up 68%, and it said like how they would see almost no patients, and then every single night they had a child in that attempted suicide. And now from like here on out, if I see people like backlashing at me, I'll straight up tell them, I was like, yeah, I really do support child suicide. I'm glad you support it too. I'm just gonna dish it to them. Like I don't even care.
Good for you for being in favor of child suicide. Good for you. That's great. How sad.
Do you see the way that they use just words to make people do things that they're not meant to do?
Yeah, just words. You're right. Not laws, but guidelines that are take more precedent over our laws, or rights.
Even man-made law. Yep, correct.
I'm an imaginary enemy that we demand you take action against, even though we didn't show you anything at all.
Yep.
We don't have to. Yeah, with a smile on their face, you're right. Like the politicians, same with all of the bullshit. They're just smiling. Yes, we're like, everything's great, and we're awesome. We're so awesome. We're protecting you against nothing. And telling you it's freaking life-threatening, scaring the shit out of people. Terrorism. That's what it is. Absolute terrorism. So they got it wrong. The people claiming there's terrorists, they are the terrorists. They always were.
That's why I feel bad for Marines or anybody in the military. Like, just to think, like, I don't know who's military here, but just to think how you went somewhere, fought for, freedom in another country, whatever the intention may be there, just to come back home and realize you're fighting the wrong enemy. Like that's got to be crushing.
Or that, it's even worse than that, because since, I don't know, probably since the 70s, that presidents are going beyond their constitutional limits to declare war. There's a 6-stage process that has to occur before they can.
That was Nixon.
They don't even care about that anymore. They just do it anytime they want, even without us knowing. They'll announce it the next day on the news. They do it all the time.
Yeah, but
declare all these fucking wars, all these wars.
At the moment, they are really ramping up the Chinese and what they're doing, and Russia. That's ongoing at the moment.
Yeah, to make a new war. Yeah, to like do this, stir it up all over again, and spin the same yarn, which is totally amazing. Anybody that's looking at things would never believe this bullshit anymore. Like
China's still China, Russia's still Russia. They don't give a the people there are the people there, and the politicians will still lie. How much times does somebody need to lie to you for them to be a liar?
Yeah, I've seen it like in 3 different major wars in my lifetime since the Vietnam War. Like I've seen all this since I was a little kid, So I've seen this happen, like as a child living at the end of the Cold War,
Sunny.
And then Vietnam, and then like how Russia and the U.S. are supposed to be such mortal enemies. It's all been a lie. All of that. It's all been created.
So Sunny, that big explosion in Lebanon?
Yeah.
Was supposedly caused by some bags of fertilizer.
What a fish story.
Do you think that was like a trial for.
Yeah.
Because you just said, that many things have to happen before they can openly declare war.
Mm-hmm.
But one event,
they don't even care anymore.
One event like that will just be their excuse, right?
Yeah, they don't even care anymore. That was just a show of like what it is possible they can do, and fertilizer my ass.
Yeah, that's because the US actually has like a how do I put it? A law control over Lebanon. It's called the Caesar Act. Caesar Act.
Wow, and they're right over there in Baalbek.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're going to have to make sure they get rid of all the rest of those megaliths so people stop asking those darned questions that people... What is their problem asking questions about huge megalithic cities all over Earth?
I just think of these world leaders that all got together and wore those Masonic gowns. That that they're probably in talks saying, "Okay, we'll bomb this city of yours, and then you'll bomb this city of ours."
Yes.
Yeah,
that's what
I've been saying.
That's what they call peace agreements.
That's what they call peace agreements. Good one, Helio.
It's called the treaty.
What's up, guys?
But that's only between the chieftains.
Sorry that I talk about these things. I just need to sometimes. I just need to talk it out.
I agree. I agree. Yeah.
Did you guys see that post I just did? I found it on Facebook. It's like Jeffrey Epstein looks exactly like Andrew Jackson.
Andrew
Holy
Jackson.
shit.
He's a freaking clone.
He could have come back.
He looks exactly like Andrew Jackson.
It does. You're right.
You fucking crazy. Holy shit.
I mean, he's probably not even dead. I mean, what did we see? We saw a body on a gurney that was like covered with blankets.
Yeah, but listen to this. Maybe it really is actually still Andrew Jackson, and he only looks like that.
He hung himself. I saw it on TV. What are y'all talking about?
Yeah, how dare you question that? Why would anybody question the news?
I think it's a far stretch to say he could have come back. That could be his new lifetime.
It's reincarnated or something. I don't know.
I mean, Joan Rivers.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's also walking around.
Maybe. I don't
Because
know about
she
that
told the
one.
world. Yeah, because she told the world that Michelle Obama's a tranny.
You mean
Pretty
Michael?
unlikely she's still walking around that.
So then she either had to retire or was retired.
Or the guy.
Well,
day after David
retirement. Retirement is a different thing for those kind of people, right? Retirement means that you still continue, but you're retired, meaning in the public you're dead, but you still
out of public life.
They live.
Of course they do.
Was that right?
David Bowie, right? What's up, Ilya? Yeah, the guy that was like a day after David Bowie died. It was a guy that was being interviewed. It was exactly David Bowie.
Holy crap. I think I did see that.
I can't look it up. But
I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, these people do.
Dude, I'm gonna watch They Live again tonight. I'm gonna watch They Live again tonight.
I think that's why they killed off Bill Hicks. Had him switch roles because he was pretty controversial.
Yeah.
On that point, do you think that the young Alex Jones is the same Alex Jones that is out there now?
I don't know. No. I don't pay enough.
Just rocked up.
I don't necessarily pay
like
enough
33.
But I mean, a lot of people say that the modern Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. But when you watch some videos of young Alex Jones, He really doesn't look like.
And Bill Hicks is Jim Morrison.
Yeah, no, but
no.
They do plastic surgery, bro. That's the thing.
No, Jim Morrison is Rush Limbaugh.
Oh, that's right. My bad. I got my
You got your shit. You got your shit.
I my conspiracies crossed up.
You got to go consult Dallas Goldbug, man.
Ask the question.
What you got, Dave?
That's one of the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard.
Go ahead, Dave. Dave Hinkle. I want to hear
you know that, right? You know that, right? You guys are getting way out there.
No. I want to hear what Dave has to say.
Time to come back home, please.
We'll bring it back. Wait a minute. Hold on.
The shit anyone ever heard was that it's round and it's spinning.
Wait a second. Before we wrap it up, I want to just say that Rush Limbaugh, you went to either college or high school in a city in Missouri that I lived in. The same city.
Did you get to meet him?
Say what?
Did you get to meet
him? No, I never met him. I was a little kid. I was 11 years old. So.
Are we done?
Done.
I was just going to ask if anybody's tried to talk to Doodoo in here, VC Verified. Welcome to the server, Doodoo.
Welcome
to saying it right.
It do what it do. What you got, Doodoo?
Doodoo. What do you do?
Poo-poo.
Guess they're not going to talk. Y'all can go back to Jim Morrison and whatever.
No,
conversations needs to be more black pilled. Y'all are not depressing people enough.
I wanted to ask Doodoo if he by chance knows about the dodo bird.
Dodo?
Doodoo might be a girl if you look at the picture. Might be.
Well, might be, could have, should have.
Hey, should we use the pronoun they? When we start to refer to people or them.
It's the internet. On the internet, everyone's a man until proven a woman.
There are no women on the internet.
Yeah, that's a good one. Everybody's a guy until
always gotta see it. Yeah, they're always a man until proven a woman.
That's old school internet rules.
So I guess Doodoo's not going to talk. I appreciate you bringing that bringing attention. Doodoo, I mean, you obviously went to the VC check-in and you wanted to talk about Flat Earth. Why aren't you speaking up now? We're here. Okay, we put you on the spot. Okay. You just want to listen. Dude, Miguel.
Drezhki is right up above Doodoo. Has anyone spoken to Drezhki?
Hey man, that's me. I think you're talking about me, right?
Yeah, how do you
Dreke, yeah.
Dreke? Is it like a roll the R kind of Dreke?
Excellent.
So Drake.
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys?
What's up?
Yeah, we just want to know what's up with you. What about the flat Earth or the globe?
Oh yeah. Well, a couple of days have gone by that I've been visiting this channel, and I'm convinced that you guys are right. But yeah, I've been talking to a lot of my friends, and everyone thinks I'm crazy, man.
They hate flat Earth, don't they?
It's insane.
You might be in the right. You could be in the right place then. That's good.
Yeah, I might have some friends here.
It's actually it's actually really funny how a lot of people do come to flat Earth based off of how repulsive it is to people they can already tell are freaking like just idiots. Like they buy everything, and how they are just so turned off by it, and how adamantly they defend their ball. Like if flat Earth didn't have truth to it, it was so crazy as they like to pretend it is, then they would have nothing to fear. You would see flat Earth still out there, like you see pictures of Bigfoot and shit like that. Like they wouldn't hide it, they wouldn't suppress it. they'd let you laugh at it if it wouldn't be a threat in in any way whatsoever. But it is apparently.
Yeah, right. Lunatic, isn't Bigfoot real?
Well, you know what? I don't want to offend people who are sure that it is, because I could be wrong. But in my opinion, yeah, Bigfoot's not real.
Wait, I saw pictures.
Oh,
Bro, I am Bigfoot.
My brother and sister have been into Bigfoot for like a couple of years now, and they keep showing me all of these videos. Okay, and there's structures and there's weird bendy trees up in these areas where it looks like somebody's doing it. Maybe like they're building little huts and little weird like places to sleep, and it's really strange fucking shit with the trees. And so there might be somebody building those that's like trying to make it look like there's Bigfoots, because I don't know if I buy into that shit at all. I mean, they got all these videos and they show these dark shadows in the trees and say, look, there's one there and there's one. They don't have any like clear cut pictures of Bigfoot standing in the open.
Yeah, after all these years, like the most famous picture was proven to be faked. So
right.
So that's all we got.
Yeah, look at it in that light. They just don't have any real fucking pictures. Just like
So my theory is that what they were doing with that Bigfoot is to create more TV shows. Like now they have that crap on the History Channel, as if that's history.
Right.
Like it's like having
I've got a bit of a joke.
Pawn Store Wars or something.
I've got a bit of a subtle joke for Bigfoot, and you usually say it to somebody that that's for the same team. You go up to them and you say, I know where Bigfoot's hiding. And they go, where? And they say, turn around. He'll be hiding right up there. At least one person got it.
Oh, shit.
Better one than none. Continue. Or you can think about the joke still. Wow, that just killed like the whole buzz in the room.
What did you do, Iggs?
That's rattled your head. That.
Yeah, way to go, Iggs. Good job.
Anyway, who could possibly use photographs as substantial evidence for anything? We have truly reverted back to some primitive way of thinking if we think that. What happened? What happened to humanity?
All right.
I mean, if we were to actually try to explain how people were manipulated into thinking the Earth is a globe third rock from the sun, we can easily explain that, right? We all used to believe it, right? We can easily explain.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, now having gone through this process, we can easily explain how they've manipulated everyone's mind into actually thinking this is a concept. But whether or not people will accept it, that's the hardest part about it. I mean, we're dealing with psychology, different psychological things. And it's like, hey, we're trying to break a paradigm that you're in. I mean, we were in that paradigm at one time. So yeah, it's very difficult to actually break through the wall of that. So,
well, they've been lied to, and they won't admit it. They won't admit that they've been fooled. That's a hard thing to admit, man. To admit that you were stupid enough to buy into their garbage, and you were actually a fucking moron. Yeah, that's pretty tough.
No, I mean that's cognitive dissonance, right? So, but at the same time, here's the hard part for them. They think they have science on their side. They actually don't.
Right.
And that's where I think that's where we are right now, in this argument.
But see, they don't. The normies, they don't believe that. They believe they do have science on their side. They believe pseudoscience is real. They believe that whatever those idiots tell them, they believe. And so it's going to be a hard one to break. I'm telling you, these people just do not want to believe they've been lied to and they've been made a fool of, because that's what it is. They're actually the fools. Everyone out there that believes anything from NASA or any of this science bullshit or any of it, basically, all of it. I'd say 99% of it is all complete fucking lies and bullshit. And if you believe in all of that your entire life, you're a damn fool. And that's the end of it right there. You're a damn fool. And it's hard to get that across to people.
That's like that I've had this song in my brain for so long now. It's a Styx song. You're fooling yourself, but you don't believe it. You're killing yourself, but you don't believe it. Get up.
Your dog poop is righteous.
Get back on your feet. You're the one they can't beat, and you know it. Come on.
I know.
Let's see what you got. Just take your best shot and don't blow it.
I'm about to
Stay
pull out
off the blow.
I'm about to pull out the 6 string on the flat earth.
You know what I'm saying, Sonny? I mean, it's like that song has been in my head for a month. I can't. It's like it just keeps coming back.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to listen to it. I think that's
it's freaking badass.
Yeah, that's a good song. If you could get people motivated on
Do you guys
that
know
level.
statistically all the bad things happen on a globe?
All the good things happen on a flat earth.
Right?
No. They know all the bad things happen on a globe.
Threats of asteroids, and all this kind of shit.
We got to fix that shit. Rape, plunder, slavery, pillaging, all that comes from a globe.
Yeah, it does.
Last one, Dandelion. She said,
totally right.
He wants a roller skate.
What?
All history from the globe has brought you back to a caged globe. See the globe in all its wonder. Rape, plunder, pillage, lie, steal,
witch burning,
science,
public hangings and guillotines.
Go to jail and love the globe. That's the only right you get on a globe.
And get your jab.
Well, we can't use listen, hold on. We can't use a battle axe anymore, so we're just going to give you a little prick.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and you'll grow a little prick.
It's not proper to use a guillotine in a public square, so instead we're going to do this. And see, that was done nicely.
Yeah, motherfuckers almost.
Yeah, they volunteered.
I mean, what has the globe brought us that's good? Anything?
No.
Oh, no, it really actually brings destruction, and it's like this idea of a ball spinning. And now, when you apply the laws of thermodynamics to this solar system that we're supposed to have, it's breaking down in every sense.
Falls to pieces, bro, with the second law of thermodynamics. The entire solar system just folds into nothingness, dude.
See, but if you want to talk about it if you want to start with the first law, where did this solar system come from? It actually doesn't even match up with the first law of thermodynamics. So it's busted from the beginning.
Yep.
And I think Eli was bringing that shit up about 4 or 5 hours ago. I heard him talking about it. So
I was looking into the second part where, okay, even if you gave him that, it formed. Well, how did the atmosphere get here? And they said it had multiple atmospheres. In the first one, it all got sucked away. But then they turned off the second law of thermodynamics and all the volcanoes turned on.
You can't turn off those natural laws. You can't turn them off. That's what's so fucking
crazy
great
how
about.
we're not in
That's
Texas,
so
though.
crazy. That's what's so great about the natural laws. nothing.
Turn
First law: nothing can not come from, or something cannot come from nothing. That's the first law. I mean, you can't freaking.
The best part was they admitted that they only had the first atmosphere wouldn't work, so they had to have a second atmosphere. That one worked because that one didn't obey the second law of thermodynamics.
You can't have balance without it already existing in the first place, and that's what the first, second, and third laws describe about reality. You cannot have balance the way that we experience it. Nothing came first. It all happened in an instant. Must have. That's what the natural laws of thermodynamics prove without a doubt. You can't have one before the other.
I don't know about that one. Once this place is a sealed system.
Why don't you look up the definition of first, second, and third laws of thermodynamics? You'll find out. All right, cool. And so
I'm just saying this one scenario here. Just going to give you one scenario. If this place was created like we believe it is, if it has a dome over it, the atmosphere inside that dome, inside could have been produced by the plant life and the animal life and the vegetation and the decomposition of the vegetation and the natural effects that take place. That could have been part of the plan as well.
You're actually proving my point.
What I'm saying is it didn't all happen at once. That's my point. That's my only point.
There's only not only one place that this instantaneous existence of humanity. The first, second, and third laws of thermodynamics are set, right? And I don't know how one could exist without the other. Now, what you just said, you can't have one before the other, or the third without the second, and the first without the third. I mean, what are you talking about?
I didn't say you couldn't have them without the other.
It had to happen. It has to actually. It describes how it has to happen. Have been a spontaneous, just like the Bible says, instantaneous.
So you think that the trees and the atmosphere were all created simultaneously with the rest of it instantly? Already grown, already produced oxygen, produced oxygen for the dome, already created the atmosphere that's within the dome. You believe that all happened instantly?
They speak of the Garden of Eden being on.
I would say yes.
Well, sure. I mean, and a lot of people will talk about the in Genesis, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? Earth was without form and void. And then everything else, within the next 6 days, all that.
And the face of God moved along the face of the deep, the great deep.
Sure. Yeah. I'm not saying I take all of that literally, because that actually, the way the Bible describes it, doesn't follow the first, second, and third laws of thermodynamics. So it had to actually be spontaneous. It has to be, all of it occurred instantly. Now, I'm not saying God can't do whatever God does, but I'm just saying,
take his time.
For several days.
Yeah.
I mean, God can do whatever God wants to do, but I'm just saying, for the way that we've observed Earth as scientists, and I'll consider every one of you guys and everyone here a scientist, right? Because this astrophysics and all that kind of shit, that's not science. But I'm just saying this creation was a spontaneous thing, because you can't have days where this thing doesn't exist the way that it actually does. It has to all work together, and I don't know where it came from, but it works the way that it works. And it's a realm. We're living in a level stationary realm, and we've been lied to about the history of this place and manipulated by religions and all that kind of shit. But I love the Bible. I'm not saying, and I'm not saying the Bible's wrong. I'm just saying it had to be a very spontaneous, boom, now we exist.
And he said, let there be light. And everything was.
Yep. There it is. That. Yes. That. Yep.
I agree with you, bro.
All right. Anyone else? I'll shut up.
Hey, Helio, was that song you were doing Fooling Yourself?
Yes. Yeah. You're
globing yourself.
Yeah.
You don't believe it.
Tommy Shaw. He's a singer in Styx.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
it's really great. There's a thing he did with an orchestra that I'll send you a link to this freaking really good song. I was about to play, since nobody was talking, I was about to play "It's Golden, but my eyes still see." This shit is freaking, it's like the old school shit is freaking good, right? Check this out.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Check this out. Especially when someone is loved. Silence is golden, but my eyes to see Anyway, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, Tommy Shaw, Rick, and I'll send you the link, Sonny. It's like the only way that the Earth can exist is through a very spontaneous event. Now, this is where the Big Bang idea comes from, but they attribute trillions of years or billions of years or whatever. They say it's 14.5 billion years old, and balls spinning around the universe, gases accumulating, all this kind of stuff. That violates every natural law that we have available to us. It can only exist through a very spontaneous event, which is I mean, you can say God, whatever, spoke it into existence. First, second, third law of thermodynamics exist at the exact same time. They cannot evolve into 1, 2, 3, right? They have to exist at the exact same time that Earth was created. So there is no, in my opinion, there, as far as like the 6-day creation story, I'm down with that, but at the same time, it's like it doesn't take time to make creation. It has to exist all at the same time.
Every single place.
Not just everywhere, every thought, everything has to be happening at the same time. I mean, it's like even God can't just be like putting his finger, and I'll make this part. Since we know the laws of thermodynamics, you can't just pick and choose what happened when and where.
God's like, I'm gonna go get a bottle of vodka.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, it doesn't take 6 days to make this place happen, because when you understand the laws of thermodynamics, it has to happen instantly. Anyway.
We can only just comprehend what he can do, and
yeah, sure.
He doesn't even need that other.
Like I'm saying, like I said, I don't disbelieve in God necessarily, but
yeah, I'll get you, bro.
Yeah, the creation story is brilliant. I mean, and the Bible's brilliant, and there are other stories about history that I also get along with. But as far as what we've discovered about,
I can disprove it doesn't have to happen simultaneously.
All right, how you gonna do that, Radlin? Go ahead.
Have you ever seen the Giants, or do you think everybody is our size?
I've never seen a giant.
I think we're all.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I saw.
You think
I've seen pictures of people about pygmies. Yeah,
they live in the same place, bro.
I've seen midgets. And
you know what? I usually don't like
talk.
Hold on a second. I just wanted to make this pretty quick. My statements don't usually take a lot of time. I think like the story of Jack and the Beanstalk, right? I think there is some truth behind that. I think that there's a chance that there were giants and that we did kill them off. Now, like I tend to be very skeptical about a lot of the claims that are made about giants when they get too big, stuff like that, like titans, when they talk about these petrified mountains being giants and shit like that. I think you're way off base, but I think there is truth to the story.
So you've never seen Devil's Tower? You never seen Devil's Tower? You think that's sprang up out of the ground?
I think there was giants. I don't think they were, a mile high or 2 miles high. I don't think, no. Like 12, 16, 32 foot even, possibly.
Hey,
You know,
Brad,
why would you think they can't be taller?
I think that's a tree stump.
Why would you think that can't? Why would you think that? Yeah, well, why would you think they can't be taller? Because gravity would pull them to the ground.
No, it's just there's no evidence to it other than
the giant pictures that we have of things that just
you take a
just
picture of a mountain, or
coincidentally,
you look at a picture in the sky of clouds.
Just coincidentally, every single one of those are anatomically correct.
You know, like does that mean there's an elephant in the clouds?
Yeah. Have you ever seen an elephant?
Not pareidolia.
Would you like to see a rock that's an elephant?
It's not pareidolia, not the mountains. No, sorry,
dude. This freaking Devil's Tower. Why do they call it Devil's Tower? Right? I mean, look at this fucking
Devil's Tower, for fuck's sakes. Why else would they?
It's a fucking tree stump, bro.
I thought they didn't have big things like that. What are you talking about?
So you can't have both. You can't have giant trees that were cut straight off by a person that's 16 foot tall.
No, that's right.
The Bible says people are 4,500 feet tall.
So if you imagine that's a tree stump, and that's probably a 1 foot tree stump to us.
Maybe it's backwards.
Now put your size to that 1 foot tree stump.
Maybe you guys are thinking wrong. Not about the trees. Don't get me wrong. I'm talking about the people. Maybe Guy ants were the little bitty guys. Little bitty motherfuckers. Maybe they were 45.
What?
No, I'm saying maybe they were small.
Yeah, what is the guys? What's that story with the giant and the little people that like tied him down to the ground?
Gulliver's Travel.
Gulliver, yeah. It's like he's
so
the
maybe
giant,
there were some
right?
little people, like pygmies and smaller, and now they're
cut all these trees down all across the earth. I mean, there's shitloads of these.
And since
there's shitloads of what they call mesas across the earth that look like tree stumps, but they're not. They're gross from the ground. Erosion caused it, or something like that.
Well, if a big group of giants, ask yourself this question: if a big group of giants went and cut all the trees down, wouldn't it, in return, take the oxygen level down to where they couldn't suffice now?
Well, who the fuck knows what really happened in history by now? You know,
how in the fuck? And like,
do you know the founding fathers were as big as Mount Rushmore?
We're the apples that are bigger than our heads and bodies, so we're Smurfs.
And
we might as well be.
The founding fathers are Mount Rushmore. They just got petrified.
We might have pygmy people that are in little villages, and they might be smaller. There might be pygmies to the pygmies. I don't fucking know. We could be the giants. We could be it.
All I hear is stories of big people, though. I never hear stories of little people.
Well, that's that. Well, how? What better to hide it? So
what about hold the phone? We hear stories of little people on public television every single day. They have like a TV show based on the little people.
What about the buildings?
Okay, yeah, I see it.
What about all these old ancient buildings with all the big doorways? Tall doorways.
Those are for boats. Because you got your water's got to be so high, and then your boat's got to be so big to carry. It's all got to be to magnitude to scale for shipping, trading, export, import, prisoners, everything. Travel.
Boats on land? Is that what you're saying?
Do what? Boats on water?
Yeah, there's. I'm talking about a building
stuff to a king.
Inside the continent.
How are you going to take horses and carriage through a little doorway?
I didn't say you were. I just wanted
to take anything through a little doorway. Listen, if I'm a smart guy, I'm going to make a huge doorway. That way I ain't got to redo the motherfucker every time I want to bring a couch in. Come on. Work with me now. Come on. You ever tried to get a couch in a one-size door after you bought the motherfucker? It sucks.
You need a 25-foot tall door, though?
Well, you got to imagine what they want to bring in. If the size of their shit's 10 times the size of what we're working with, then you need
they want to bring in giant chairs and shit. I'm
just saying the founding fathers are still stuck in Mount Rushmore. They've just been petrified.
Founding fathers of what?
The Native Americans called it the Six Grandfathers. There's 4 faces.
No, I'm just saying the Mount Rushmore carving.
They give us
That's
this
really the
story.
founding fathers.
They give us this story. Hold on. They give us this story about, hey, North America discovered. It's like, do you think that ancient people didn't know this place was over here? Holy fucking shit! I mean, it's insane. If you believe that this is the new land, you know, that would just never existed for people in the.
They were already trading, Helio.
They knew about this place. You know,
they were already trading with this land.
They were already here. Bullshit story. All of that is bullshit.
Hey, I'm sorry. I know this is sort of unrelated, but going back to the whole Titans that are 2 miles tall. You ever heard of the saying, "You got your head in the clouds"?
Ooh, that's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, that is a good one. Because the idea that you could have a 2 mile tall Titan would mean that you would always have your head in the motherfucking clouds. Come back to the fucking earth. Seriously.
The sky's the limit, boys.
You wouldn't be able to see anything on the ground either.
Hold on, Lou. Are you saying that we should talk about the planar thing?
I'm saying that 2 mile tall Titans it could be fun if you just want laughs. Go ahead. But yeah, it's complete fantasy. It's complete fantasy.
I get that, but at the same time,
I mean, where's the Jack and the Beanstalk?
We've been fucked, dude. All of us agree we've been fucked on history, though, right? So, you know, as far as like, yeah, of course, 2 mile tall Titans. I don't necessarily, buy into that, but there's like the, like we were talking about Devil's Tower. Holy shit. It looks like a fucking tree stump.
Mount Rushmore with the founding fathers.
What do you think is the tallest we can have structurally right today? A man.
The Bible talks about the giant cedar trees in Lebanon.
No, think about this, guys. What's the tallest guy do you think we can literally have, like on a basketball court, anywhere? Like, do you think we can have a 20-foot tall guy and he'd be fine walking around and everything?
No. 666 feet.
In a train station.
No, what I'm saying is, do you think his bones would be fine? Do you think his legs, his arms, do you think he would be okay and everything would work fine and everything?
Come on, man. Yeah.
Yeah, if it was
the guy 20 foot tall?
Hell no.
So you're telling me that the differences in gradients that we realize, if you get 20 foot tall, those aren't going to affect that person?
Right.
I mean, certain things, I don't know. I'm just saying, can we structurally support ourselves at that tall? That's my only question. I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just asking.
What if it's two naturally already big people?
You think gravity's going to pull them to the ground?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I got to know this because I want to go over gravity.
No, it's nothing to do with gravity. No.
So why wouldn't that work?
Big people.
So why wouldn't that work? Muscles would be that big. Skin would be that big. Why wouldn't that work?
I don't know. Where are they at?
They're gone.
Yeah, but there's people we got that really can't lift the weight as it is when they get
but who are the
They're
parents?
gone.
Who are the
They're not
parents?
related to us. They're not related to us. They're gone now.
No, there's
what I'm saying is, who's their parents?
These days, right now, today.
I'll go look up dude's name.
Their arms are so big they cannot wipe their own ass. There's fat guys that can't even wipe their own butt and can't do certain things.
What's that got to do with anything?
I'm saying we have structural abilities sometimes and we go to a certain extent. So I'm just wondering, like, is there an extent of tallness? Is there an extent of wideness? Is there an extent? I'm saying, is there something that would stop us from being that big, or would it be great?
Dude, I know for a fact I can talk to you about dinosaurs and you'll tell me how ridiculous it is that some dinosaur existed that was fucking 4 stories tall. And then you're going to tell me that some human would have made that fucking dinosaur look like an ant. Okay? And you could squash that motherfucker. Because that's what it would be if you had 2 mile tall Titans.
I didn't say 2 miles. I said 20 foot, man. I'm only at 20 foot, bro.
When people say that mountains that are sleeping mountains and shit like that, where they say they're people, those motherfuckers are miles long. If they were standing, they'd be miles
I'm not down
tall.
with that. I'm just asking, what do you think today can structurally be supported by a human? Do you think? I mean, if it's 20 foot, then cool. I mean, we see 7 foot people, right? 8 foot, 9 foot at the most, maybe 10. Somewhere, maybe somewhere, maybe somehow. I mean, is there anybody any bigger than that? I mean, do kneecaps, are they good at that or what?
What I'm trying to say is they usually have defects because usually their parents aren't as tall as them. So if you have what if there's 2 naturally already big people? Like 2 people that are 10 feet tall.
And then I can midget.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to wonder, if we have the 2 people that are naturally that big, they're supported and they're good to go. So if that's the case, then we know, hey, we can get that big. So would that really be considered some crazy phenomenon,
I mean, they dug up skeletons admitted by Smithsonian, at least, I think it's 7 foot 8 inches. But that's just a book. I haven't dug it up.
I think we can get bigger. I think we can get to about 10 foot or so. I just don't think we're going to get too much more than that. Why? I don't fucking know. I'm not saying, if it's possible and the guys were that big, just like he said, your muscles would be that big, your bones would be that big. In my mind, you should be able to do it.
It has to do with the Atmos, from back then and now, why tall people now have such a hard time.
Well, those people weren't even related to us, like someone said a minute ago. They were fallen angels that were bred with the women on Earth.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I'm with you guys.
Completely different breed.
Yeah.
They were on
big ones.
Think about the food too, guys.
So you're
I made a physical with the physical.
The serpent seed theory. I contend with that.
Oh, you see the giant leaf that's bigger than the guy's garage? Just a picture, but that's legit. Oh man.
Sorry.
Can something that's not physical be with something that's physical? Well, that's every natural law.
A little musical break from Sunny on the Plane. You're welcome. Entering the Sunny on the Plane 24/7 Flat Earth radio show.
Hold on, man.
Sorry.
I figure out what he's trying to say. What do you mean something not physical blended with something that was physical?
Big fruit. Think about a 2 foot apple. A 4 foot pineapple.
I was asking whoever said that something physical.
5 foot high watermelon.
Holy shit! It might not be, and I'm not coming in.
Not really.
You're not coming in very well. Yeah. It's
Well, if everybody stops talking over me, then you'll probably hear me.
Okie doke.
Okay.
We're not supposed to talk openly. What now? Explain that to me.
My question was, somebody said something not physical blended with something physical. What was the not physical?
I just want to say that your mic is shit. Please speak louder.
I think they was talking about the fallen angels maybe not have been entirely of this physical realm.
Well, how do you know that?
Well, I don't know that. I'm just assuming that may have been possible. That may be possible. I think also that they might be metaphysically different than we are, and part of come from heaven and didn't come from Earth.
Yeah, they probably had a better pineal gland for sure. It's probably bigger or something. Who knows?
Yeah, nothing with
maybe their whole head was a pineal gland. Who knows?
They were able to take
Sorry.
form. That's the thing, though, right? I mean, if you go to Sodoma and Gomorrah, were the people that was trying to rape the angels, were they not? Didn't they have to see a physical person to think they could rape them?
Well, I don't know exactly what took place because maybe they didn't rape them. Maybe they did something else to make them pregnant.
No. When in Sodom and Gomorrah, when the angels went to take out Lot from in there, the people saw them that they were beautiful and wanted to rape them.
Well, they didn't say it like that, but yeah.
Right. They wanted to have sexual relations with them. So that means that they are able to take physical form. And of course, in the scriptures, where I'm bringing this up, where it says we were made in their image.
Well, there's two creation stories. Two
There were
separate
some bastards living in Sodom and Gomorrah. They wanted, if you had a guest come to your house that came from a different city, they would surround your door until you sent the man out. They would threaten your life until you sent them out into the street for the masses to rape them and have sex with them. They were some sick motherfuckers.
Right. No doubt. But they had to be physical, right? So to be able to see them.
Maybe. Yeah, I understand your point. Yeah. For them to want to have sex with they weren't going to have sex with a ball of light or whatever.
In my opinion, the second creation story, that is surgery, where they take the rib from Adam to make Eve. That's not creation. That's surgery. That's manipulation.
Doctor.
I don't know if it was the second creation story. That was just making a full person out of. I mean, it was, I guess you could say, a clone in a way. I mean, but it had.
Either way, in my opinion, yeah. So it's so crazy when you break it down like that.
It's kind of right. It's somewhat of a clone because it's made out of the same genetics. Yeah. But of course,
right.
I'm pretty sure she was molded as well.
See, the curious thing though for me is, and this is super curious for me, I actually had an anatomy and physiology professor tell our class this. He said that the Y chromosome that, as you all well know, only the male has, is a degenerate form of the X chromosome. I'm like, I like the idea of that, but that would make both all creation stories incorrect.
So they've twisted it. Eve would come first, and then Adam.
Well, I mean, so what? I'm not really prepared to deep dive on that one or anything, but I'm just saying it is interesting that he phrased it like that. I'm not saying he was correct.
Right.
It's interesting. And we all know we never get the truth.
It's always backwards.
Yeah, so what would you guys think if it happened backwards? I mean,
I would say yes.
I mean, if the creator created the woman first, I wonder how that would, if it was a movie.
Look up the etymology of Eve.
Of what?
Of Eve.
Oh, of Eve, yeah. Okay. Have you?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Would you enlighten me?
The giver of life. So, in short terms.
I mean, I guess the creator could do whatever he wanted to. So it still could be the male first, right? But yeah, don't you guys think that there's two entirely separate creation stories in Genesis?
Absolutely not. No, it's definitely the only one.
I would like to think that it's only one, but they're two different, separate accounts. I mean, they're not the same.
You would have to point the differences out. Yeah.
I would have. I don't have a Bible. Otherwise, I certainly would. I mean, I have my phone.
Did God tell them?
You can't have one without the other.
Did God tell them to be fruitful and multiply before or after the fall?
Well, not to ignore your question, but I like what Helio just said. Can you say that again?
I said you can't have one without the other.
That's interesting. I like that.
You know,
Do you know if they were
woman-
told to populate the world before or after the fall?
Do you know? Tell us, Exo, please. What that
Well,
means.
this is if this part isn't clear, then it's impossible to say that you understand the creation story. And that's why, because this is a very big deal, obviously.
Okay.
It's before.
Well, it's like
Well,
chicken before the egg, right? You know, I mean, which one comes
Yep.
first?
And the chicken is the female. But anyway.
And the earth is the egg. There's a reason they call it Mother Earth.
Oh, I believe the Earth is most likely a functioning, living organism of some type.
Yep. I would agree.
Me too.
An organism.
And I don't mean it
Some
in,
sort of a living
in the version of hashtag me too. I mean, I agree. Earth is Mother Earth for a reason.
Yeah.
You mean it's not a coincidence? Sarcasm.
I mean, it's like through all of these arguments, it's like people will say, like with the Big Bang ideology, it's like we just happened to be here in this third rock from the sun, and it's about this big ass universe and all this kind of stuff. And
Goldilocks zone.
yeah, we're in the Goldilocks zone. There you go. Yeah, you know what's up.
Right. So I got a question then. If the moon is a woman and the earth is a woman, do they ever get jealous of each other?
No, the moon's not a woman.
La Luna.
Yeah, it's her light.
Luna?
Yep, that's true.
Yeah,
That's
it's her
a-
light.
the moon is a
Man's
woman.
light,
Yeah,
the
sun's
sun is
masculine.
his light. Yeah, yeah.
So does the moon ever get jealous of the earth?
No, they're not people. Like we live on Earth, so the moon doesn't have
Helio wins.
feelings.
No, they live in harmony with each other, I think.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It's like the only people that have feelings are people like us.
It says in the Bible that
Oh,
stars are sentient.
you know what? I just had a flashback. Helio.
Since the stars are sentient beings, that means they have feelings.
Remember that 6-hour argument we had with Allergic to Bullshit about veganism? And at one point, he just started screaming that plants have feelings, and you show me. It was just crazy. It was.
No.
I'll probably-
I'll tell you. I mean, there is something to that. I mean, I sort of feel where he's coming from, because plants do react to damage and stuff. I mean, of course, but as far as how we can tell whether plants or animals, I mean, we know animals have feelings, right? I mean, if you're abusive,
They
to
have an aura?
animal, yeah. You can. If you're abusive to an animal, you can tell that they have feelings, or if you love an animal, I mean, you can feel the love from an animal. I mean, it's really, But as far as humans go, we're a special part of this creation, so it's not that's not a question as far as all of that goes. We were given dominion over this realm, and so we were given special permissions to actually function in this realm and take care of it. Continue, gentlemen and ladies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, we were given dominion over the earth.
I was gonna.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah, we were given dominion over
Yeah,
the earth, but we were not given dominion over the stars. and the heavens.
No. That is a happening, and that's where we build our time, and that's where the time and calendars are measured from.
Well, I know that. I'm just saying that these people think that they can go out into space and conquer space. We weren't given dominion over that by God. We were not given that. We were only given dominion over the earth, and they're very confused and stupid to think that they
you're exactly right. You're exactly right.
You think they can have dominion over the stars? They're idiots, complete morons.
Go ahead, Jen.
I think it would be more interesting by far to explore our own oceans more than they claim.
Oh, that would be great if we could actually do it.
We're still finding stuff on land.
Yeah, but
we're still finding stuff on land, and it's only 30% of the Earth. Think if the ocean is as big as it is, there's probably all kinds of shit.
It's funny because there's a scripture. There's a scripture that says if you were to make your nest amongst the stars, from there I will bring you down.
Well,
it's because we're not supposed to be there, dude.
Not but isn't that interesting though? The only direction it says is down.
Toward
doesn't
Earth,
sound like a globe to me.
No, that's not towards Earth. It says down. So, meaning the stars are up.
What do you guys think about a lot of flat earthers are saying that there is no objective down?
I mean, that's just wrong. Well, I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. See, I argued with Anthony about this for 3 hours a couple months ago. It's just like, dude, it's down.
Doesn't the creator
down is down to everyone on Earth?
Yeah, there's an absolute down here.
Yes.
Absolutely is.
Yeah, we're not standing sideways right now.
Sent beings down to Earth from heaven. He mentioned that. He sent the devil and whatever, these demons were condemned and sent down to Earth. I mean, even he says the word down for a reason, because it's down to Earth. There is a down.
So is down hell and up is heaven? I don't know. I'm talking about.
Oh, I'm glad you asked, Helio.
I don't know. I'm really,
well, can I tell you? Can I tell you something, Helio?
Yeah. What's up?
Since you mentioned that, that's good, because I was just discussing this last night with somebody. What an advanced conversation. So this is a big deal, because what they did was they took the bottomless pit and they put it above us. They reversed heaven and hell, told us hell is above us, and that heaven is, of course, doesn't exist at all. And that's why this is such a big deal. The bottomless pit is the cartoon space religion.
Sure, but we live on Earth, but we are spiritual beings existing on Earth,
right? And, so the bottomless pit is actually below us. They told us it's above us. That's why it's polar opposite of what the Bible says. Yeah.
Who told us it's above us? I've never heard that.
That's called outer space. It's a bottomless pit. It's endless. It's bottomless. That's outer space. Yeah, that's what they did. And the bottomless pit is below us.
It's a threat, right? I mean, we're always scared of asteroids coming in. It's like us as Earthers, third rock from the sun. We're just under constant threat of.
What did they say happens to your body?
What they were referring to is that the sun is hell. That's what they were saying. Not the space. The sun is hell.
What do they say happens to your body? It's a bottomless pit. No, it's a bottomless pit. That's what it's instead of being below you, like the Bible says the bottomless pit is below us, they tell us there's a vastness of space in the sky, not heaven. It's in the sky.
They say your blood would boil.
There you go.
But where do you think, like, why the sun was created, right?
No, that would be another topic. Helio, that would be another topic in Enoch. If you'd like to discuss that, no problem, but nothing to do with this.
Yeah,
well,
and actually,
I think that that like the sun could be hell.
Okay. No. All right. Well, we weren't talking about that, but go ahead.
I just wanted to comment about the previous discussion we were talking about. It seems like the entire scam is to look away, people, look away from where you're standing.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
you said that hell was up,
And talking
and I'm
about
just saying.
backwards.
No, Enoch, I told you that they said hell was up. I say that it's in the earth. They say the bottomless pit is the space around us. And just pointing out it's the exact opposite.
Hey,
the point is it's the
So,
exact opposite of what the Bible
Oh,
teaches.
hold on, everyone. Pillbox, finish your point, and then we're gonna move on.
Did you hear me, Enoch?
Yeah, I
Have you
was
heard
just
the
going off of what you heard, what you said about what they said. That's why I was just saying. What if they were saying that the sun was?
Well, it
was
started.
hell?
It started
So,
with
my
us
bad.
pointing
I
out.
thought you were
No,
saying that.
No, it started with me pointing out that there is an objective down and up on Earth, and I've had arguments.
It was your fault, Helio, because you asked, are they going to tell us that hell is above us? No, watch this. You
but
were
I'm
right.
not
You
talking
said
about hell or heaven.
We're talking about the bottomless pit that I brought up because you asked. Remember, you asked a question. I said, I'm
No.
glad you asked. You don't remember that part? Anybody?
But
No?
but the heavens, I don't actually think hell exists. But that's something for another conversation. Heavens are what we experience. Anyway.
Okay, well, I think God Rockin' got it. I'm done.
Okay. I want to move the conversation on. I don't want to get way too forget. I was just talking about objective up and down. That's really where I wanted it to go.
I thought it was Globers that had that issue with the objective up and down.
No, there's
Not
a
the
lot of flat earthers
earthers.
that have a problem with that term of
Really?
objective up and down.
They're missing the point to flat Earth.
I think they need to come in for deprogramming.
That's where I was confused.
They need to come in for a
Makes
checkup.
Yeah, it's not just Globers that have a problem with this. But.
Huh.
No, people have a problem with reality.
That's
when they see it, they reject it. When you show it to them, they reject it. They don't believe it. They don't want nothing to do with reality for some reason.
Interesting. They still can't
It's
face
probably
that.
because of the abuse that they've grown up with.
They just believe in this fantasy. They've been programmed to believe in the fantasy.
You mean the
Believe all the
indoctrination
lies.
everybody went through? Is that what you meant?
I'm just saying, like, just the way that they were raised.
You mean indoctrinated?
Yeah.
Indoctrination causes really bad stuff.
I mean, if I like say for instance, if I had somebody just growing up reading the book of I don't know, just it doesn't matter, any book, right? Like King Arthur. Let's just say that he just grew up the book of King Arthur for some reason, and that's the Bible to them. You know what I mean? That becomes their religion, their belief
No, I
system.
don't know what you mean.
Hey, here's another point. I would make really quick. If I lay on my bed and I point toward the ceiling, am I pointing up?
Well, according to the globe model, you're pointing sideways.
I don't care about the globe. I'm talking about a lot of flat earthers have a problem with me saying that I'm actually pointing up.
I mean, you said the word ceiling, right?
That's
Ceilings
weird.
are never down.
I would say
That's
yes.
weird.
Because,
Yeah, if I point toward my ceiling when I'm laying on my bed, am I pointing up?
if the Earth is to your back, yes, because Earth is
It's not
down.
normally flat earthers you're gonna have that problem with. It's global.
Dude, I've had some problems with flat earthers about this, Lou. Come on, man. It's freaking. Is there an objective up and down on Earth or not?
Yes.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Well, then ask Nathan Oakley and some of the other guys, and freaking.
Well, what do they say? What's their main point?
If somebody says that, look, I don't watch Nathan Oakley. I'm sorry, I don't.
I mean, I spent 3 hours.
Dude, if somebody says that, then seriously need to reevaluate it.
Nathan Oakley is a zealot for flat Earth, a zealot, dude, and he makes mistakes because of his zealotry. But he tries really hard. He believes really hard, but he's a fucking zealot and he makes mistakes because of it.
So, what is their main point? What is the
Yeah, like his background.
wait?
Either way,
you guys. Okay, so according to the flat earthers that Helio is referencing, what is their main point?
I really
on why they
don't know because I talked to Anthony the fuck is his last name? Sleeping Warrior. I talked to
Riley.
him for about 3 hours one day about the same exact thing. It's like, hey, if I lay on my bed and point toward the ceiling, am I pointing up? And he's like, well, that's relative. And I'm like, no, it's not.
What other direction would you be pointing?
I know. It's just like, you fucking idiot. You know. But
Think
anyway.
about okay, so
You're really bored over there.
It's relative to down.
let's see you're scuba diving. You know, like which way is up?
Where
I
the
was talking
bubbles
about
go.
laying on my bed, though. I was talking about laying on my bed.
Helio, I don't mean to be an ass, but what's going on over at Nathan's? I mean, is he like out of topics, or I mean, is
Dude,
he
I
bored?
think Nathan and Sleeping War and QE are on the same page with this, but I don't really care. We're all flat earthers, whatever.
So
You know,
QE
like this.
doesn't.
Yeah,
he
if I
believes
said
what
this,
Nathan does.
it's like I'm really confused about why this relative up and down thing is a thing, you know. But I'm not. I don't even mean
We should
to bring it
summons-
back up. But whatever.
I'm interested in it.
Maybe I missed the whole fucking point.
I think the
that
entire
was a couple months ago. But anyway, whatever.
I think the entire universe has an up and a down, and it's consistent throughout. It's got
I
a
think
plan.
Earth is a realm, and there is an objective up and down on the realm of Earth.
And I think it follows true with the entire universe, whatever it may be, from beyond where we live and above and below where we live. It's objective for sure, up and down.
All right, cool. So
Well,
you
back
agree
to
with me?
Genesis.
Huh? Anyway, let's get back
It only
to
makes
what
sense.
we were talking about before.
It only makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, why would have to all of a sudden something switch up? Oh, now it's up, now it's down. Oh, now it's down, now it's up. What the fuck? No, it's up and it's down, and that's just how it is.
Relative to Earth itself.
Two facts we know: up and down.
So,
As
God
above,
Rockin', how do you
so below.
describe the
As below,
Earth?
so-
How do you describe the Earth to somebody then?
How do I describe the Earth to somebody?
Yeah.
Well, I like to describe the Earth as the surface being flat because we can't provide information about the parameters. I wish we could. I believe I have a good idea what the parameters are or what they could be, but I like to describe the surface generally as flat because water always finds its level. It's going to be flat. All the water is going to be flat, and all the land masses are going to be scattered about and have topography, and they're going to do their own thing. They're going to go up and down and all over the fucking place, but the water is going to be fucking flat. That's how I like to describe the Earth.
Hey, God Rockin', what do you think about
Well,
this?
then-
I was thinking of this just as you were talking. So, as I'm looking in the live stream voice text at the two last posts, the pictures. So, this is going to sound ridiculous, but I mean, yeah, it's flat, but it still would be kind of like a bowl, and Antarctica is the rim, and then
Yeah.
you got a dome lid.
Well, if you think about it, if the Antarctic ring is cold and it's ice, what does ice do? It grows. It grows and it gets taller. It's a natural attribute of ice.
That
If it's
ice is
cold-
different. It's like got a blue tinge to it.
Right. But I still think it grows and it grows
Well,
up.
it's fresh water.
Yeah. Sounds amazing.
But
But it's not measurable.
Right. But I think it's definitely there to hold the water in. And I don't, to me, it's almost a natural thing because the outer perimeter is obviously cold because the sun spends very little time there. It gets there and bails out and spends most of its time in the middle. Then it gets to the other end and it crosses over, maybe over part of the Antarctica, but it
then-
comes and goes quick. Comes and goes
Well,
quick.
wait.
It's never there for very long.
What about if somebody asks, well, what's underneath? And the only thing I can respond to somebody with that is there's certain like electromagnetic type of with temperature. It was like the science fair or something or exposition, and it was like this track and this disc was floating underneath it, but it was not connected. and I think there was dry ice involved.
Well, it could be pillars of ice that go down deep. It could be pillars of land. It could be
Right.
pillars.
You got to consider the foundation, the pillars. Well, WTF the pillars? I mean, so yeah.
I believe in the pillars because I just believe in what the Bible says. So
Yeah.
at least to
So
some
I
degree.
tell people it's not a globe, for one.
And the pillars go down, and who knows how far they go down. The dirt below it goes down. Who knows how far it goes down? Who knows what shape it takes? Who knows what cavities are in it?
Right.
Who knows what? And the water that could be below and around the entire circumference. It could be around the entire structure. Water could be
Oh yeah,
around
yeah.
the entire structure. And the Great Deep could go for hundreds of thousands of miles below the earth. When they say the Great Deep and the animals and the creatures that could live in there, like Leviathan or whatever,
Yes.
God talks about the creatures in the earth and below
That's
the earth.
just so
stuff like that.
fascinating.
So, that's a very large area because I believe that the universe is full of matter. It's not empty. It's the exact opposite of a privation. The universe is literally full of material from top to bottom, from end to end.
Do you think
from
we're in
wherever.
a terrarium? Do you think we're in a terrarium?
Yes, I
Does
do.
it have to be? Does it have to be like a? But I mean like square, not like a dome.
No,
Because I
I
do
don't
believe
know.
there's people that believe that the sun is projected, and if
I believe the sun was in the firmament, like it says in the Bible, and placed the sun and the moon in the firmament. So that means either under it or inside of it.
It could be projected, but just like caused, if you know what that. I mean, like starting it.
Right. Caused in like a certain area of focus because whatever it is, there's mechanisms that make it move. But I was going to say something about foundations, something as large as all the continents are. There has to be a foundation. There has to be a fundament. And I've even heard, someone posted something about the Great Deep, that all the continents themselves are all basically kind of in the middle, mostly from what we know, other than the outer area. But that this area that we're on, the entire Earth ground that we stand on, the whole entire thing could be floating in the Great Deep.
No.
Yes.
It's immovable, dude.
And there's no
Yeah, I think
there's
it's-
no
I
telling
think
how
it's
much more
immovable,
land there is. There's no telling how much more land there is, like below us or something.
Yeah, personally, I don't think we're floating though, but I've heard that. But I think where there's foundations, just like that image shows that, because that's how we know we're grounded to or balanced to sea level. Like,
Would the foundations go on forever?
well, I don't know.
They'll go down to a bedrock area, maybe.
How far is forever?
It could go for temperature. Temperature might be the bedrock. Temperature might be the firmament.
Right.
Bedrock is the Flintstones.
Yeah, it could be a frozen firmament. It could be a frozen bedrock. Yeah, you're right.
Well, I like Martin Kenny's model myself personally. And with his, he says that, the electromagnetic atmo and the toroidal fields change at different points of the year or ages, I think. I can't remember what word he used, but it allows for passage between the other realms. If there are other realms outside of us, like other rings, regions.
Can I say
Yeah,
something?
you're talking about the
floor concept.
It's like the egg, something about an egg.
No, well, they say it's a cosmic egg, but when Martin Kenny collaborated with Norbs, so they called it Norbs theory for some reason.
Right. Here's what now, whether or not I believe
good
this or not,
documentary.
I think what he was explaining is it's like the start of man, the beginning of creation is moving outward across the plane, and so the lands that were originated here in the north we're a part of a plane of existence that is moving outward. There's a second and third ring, and there's a name of the people that. I mean, it really kind of gets into more of I won't say semantics necessarily, but
it's fascinating
language, right? Yeah, it's really fascinating. So yeah, man. Why would you be scared to look into Martin's theory? I think
Martin Kenny made that model with his own hands. Just saying.
No, but
it's and then he collaborated.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he's talked to other people, whatever. So yeah, it's kind of like it's a ripple.
Yeah,
I guess we wouldn't call it space time, right? But
well, I find it really
maybe it's an aspect of it. It's
I find it really ironic that we're told that space is infinite. Well, what if our land, the realm, is infinite and it's just constantly moving outward? That would be a half truth. So it shouldn't be a surprise.
Like I said, I think the entire universe it's solid. It is material. It's not empty. It's full. It's full, and it goes on for infinity. It can't just stop. I mean, it's how does something like that just stop? And what's on the other side? I mean, is there a wall? Does it stop? I mean, no. That doesn't.
Nothing would be on the other side. That's what would happen.
Right. So I believe the entire realm is full of material.
I think it has. I think it has to have a limit because the gas pressure. You can't have an infinite container.
You can't limit God.
What are they hiding?
So that would mean that there'd be regions.
Well, you could have
quote unquote firmament. Separate. In Martin Kenny's theory, there's separate firmaments, quote unquote firmaments.
Yeah, you could have regional containers.
There is separate firmaments. That's true. There's the ground.
I think
there's
the way the Martin Kenny is actually explaining this.
Electricity.
Maybe I missed it. If we can get him here one day, I might start working on that. I might.
That would be great, Helio.
That would be really freaking cool.
Static.
What he's saying is that there's the sun and moon here. Mars and Venus are the sun and moon of the second layer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Saturn and Jupiter.
It's mainly all temperature.
Are the sun and moon of the
temperature,
right?
Potential and resistance. Resistance is a firmament.
Hold the fucking phone. Hold on.
Yeah.
So the temperature controls it all.
Dude, are you freaking serious?
He was trying to explain the model. So you said Jupiter and Saturn would be in the third realm. Second from us.
That's the
what is Jupiter and Saturn?
They would be suns and moons in another realm.
It's something that's very distant.
But if they're all made up, then what are they?
Okay, made up. Hey, I'll give you an answer. I don't know. There's an answer.
Me either.
Okay, well then you don't know either. So anyway, this is Martin Kenny's idea. Anyway, so yeah. In the first Earth realm that we experience, sun and moon, boom. Second realm is Mars and Venus, right? And it's really if you.
Hey, Helio, isn't
always associated with with the female aspect? Anyway, go ahead.
Martin Kenny is a syncretist.
Yeah,
Correct?
I know, and
But these
I
guys,
know a
it would
lot of
help them
people
if they knew
really.
it.
I know a lot of people don't.
So it's not like
That's why I
Martin
don't
Kenny's
necessarily talk
kooky
about
idea. It's not Martin Kenny's kooky idea. He gathered this information from ancient culture and stuff. That's my
Right,
understanding.
and he's using the
He
same
actually
name, same
has.
planets. Like if
I
it was
mean,
his idea, he'd have his whole start and beginning of his own. Like
yeah, he
this
didn't
thing
just make
exists.
this shit up. He's actually
Right.
studied stuff. So anyway, but anyway, yeah, just look at some of his videos. I mean, fucking A, man. I'm not
I'll
gonna
give
have
you guys a link. Hold on. I'll find it for everybody. You guys seriously gotta watch it. I mean, Martin Kenny has removed himself from the Admiralty Law Society, and so kudos to him. But yeah, let me go look for that.
It's like, who amongst us doesn't want to separate from this?
Me. I'm totally jealous. I'm happily jealous of Martin Kenny.
It's difficult to actually do it. I mean, most of us are pretty much broke. Like, fuck these guys. I wish Earth wasn't what it is, but we actually have to work and can make a living.
But in reality,
Okay,
we do
so
have
I
different
found it.
different.
So
firms.
after you watch, after you watch this video, go all the way down to his very first video, and it'll show him explaining the model he made with his own hand. But the one, universal disclosure, the most interesting video. But anyway.
Well, yeah, everyone that's curious about this, go ahead and watch that video. Yeah, Jen
Yeah,
knows
please
what's
add that to your watch later list. Everybody add that to your watch later list, pretty please.
I like Martin Kenny. I like his.
Because it's kind of nice to, when we don't have any Globers in here to kind of speculate. I think it's fun.
Dude, the flat earthers don't like that idea either because they're so.
Well,
I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. Anyway, continue, ladies and gentlemen.
Only some don't like some things.
Okay,
And they're perfectly okay
if you
to
haven't-
be
if you haven't
disagreed.
seen, hold on. Like, if you haven't seen what Jenny just posted, that, and then
I'll post it
that's
again.
Fine.
I already saved it. It's on. I put it. I'll put it on my channel.
and then we'll move on from there.
But Martin Kenny changed the name of his channel. It used to be his name, and now he changed it to Pineal Foundation. He's like super into like cleansing his body and decalcifying the pineal gland so he can ascend.
Okay, well, hopefully he can do that. I don't know.
I know, right? That'd be awesome for him.
I don't know. We'll see. If I don't even know if that is a thing. Whatever.
Well, if anything else,
I don't know if the egg model that he created. I don't even know if that exists, but it's
right, of course.
but it's a
if
thing to
anything else, he's not living in society. He's off the grid, and more than likely, he's eating ridiculously healthy. I don't think there's any McDonald's anywhere by where he lives.
I live ridiculously drunk most of the time, so I guess we're on opposite sides of the spiritual realm. We'll see, I guess. I do like his work, but anyway, continue. Go ahead, Eggs.
I was just going to say one thing might shed a light to something that was said earlier. So we've got the sun goes around the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. So when a new age begins, just say you're going to a new age and it's in Sagittarius. So Sagittarius, the opposite would be Gemini. So that means the sun would go around that ecliptic between Gemini and
Bro,
Sagittarius.
you're gonna have to talk about you're gonna have to talk about the shit with Vlad. I don't pay attention to that shit.
Okay.
Vlad, is Vlad here? Because I don't talk about
Sounds
where
interesting.
the sun is.
Yeah, all of it's interesting. I just don't believe in any of it.
No, I think the behavior of your certain attitude when you were born, in where the sun was, and your
Well,
sign and all that kind of shit. I think
Helio.
there's something to it, but I just don't.
But
I have
what?
other
My
shit
point was
to worry
missed.
about.
Helio. Isn't there supposed to be like vibrations coming from quote unquote planets?
No, it
Might be
really,
going to the
in
planet.
my opinion, I think it really has to do with the sun.
Might be the other way around.
No, it's the
I
sun.
don't think you got what I was trying to say.
Sun. Okay, maybe my bad.
It might be the other way around,
So
guys. The Earth might send
if
frequency up from the base outward, and where it has to go. Like when sound's gone and you don't hear it anymore, it still went somewhere. It's still a focused energy that was a frequency. So like, where does that shit go, and does it come back? Like, I don't know. These are just questions. Focus energy, we know. Focus sound, focus energy. When waves crash, everything happens
Yeah,
with this
there's
big ass
energy
sound.
from the sun
Everything.
and from the moon, and from
Well,
the
you
moon.
got the Earth too, and then wind, Earth, radiate, everything, all that shit. So you have focus shit bouncing and bouncing and bouncing and hitting and like going where it can go. So I'm just wondering, like, can a mountain, be like a big antenna and focus something up to where above every mountain or certain peak or certain point, there could be a star.
Maybe we cut Iggs off, and I think he was asking about the sun in a certain cycle during.
So when they speak about a new age,
about the zodiac.
sorry, bro. Yeah, but it pertains to us here. So when they talk about, when we talk about now how the sun travels between Capricorn and Cancer, yeah. So in a new age, what's called a new age is because the sun would go into the new constellation. So just say the new constellation is Sagittarius. The opposite would be Gemini. So that means the sun will follow the ecliptic between Sagittarius and Gemini.
So that being the case, what are you are you suggesting anything that might?
So it might free up more land on the side. That ice that is there might not be there.
Dude,
if the sun goes around further. This is why they have new ages.
Let me ask you something. Since you live in Australia, how does the sun, when it's winter for us, does the
I wonder if
sun
that's why they call it
across the sky?
Can you repeat that again, bro? Sorry.
Age of Enlightenment.
Hey, eggs. When it's winter for us and summer for winter, yeah. When it's summer for us and it's winter for you, does the sun move slower? And then when it's summer for you, does it move faster? I'm just curious because even in when it's summer here, sometimes at sunset. Oh wait, is it winter? I'm getting confused. Obviously,
I got a mic check.
Yep.
You got
Thank
the mic
you.
check. Anyway, so in the winter time here, sometimes the sun doesn't actually touch the horizon, but it will move very fast. It will set very fast.
I've seen the moon set before. Quote unquote set.
I've never seen a moon set.
It was
Yeah,
really
it's
creepy.
kind
It kind of freaked me out. It wasn't what I was expecting, I guess.
I saw the moon look like it was touching the street, and it was covering up like a big portion of the sky when I was looking at it. It was huge.
Hey,
The moon is awesome.
Iggs, what do you see in Australia?
I'm down at the most, what is it?
You're in
Southeast
southern,
point.
yeah,
Yeah,
southern Australia, like Sydney area.
yeah, down there, Victoria, so even like more lower. So
Right.
in the summertime, it seems like it feels like it kind of hangs about a bit more, if you know what I mean. I'm trying to
You're
find the right
talking
word.
about looking across the ocean.
Yep.
All right, cool.
It kind of lingers there a bit more or hangs about a bit more. I don't know how proper word to describe it.
Yeah, I'd love to see it if you could. Even with your phone, you can take some video of the sunset. Especially since it's summer. It's it's summertime here, but yeah, even wintertime.
what it
If you
feels
go to
like
the
to
beach, if
actually
you go to the beach in
I
Sydney,
see.
holy shit, that'd be freaking cool if you could capture some
Yeah,
sunrise.
yeah, I can do that. Yeah,
Yeah, please, man, do it.
yeah, no, not a problem, bro. Yeah.
Awesome.
I think they changed the weather in my area, completely clouded over like the entire West Coast on Memorial Day weekend to keep millions of people going to the beaches, which actually it's not even stopping it, probably. But I'm kind of convinced that that's what's happening.
We have really decent weather.
Hey, friggin' today was beautiful here in Arkansas. I'm landlocked. I'm not even near oceans. I'm right in the central United States. So. It do what it do. But it was a beautiful day today. Well, it still is, I guess. It's fucking 4 in the afternoon. 4 p.m. I should be spending time outside instead of sitting in front of this damn computer.
I don't know, since that lunar eclipse here, it's been freezing. It's like zero.
Really, it's cold as fuck down there. Is down. See, I just said down. Like it's under me. You know, it's like. I mean, it's cold over there, Iggs. It's
Over there, way over there.
over there. Over
Yeah,
there.
when I know it's kind of good to know it's kind of good to know that when I point towards where Iggs is, I'm pointing out lateral to myself.
Because the Yanks are coming. The Yanks are coming.
Yeah, and the moon is like at 12 o'clock. I've never seen it like at 12 o'clock.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's nice here where I'm. It's like freaking 65 Fahrenheit. Freaking nice day. It's fucking awesome. It's like when you're in Arkansas, it's either hot as fuck or it's like a nice day. It's like there is no, or in the wintertime, it's cold as shit. You know, it's like there is no, I mean, you know, between winter and spring, sometimes it gets nice. And then after summer and fall, it's like, but other than that, it's just really extreme temperatures.
It's only like 63, 64 here. Not the spring I used to know, although we have had a couple of weeks where we had 80
You
degrees.
got 63 in California right now? Southern
Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. It's a freaking ice age.
That's about what the temp is here. Holy fucking
It's cold.
shit.
No, it's cold here. and it's been clouded
you call
over.
that
Listen,
shit cold?
yeah.
You call 63 cold in California?
Yeah, because I'm used to 105 in the freaking summer here with high humidity and 105 degrees.
Yeah, all right.
In the
But you
freaking
never get
evening.
any rain either. We had this huge fucking thunderstorm yesterday, or like it wasn't yesterday, like 12 hours ago, but it was.
I think that's what Jenny was saying yesterday too. Jenny was alerting us to the storm.
We had a fucking huge thunderstorm the other day. And it was fucking crazy. I had hail and shit. It was fucking.
I wish we would have a thunderstorm here.
Yeah, well, you can't. You're gonna get.
Oh, I would love to see a lightning storm. That would be the best. Yeah.
I need to come to Texas.
Fuck you, Sonny.
Oh, dude, that would. I don't know. There's
Thanks,
too many
Celia.
tornadoes.
Thank you very much. Anyway, I remember a huge listen. I live right on the ocean. Like when I was in the Navy, I was on a ship and we were tied up at the dock a lot of times, you know. And there was this one time when I first got on my ship here in San Diego. There was freaking an electrical storm that I've never seen since. Like it's famous because like thousands of bolts coming out of the sky and hitting the ocean and on land too. And 100-year-old trees were hit by lightning and fell down during that storm.
Hey,
Here,
what was so
like,
funny a second ago?
Huh?
What was so funny a second ago? I missed something.
Hold on. So what I was going to say about that is I've never seen another storm like that since. That was like in 86, 87.
Really? You saw that on,
You didn't film
the
it?
West Coast?
You didn't film the shit? Come on, man.
On the West Coast, all the power was out. It was like crazy.
That sounds pretty crazy.
Oh, well, if you can remember the day, I guarantee somebody filmed that shit.
Oh, there's film of that. That was a famous one. I should see if I could try to find it.
That was
The
probably
Navy's got it for sure.
that was probably some dew weapon shit. Hey, what's up, Rod?
Who the hell's that?
Fraud. What?
That's IG. I know that. Someone else said what's up.
Dude, Fraud's always driving. He's always driving, trying to talk on his Bluetooth mic, and it sounds like shit.
It does sound like shit. I gotta get. Hey, what's a good traveling one to get? I need to get one.
I don't know because I don't even join unless I'm right here in front of my Blue Yeti mic. I mean, every time I join on my Bluetooth microphones, everybody's like, "I can't hear you." And I was like, "Okay, I'll just I won't join unless I'm talking on this microphone." I can't help you, but recommendation. I mean, I can't. I really don't know where to start. You know, with
I drive all the time. Is my mic okay?
Bluetooth. Yeah, David. Yeah, you're gonna have to ask David because he's driving.
I've got earbuds.
He actually does pretty good.
All I've got is the earbuds that came with my phone. So,
damn. Well, that's wired. That's wired, though. Hold on, David. That's wired, right?
yes, he need wireless or something.
Yeah, he's talking about wireless Bluetooth.
I never done the Bluetooth. So.
Okay, well, yeah. So I don't know what to tell you, Fraud.
Almost ran over a pronghorn. You ever seen a fucking pronghorn? Holy shit.
What the is that?
Pronghorn, leghorn?
I was gonna say.
It's not even native. It's some shit out of fucking Africa that they stuck over here in North Dakota.
Wow.
Oh boy.
What do you like in Wyoming, North Dakota?
Yeah, I'm in North Dakota right now, but I gotta head to Louisiana tomorrow.
Oh, trip.
Are you,
I've been up in the.
are you the only black dude in North Dakota?
What?
You know, I thought that before I got here. I'm gonna be the only black guy, and then dude, I get here and it's a lot. It's actually a lot. You know, there's a lot of fucking Africans out here, like straight up.
All right,
straight
cool. I was just wondering. I didn't know you were in North Dakota. I'm just like, you said North Dakota. I was like, what the fuck? I know you're a black dude. I was like, you're the only motherfucker that's out there.
You'd be surprised how many black people the colors are here.
Cool. That's cool.
I never even thought of a color when I talk to Fraud at all. I just see you as
Dude, you can't tell he's
no. I didn't pay attention. Like why?
Sam,
You know.
I just thought he was one funny. Oh.
Well, I mean, I grew up in Arkansas, so I know what black people sound like. So whatever. I don't.
Yeah, whatever. I do too. He doesn't sound like he is. Like I never equated that. Like not that it matters that much, you know. Like I could care less. Like everybody's everybody, whoever we are.
You'd be like that Seinfeld episode. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Not
That's funny, even though I didn't mean it that way.
It's about vernacular, right? You know,
I know.
It's like people can tell that I live in the South, but I'm not from the South. You know, so it's kind of like, you know, I've been living here for 30 years, but you can tell I'm Southern.
Were you in Texas or Arizona?
Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Yeah. You better not fucking say that again.
How about Texarkana?
Texarkana is, you know, the southwestern portion of the state, and it's a tripped out place. I've been to Texarkana. But anyway, I'm just fucking with you, Fraud.
You're a tripped out.
It's Arkansas. It's not friggin' Arkansas. Punch you in the mouth if you say Arkansas again.
Okay, don't anyone say that. No, they need to write it the server bylaws.
Elio, man, have you ever been to the airport where they brought all the cocaine in? What was that called? Clinton and them.
That was in Hope.
You ever been to that airport?
I've never been to that airport, but I've been to jail close to that airport.
Cool.
What, that place that they brought in all the drugs, wasn't it Bill Clinton Marshalls?
Yeah, if you look up the Clinton Chronicles on YouTube, you'll find out that how fucked up the Clintons are. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right, I know.
So
looked into that.
All that stuff, but I
reckon he's got tons stashed up his nose.
I was in Clark County Jail for 15 days. Anyway, which is near Hope, but not Hope is a little bit further south, but yeah, doesn't matter.
You know what? I was searching through my YouTube playlist, and Ben Shapiro had a picture of the mayor of Chicago. For whatever reason, I don't know, it's irrelevant. But whenever I look at that lady, I always think of fucking Beetlejuice.
You hear the hot mic?
You know what's really interesting about this Clinton story or whatever? Then after Clinton, freaking what was the other asshole that was the governor that ran for president? What was his name?
Governor Asshole.
Yeah, Governor Asshole. Hold on.
Asshole.
He was actually in the Republican debates or whatever for Huckabee. That dude.
Oh no.
Huckleberry Finn.
Oh no. Huckleberry.
Huckleberry. Yeah, this guy Huckabee.
Huckleberry Finn.
So he was governor for a little while after Clinton and whatever, and then
and his daughter was White House press secretary.
Dude, and right now our governor that we have now, I can't remember his name because I don't pay attention to politics anymore.
An actor.
He was the drug czar under George Bush during 9/11. So it's,
those corrupt assholes.
Yeah, they all
they're
they're all connected. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, the syndicate, man. It's a freaking
it's Hutchison.
that one.
He's our governor now. He was He was the drug czar under George Bush, the junior, who was governor. Was president during 9/11. So,
Oh my God, Jenny. Oh my God, Jenny. You are absolutely correct. What the heck is that? How does that happen?
What is she vote? Holy shit.
Could someone explain it to me, please? Explain it to me.
Oh, what the
what
is
the
that?
fuck is
Wow.
No, that's what I'm saying. And
Yeah,
this is
every
like
time I saw that
me
shit,
living in Arkansas, and then like Clinton, and then Bush, and then Bush, and then this fucking all these governors come through Arkansas and shit, and then they're presidents, and then they're just like
out.
holy fucking shit, And then when I started finding this shit out in the 90s, I'm like, all right, this shit's fucked, So anyway,
He looks like he snipped a fucking Ajax.
Yeah. So something like that. So Helio, what about? Do you know about the neighborhood near Mina where that pilot, the drug running CIA dude, like where he crashed?
Well, I didn't at the time, but I knew now.
Okay.
It was Hope, Arkansas. Somebody
It was right there. Okay.
It was Hope, Arkansas. All that shit came. Holy shit! Have you seen American Drug War?
Yeah.
That shit came from Hope, Arkansas. That shit came from Mexico to Hope, Arkansas.
He just went to recover the packages that were missing from the crashed plane.
I can't believe how dumb I was. Well, I can believe because look at the way that the media manipulates people. But it's really easy to actually convince people of a truth that is not actually true, right? It's like, hey, this is this. But yeah, when you watch American Drug War, you'll find out what's going on, or the Clinton Chronicles. You'll see.
Healy is spewing that he didn't get to the crash site to recover some merchandise there.
You're not going to find that shit on YouTube anymore. But, well, you might be able to find American Drug War because people keep posting it. But, yeah. If you haven't seen that movie yet, there's American Drug War and American Drug War 2. That's really more about the LA crack epidemic. But if you watch the Clinton Chronicles, you'll see how it actually started. It really came from Arkansas.
Hey guys,
that's how they brought the cocaine in and then sent it to LA.
All planned out.
there's somebody in the voice text asking to be unmuted.
Yeah, I saw that too. Anyone know what reason James Richards was muted?
I don't know. He should have been a valued member here.
Oh, I remember that.
If it's
guy.
the same James.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, I remember this guy.
Something must have happened.
Come on, if it's
he might not be worth it. But I think it's a kid, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm gonna. Well, somebody must have already done it. James, is that you?
Yeah, if you can hear me.
Yeah, that's James. What did you do?
Haha.
I have no idea.
Come on, man.
Seems to happen to me quite frequently.
Well,
Save
just the
some
last time. What
It's just
happened the last time?
Maybe you were an asshole. I don't know. I'm an asshole, but I never get muted. Well, oh shit.
Yeah,
To recall. No, that's all right.
All right. So James, what do you want to talk about?
Not just, I probably won't even talk. It's just the thought of having a muzzle on me.
I know, but you must have done something to get muted. I've talked to you before. But a lot of us have.
Yeah, I'm sure I probably did. People get muted that don't necessarily deserve it. I'm not saying that's what took place, but
Well, we're not talking about that.
it had to have been at least a week. I don't know if 2 weeks.
Well, hey, let me check something. Let me check out what's going on. Because if, for the most part, we want people to come in on one account here, and if you're
Right.
banned, you're gonna have to appeal to one of the moderators to unban you. If you come in on another account, we
Yeah,
want-
I don't do that.
Okay, so how are you here then if you haven't been unbanned by someone?
He said unmuted.
Just unmuted.
All right, well, I'm gonna check it. Because, I mean, I want you to be here, James, but I don't want you to be here on a second account. I want you to come on your original.
Yeah, this is me. It was. I used
I
to
know
go by,
it's you. I'm just saying I
Predator.
want you to be here talking to us on your original account because that's the rules.
Yeah, that. Well, my original was, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. Predator. Still showed James Richard though.
No, I get that. Yeah, I remember you. You know, you remember me. I'm just saying this account
Yeah.
that's labeled VC verified. Is this the same
Yeah,
account?
you could just put me back on mute, man. The last thing I want to do is, I mean, I just took away your guys' whole conversation, so I don't want to do that.
No,
so.
we were just actually kind of bullshitting amongst each other, but maybe you're not getting this, but whatever. Yeah, I'll put you back on mute, or you put yourself back on mute. I mean, we know you, but I'm just saying, if you want to be a part of this server, choose one account and use that one.
It's always this.
And all right, cool. I think that's true, but whatever. Anyway, continue, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm looking at that picture again. Sorry, everybody. I can't stop.
I'd put my ugly face on camera if the Discord let me, just so you knew it was always me.
No, dude, I can tell by your voice it's you, bro. I'm just saying. I only have.
Hey, how about that Earth?
I
That
only have
flat Earth
one-
there.
I only have one account in here, so I'm just, I don't even know.
That Black Swan's kind of open for debate always.
Black
right?
Swan, yeah. How
You know?
about that Horizon? Yeah. Hey, I was gonna say, Jenny, stop looking at the weird lady. Stop! Don't look at.
Don't look at her.
Don't look at that.
Wasn't she the one sneaking off to like the beauty salon and all the rest of it?
No,
Nothing
no.
can help her.
Oh no, that's
Nancy
I heard-
Pelosi is the one who thought the rules were for thee and not for me.
Heard she's got some sort of lawsuit right now going.
Really? Do you know any
Yep.
minor details or what?
Just that she was a part of some sort of big, huge, like deposit of like $1.5 billion or something like that, and I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just saying that this is just.
So possible 1.5 billion dollars of our money.
Yeah.
being hidden away somewhere. Oh, okay. Yeah.
And it's tied to someone else. I shouldn't say any names because when you say the names, they pick it up, of course. the AI is supposed to be here for.
No names necessary. None necessary.
Have you heard anything on Pennsylvania? The agenda. Something about them. They're doing a special counsel for Dominion being under investigation or something like that.
Oh yeah, heard a lot about it, but I don't know if it's. I mean, how are they going to do that? I mean, like, how are they going to come out and say, "Oh, well, it's all fake"? You know, it's all a fraud. It's all been. You know, I mean, he's still controlling everything, though. That's the thing.
No doubt. It's a ploy, man. I definitely think it's a ploy. They stole the election.
I want to see. I want to see something happen, and then I'll believe it. Well, that
So,
lightning
James.
shot. That's awesome.
You still think the Earth is a globe? A big fat globe.
A glubber.
I was trying to find out if James still thinks the Earth is a globe.
I was just gonna say that it's Tom Fitton from Judicial Watch that is suing Nancy Pelosi.
Obfuscation at this.
If I ate them, I'd make a song and it'd say, "I need a gyro."
Talking about that, I'm making a song. Did y'all hear the worm with the face?
Night. It's gotta be warm. It's gotta rotisserie. It's gotta be cooked just right. I need a gyro. No, it's fine.
I love those so much. It's been
All
forever
right.
since I had one.
I could play a mean guitar part that go along with that.
I need a steak that roasted on both sides.
Potatoes.
Potatoes and beans on side.
You gotta add the background like, ooh, ooh.
Ooh, ooh.
You see the penny in the back? That's my penny. It's got a yarmulke, a soldier helmet. And on the other side, it's funny. It's real. It's a real penny. And on the other side, it's got 1 cent, and it's Abraham Lincoln sitting on his little chair in between the 1 and 1 cent. It's pretty cool.
Yamaka.
And it's still got the mint mark underneath the design. The little tails part in the coat. It's something cool. And I'm pretty sure an old preacher gave it to me. I think. It was either some change from Quick and Ease or an old preacher. It was my only two choices.
pretty cool though.
Yeah, yeah. And it says
when you say
AM, it says AMER on the helmet upside down. Like the letters America, to start the word America to be printed on one side or something. And then on the coat, on the jacket, the right side sleeve, the arm of the jacket, the shoulder, that's the tail side building. Stamped on that. So it's like he's got an army helmet and general stripes. It's pretty weird. Pretty cool.
Well, I've said it a few times.
Actually, you know what? That reminds me of that fucking painting. There's a painting of one of the popes or one of the dudes, and it looks just like that. That's fucking weird. It has like the hat, and he has like the little design off his thing.
Yep.
The little white robe they wear. Oh.
Yep. So I keep on saying the government's an occupier. So occupying force.
I'm pretty sure it weighs the same as other coins too. If it weighs a hair different, that's weird too. But it still has the fucking mint mark. Like, if I was a metal worker and I put a design or put something overlaying like a piece of sheet metal and I put it on your car, could I still show the little bitty mint marks, even though I overlaid that metal with another metal?
Yeah, no, yeah. There's certain.
It has to be from the mint, then, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Good deal. That's what I was thinking. My deductional reasoning, Watson.
Well deduced.
Yeah, because people told me it was forged and fake and shit, and I was like, yeah, it probably is, Until I got to thinking, I was like, well, if I added a piece of metal there, in reality, could I still show something that was underneath it? I think that'd be pretty hard. That'd be a true master mason of coinage.
That'll be 24 karat, bro. Like, that's like soft as.
So it wasn't until 1983 that they started putting a zinc inner part. Before that, they were solid copper.
That's why you keep all your pennies. It's the most powerful denomination of money. The penny.
Yep.
It would have been silver, but copper is copper.
Yeah, copper still got value like silver and gold. Not as much, but still.
Well, if you secretly had the world's last amounts, on reserve, and they used a lot of it up, then it'd be worth a lot. I mean, like if everybody hoarded like $8,000 in pennies, everybody, all just the ones with all pure copper or whatever, and they just kept all those, just kept them all.
What year did they stop having it all copper?
Yeah, it's funny how they did that all at once. They even did it here.
1980.
1 cent, 2 cents.
Sorry, 1983. I believe it was 1983.
Interesting.
Yes. Same here. You guys don't need those 1 cent, 2 cent copper little coins. Give them here. We'll give you some shitty 5 cent fucking coins made out of.
And then they'll sell them to you in a museum for $2 a piece. Or, in a catalog. Oh, here's a real penny. We stopped making pennies, but you can buy your commemorative penny today.
That we stole from you.
When did they start putting pipes? When did they start putting underground pipes and copper? Stood around the same time.
Hello. Hello. Thinking about what? Flax.
It was truly a question. I don't know. I was just that was my reasoning.
I'm so neurotic. I started going through my pennies and taking all the cheap ones out. But check this out. Check this out. Check this out. You could listen. You could wait. You could listen. You could tie the zinc ones up all together and use it as an electrolysis pad on your boat to prevent electrolysis. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. They got us real good. Yeah, just give us all your gold coins. Yeah, otherwise we'll come take them off you. But they didn't.
Yeah,
We just gave them
they
in.
did the gold. Yeah.
Yep. It's like, really going to take the copper off you.
The dollar bill's never changed. The penny has, the nickel has, the dime, the quarter, the 10, the 5, the 20, the 100, the 50, but the dollar bill hasn't changed.
So check this out. Somebody was talking about money a little bit earlier, and to think about how, like, remember how the United States, anyway, here, that there was so many different types of money. There were like 30 or 40 different types of money you could get them. They're probably like were private minters, bankers minting their own, private citizens at saloons minting their own. There were all these different types of forms of cash, right?
Yeah.
And then they decided, no, we're not going to have this anymore. So we're going to have this one greenback or whatever it was, like, backed by gold. So now whoever the powers to be, don't you think of crypto as kind of like just like that? They're allowing all this other little stuff to flourish before they all capture it all, like they did before.
Pokemon.
What do you think about that?
That's why.
I think crypto's worthless and it's going down, down, down like the roller coaster.
What little I know about it, Sonny, the difference there is that they can't control crypto like they can control cash.
Because the blockchain, yeah, right. Yeah.
I believe that.
Immutable ledger. It's on several different.
Yeah, that must scare the shit out of them.
If
they don't like that, yeah.
There's no way the CIA, the military industrial complex, or the federal would ever, through the FCC fucking laws and guidelines, ever let you have something that was uncontrollable by them.
So I've been using it for my transactions for the last year and a half between my friends, my family, and everything. So I don't know what you're talking about. Because it's just like transactioning paper money between your friends and family and everything. But this is on a blockchain, which actually is tracked. It's your own personal wallet. So it does work very well.
Yep.
Yeah, the way the code's written, it's unmutable. The government can't really do anything about it unless they shut down everybody's computer all across the world. I'm
But
exaggerating.
then the ledger's still up. Yeah.
There's always a record.
Yeah, I get that, and and they can't shut down the whole system that they use too. So
I'm just saying they have the ability to notice things and see.
They can manipulate it because they have a big amount of money. But if people are holding, they can't take that from them because it's in their wallet.
Correct.
Okay? That's the whole thing. If you are storing coins in your wallet, they cannot take that from you.
right. So that is pretty cool. I'm kind of looking at it to see how it's going to behave here.
When you say
I just
coins,
know I just know that
these
there's a
coins have-
scale. There's literally a scale that Bitcoin has followed, and it's always on an upward trend. But there is a baseline as well as a height line that they follow in between, and that's where you can make your money. But the algorithm is so strong that it's not going anywhere. It will continue to be strong, and I'm telling you right now, it's a futuristic thing. If you've seen Player Ready One or whatever that is, where he puts on this 3D goggles and he goes into a real life world that he walks around and he's on a treadmill that, you know, he finds. If you haven't, it's called Player One or Ready Player One, and it's about coins. It literally is about coins. The whole world is about this game and you making coins in this game.
Super Mario.
That's it right there. He's put it in the chat. You gotta watch it if you haven't watched it. It's a very good movie about a VR capable environment world type. It's just insane to think about it because it's right now. They literally have on the market, you can buy for $50,000 a virtual house and store all of your NFTs. NFT is a non-refundable token where it's an art piece that you just sold for crypto, and you actually get a percentage off of anyone else selling that because you are the designer, you are the creator of it. Okay, and there's only one of one.
Yep, and they can't do the copyright.
They can't duplicate it.
Copyright it and steal it off you.
Okay, which it's of course another way of laundering money. It literally is. People are putting millions of dollars into artwork that is digital.
They've been doing that for a long time. Remember?
Exactly.
Yeah, but is it laundering?
It truly is.
No.
I'm telling you, they don't pay any tax on it.
Do you guys,
Okay,
do you guys
it's
remember
actually-
Second Life?
Go ahead, June.
Sorry, do you guys remember Second Life? I never played it, but
I never played it either, but yeah, I know what it is.
am I naming it correctly?
Yeah,
First
it's called
Life?
Second Life. It's a virtual online game or whatever where it's I guess it's like the Sims where you create a character online.
It's pretty cool. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Anyway, what were you going to say about that, Jen?
Oh, well, whoever was talking a moment ago about, you know, how intricate it is and the state of the technology, I said, well, they've been doing that for quite some time. So they've got a pretty good idea of, you know, for the next level or whatever. So I mean, if you can take off where you left off, that'd be great.
Well, check this out. I mean, what we're talking about with like some of the cryptocurrencies, or even prior to that, something like what you're doing. It's like, hey, I'm getting away with not paying taxes, you know, which taxation is theft, you know, as far as my mind, you know. So
Not really. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
Okay,
I'm saying
go for it. What
I'm
you
saying that it's part of the art kind of reality, okay? And if you know about art just on paper, you know, like the artwork, they store these artworks in banks to not pay any money on them. They just store them there at the bank. So that's why they put a price tag on this.
Oh,
on
okay.
this piece
Well,
of art.
God,
That's
God
huge.
forbid you could save money somewhere that you have to pay taxes on.
That's all I'm saying. Is that
That's what I'm saying too. It's what I'm just like, what's wrong with it?
Exactly. I don't care, but they think it's wrong in that sort of way. And that, you know, whatever, they're still going to get away with it because NFTs are like huge right now. They're making like NFL and basketball cards that are NFTs. I'm not joking you. It's just It's integrating into the system already.
So NFT means not for
non-refundable token. NFT.
What's the F stand for?
Non-fun. Hold on, let me just make sure I'm saying that right. I'm sorry. Let me just make sure I'm saying it right. Sorry, NFT. I know it's an NFT. NFT.
I've heard non-fungible token, Justin.
Non-fungible token. That's what I meant. Yeah, that's it. Fungible.
What does that mean?
Sorry.
Fungible. What is that?
I know, right?
Fungible is like the ultimate liquidity of an asset. Like nobody can, and private. No, it's away from government. So
Sure, it's essentially like doing an offshore bank account. You know, it's like when they all the billionaires freaking put shit in assets.
Okay, because an NFT allows the buyer to own or the original item. Not only that, it contains built-in authentication, which serves as proof of ownership. Collectors value those digital bragging rights almost more than than the item itself. That's what. It's just so high quality.
Hey,
that's
Jim.
why I'm telling. That's why ETH is so high too, because they've been selling these so much.
Hey, Jan, I found a new show. I've been watching it, and this is directly related to what we're talking about now.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
It's called Startup. It's called Startup.
Startup. It's interesting because I do see
It's a
Bitcoin.
Crackle original show. I mean, you know what Crackle is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Startup. Watch that. It's got the guy from Lord of the Rings. He's one of the hobbits, but he's a total fucking dick in this show. I mean, he's a piece of shit. It's like I wonder, like, if you're an actor and it's like, I want you to be the biggest dick in the universe, and this is going to be your freaking play. Yeah, the show's crazy. They put it on Netflix now. And there's 3 seasons on there. I just started the 2nd season. Yeah, it's crazy ass show. It's based in
Go ahead, Sonny. You were trying to say something.
My bad. Go ahead, son.
Take it away, Sonny.
I was just going to say, I've just watched Bitcoin go back up now. So since we were on that discussion with Justin.
Yeah, this show is about
what we're talking.
That's
okay. That's what I kind of figured.
Black Swan.
Black Swan.
Black Swan.
Black Swan.
No, Black Swan. Black
Bit
Swan.
Swan.
Okay. Just Black Swan. Okay, just
Coin Swan.
That's racist.
Black Swan. Black
Bit
Swan.
Swan.
That's racist.
Wow, y'all.
Black Swan. It came an echo right there for a minute.
Anyway, so
bounced off every freaking wall we had.
almost exactly a minute. Just about a whole minute.
Purple Swan.
Anyway, I just wanted to say, I mean, if you haven't seen it, Startup. It's about.
Send me a link, please. I tried looking.
Yes, sir.
I couldn't find it.
I'll send it to you. But anyway,
Guaranteed way you guys can just make money. Sell. Don't buy anything. Just sell everything you got.
What are y'all doing? We got a glove believer in the room. Everybody welcome Chemo.
Hold on.
Chemo, how you doing?
Why do you think you live on a globe, sir?
Chemo.
Where are you?
Flat Earther, man. He's a legendary flat Earther.
Good afternoon.
What's up?
Chemo, hey.
Hello.
How about the globe?
Globe abortion.
How about that globe?
I'll applaud it.
The globe is aborted.
Is the globe a little boring?
Let the gentleman speak. How's your evening there, Chemo?
Not too bad, thanks.
Good stuff.
Wait,
Cool.
are you guys
From
are you
cradle
guys
to
not
grave.
sure, like, what chemo is, or are you just like, I don't know, it's kind of weird. I wanted to say that James Richard, he joined here, but I think this is another account. I gave him the roles because I know who he is. But he's been here on another account. So James, please only join here on one account.
No, that's okay.
All right, cool. So anyway, back to Chemo. What's up, bro?
Yeah, I'm good. How are things?
Pretty good. Anything new?
No, not really. The Globers have given up, so not really much to report.
Hey, did you listen to our stream from yesterday with hell's the name of that?
In the other server. The Chatterbox.
Chatterbox, yeah.
I didn't know. I'm missing. You'll link it.
It was a shit show.
Oh, it wasn't a shit show. It actually
on their end. We did good, but they just kind of had, yeah.
Yeah, I'll send you a link, Kimo.
Crap, it's not shit show.
Cool.
But it was
It
good.
was a shit show after the live stream, but I wasn't even there. I came back in here, but I heard it was a shit show after the live.
We got into some heavy stuff, yeah.
Yeah, it was about 2.5 hours of really good content, and then it turned into I stopped the live stream, and then it turned into a shit show. Apparently, I wasn't there.
They kind of wanted to cut it short and everything, and it was bad. And their moderators in there were all like really young too. Like it was amazing talking with any of them.
Just started the live. But anyway, yeah, I'll send you the link, Kimo. Yeah, I thought it went really good for the first couple hours. Yeah, I thought it would. I just sent you the link, Kimo. Anyway, continue, gentlemen and ladies.
Oh yeah, I see it. Thanks.
Yeah, Chemo, I heard you were a guest star in one of Quantum's Numpty clips with Jim Panda. You heard it?
What, the latest one is that?
Yeah, I forget what one he was talking about. Shit, what we talking about? I can't remember what Jim Panda said. It was bullshit.
Yeah, he usually is. Yeah.
Yeah, he loves you. Doesn't Jim love you, Kimo? He loves you. He wants you to give you a bro hug every time.
I think it's because we just go way back in the discussion. Like, he was one of the first ball earthers. There's very few ball earthers, very few flat earthers then. So it just goes back, 5-6 years ago. So
Have you guys live in a close area. Have you ever met Jim in real life?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've seen pictures of him. I haven't seen a picture, not that I want to, but I've seen pictures of Jim. So, what did he really like greet you with, hey, I'm Jim and you're freaking Chemo, whatever? What was it like meeting him?
It was just normal. I mean, just it was at the Flat Earth the meetup, and we also went to Brian Cox convention. Just normal, really.
What did you say? Brian Cox convention?
Yeah, it was like I can't explain what it was. I forgot what it was called.
Oh, so you went to a Glober convention?
Yeah, I went with the idea of speaking to Brian Cox.
Brian Cook.
Brian
Somebody's cock.
That sounds like a flat earther. That sounds like a flat. Wait. That sounds like a flat earther visiting a numpty convention. Exactly.
Holy shit! They had a convention about Brian Cox.
It's not a convention. It was more like a presentation. He was talking about like the universe and how it works.
Okay, so this is about astrophysics.
So just like I said, in
Yeah.
other words.
Hey. Yeah. Hey. Do tell. Go ahead and continue. Go ahead, Chemo. What happened?
Well, like I said, I just went there to speak to Brian Cox and ask him questions, but it didn't happen because
You never met him.
no, we saw him, but we didn't get to speak to him directly.
Wow. So you went to one of these Brian Cox freaking meetups or whatever, but you didn't actually get to talk to him. Oh, that kind of sucks. That would have been. Oh, did you actually get to see him speak?
Yeah, we right near the front. He was just going through his nonsense and stuff. But the idea was just to speak to him. I thought there'd be like an opportunity to ask questions. Like they do with a microphone.
The idea with the you're gonna have to be more specific. Come on, Chemo, give us more.
When they have a presentation, you ask questions with the microphone at the end.
Oh yeah, people can walk up. It's like I have a question. Were you one of those people, or you just didn't get the opportunity?
It didn't happen. No, he wanted it by Twitter. He said, "Any questions? Send them to Twitter, and we'll decide which one gets it."
Shit, if you go to Twitter, if it's not the right question, they'll just fuck. Have you gone?
Didn't Brian Cox have a famous quote, something like "No one in history ever thought the Earth was flat" or something?
Yeah,
And
he
I'm
says all
paraphrasing.
crazy shit. Yeah, he does say shit like that.
Brilliant, a brilliant man.
Yeah, so I mean, since you weren't given the opportunity to ask Brian Cox a question directly there, did you contact him on his Twitter channel?
Oh no! It was just going to be
me either. I don't give a shit about that guy.
Now, like I said, I just thought I'd have been able to ask questions on a microphone. It wasn't like that.
I thought you just said it was like that, where there was a few people that could go on the microphone and ask him questions.
No, Helio. He said they did the Twitter questions. Remember?
Okay, maybe
They did him like Biden. You don't let him talk to like regular people. He'll get exposed.
Yeah, you're gonna have to buy them then, right? You're gonna have to buy them then.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
No, my bad. But anyway, so
Bias
sure,
too.
but you ain't gonna get. No one here is gonna be within 10 feet of Brian Cox or Neil deGrasse Tyson, and even if we were, they don't make public appearances that often where the public can actually access them. These assholes will not fucking give an inch, to make a mile or 27 trillion miles. Fuck them, motherfucker. Pardon my French. I don't know what we always attribute to the French, because when you figure this shit out, it's like. Hey, but props to you, Kibo, for freaking trying to get a hold of Red Cox. An asshole.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate that I didn't do it.
It's all good, man. Dude. you would have got, even if you were able to get to that microphone and ask him a question, it's just not. You're going to get the same bullshit answers we get from all of these assholes.
It's like when the astronaut was asked about the bubbles in space. I thought it would be like that, where I could ask questions to Michael.
Hey, props for freaking at least trying. You know, cool.
Cool.
Somebody turned
It's been-
Helio down like 8 million.
What is my microphone really loud? I can turn my.
Yeah, I got you on 200, Helio.
Well, that means you have me turned up loud.
Yeah, your volume is really low.
Oh, really? I mean, I need to get closer to my microphone. Okay.
There you go.
Is this better? I'm just fucking with you. I'm not gonna freaking eat it. I'm not gonna eat it, but yeah. Yeah, I was about
It's not Subway, bro.
I was about 2 feet away from it, but anyway. But yeah, it's really curious. So you actually watched a Brian Cox speech live, Chemo?
Sorry?
Yeah, you went and you went to a speech by Brian Cox. You watched him talk live.
Yeah.
And all right. So what was he saying?
He was just talking about how the universe was formed and galaxies, and just it was really boring actually. Well, it wasn't boring; it was quite exciting, like the big, massive cinema screen they had. But other than that, it was just nonsense. I didn't take anything in. I wasn't there to learn anything, you know.
Because we already know it's bullshit. So what was the? That's funny. So we already know it's bullshit. But whatever. I mean, what was the focus of this speech? I mean, just give us a general idea of what he was trying to say. You know, of course we know he's just spewing nonsense, but what was the focus of the idea? No, a lot of the people that were in the audience were probably like, "Ooh, Brian Cox is really coming out here with," you know, just like. What was the focus of the conference or the speech? What was that?
So he just had like a massive cinema screen, like really big, because it was showing like scale of the planet, Earth, and the universe, cosmos, and just can't even remember it. I think I uploaded a little bit.
It's like
So sort of more like a sermon then, really. Like,
So you basically watch the movie.
like I don't blame you for not actually being able to explain this, because it's just like these idiots actually try to apply science to something you can't science. Right? So it's just like, okay, I was focusing on, can I get a question to this idiot? Right? So,
yeah, that's all I wanted to do was.
I know. Yeah, I get it. Because, dude, I wouldn't have been. I would have been in the same position. It's like, all right, here's how we know. Yeah, congratulations for sitting around and listening to that bullshit.
So apart from Chemo, everybody else paid money to watch a movie together.
Oh, but they were freaking. They paid their money for a good reason, because they love it. I bet if we had asked one of those persons in the audience besides Chemo what he said, they could recount it word for word.
Well, what was the best part of the movie?
Well, they're not here. We're here.
No, I'm just saying, like they would just
But
have to record
Chemo,
like the movie that
actually,
they
he was
saw.
there, and he can't remember. He was just waiting for his opportunity to ask this dipshit a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian
Best way to
Cox.
do it.
How can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, but he never got the chance to ask that. So.
That would have been cool to hear that.
That would have been cool. That would have been cool. Yeah. If you ever get that opportunity again, Chemo, man, just record that shit. Pull your phone out. Hey, Brian Cox, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Shit would have been
from Chemo. Yeah, I want to hear that one. I'd pay to hear that one.
Me too.
Bro, straight away. You'd be like, just a second, let me change the DVD. New movie. The Chronicles of Narnia.
Hey, dude, yeah, Creation Bear, I haven't actually seen that one yet, but I've talked to people on here that come in and I've told people, hey, they say space is flat. Have you ever heard about this one before, Chemo? Is Chemo still here? Yeah, he's still here. And people will say, no, space isn't flat. I'm like, dude, yes, it is. Space-time is flat. And Creation Bear has just posted something with Brian Cox. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I've seen this one before, but I've seen articles where they say space-time is flat.
They have to because
I know they have to.
Because they're on a flat creation, right? So
I
know. That's funny that they would like even go there. You would think they would say it's like the shape of a Pringle chip before they would say it's flat.
It's
That's
like,
what I
no,
would be.
space isn't flat. And I was like, well, what is space? And it is space-time flat? No, it actually is. You know, if you go by Einstein's definition, it's flat.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. They have to go along. They have to go along with what these people say. They have no other choice but to take the whole thing as a whole. If these people are saying it, then yeah, that's your people. This is what they're telling you. Not us.
Spandex. You just drop a ball and then you have space time.
Hold on. You guys mind if I play it? It's only a 5-minute clip. You guys want to hear it?
I'm game. I'll put my vote in for yes.
Go for it.
Let me copy the link. This is Joe Rogan talking to Brian Cox. Hold on. Let me go to.
Want me to get it?
No, I got it. Here we go.
Night, Chemo.
Now, why is it that we think that the known universe is larger than we can observe?
Well, one point is that it's expanding, and we always see the same radiation out there, so the glow of the Big Bang. But there are some deeper reasons. That one, from the theory of inflation, the best way to explain the universe, the properties that we see, is that it's very much bigger than the piece we can see. So, for example, we measure space to be what's called flat. I don't even have to say what's called flat. It is flat. So if you imagine slices of space, let's imagine slices of them at different times. So you just slice the universe and say there's a big sheet. It's like this table.
Okay, like a table.
There's a sheet of space, and there's another sheet, and another sheet. And it can have a geometry, right? It can be flat like a tabletop, or it could be curved like a sphere, or it could be curved in the opposite direction, sort of like a saddle or a bowl. And we can measure that. And when we measure it, we see it's absolutely flat. And that's a very unusual thing for it to be like. it requires, because what Einstein's theory says is that the shape of space, that the curvature of space is determined by the stuff that's in it. That's basically Einstein's theory of general relativity. Put stuff in space and it curves it and bends it and warps it and stretches it and so on. And what we find is that there's precisely the right amount of stuff in the universe to have a completely flat universe. The explanation, the most favoured explanation for that, is the universe is way bigger than the piece we can see. And so it's like looking at a piece of Earth.
Yeah, it's already broke, right? Christian Bear.
Of the Earth, right?
Fucking idiot.
It's flat, right? You have to look at big distances, kind of order the radius of the Earth, or not, bigger than 1 kilometre anyway, or 1 mile, to see that actually you're on a curved surface. And that's one of the ideas about the universe and why it appears to be the way that it is, because it's way, way bigger. So
he's already spiraling around the universe.
One of the ideas.
Now, when you say flat, like that, my brain doesn't understand this, because from our perspective, when you look up at the Milky Way, you see all these stars all over the place. So if you're saying flat, like how much height and what are you saying in terms of like the way to measure it?
The best way to think about it is not to think of 3 dimensions of space, because then we can't picture it.
Okay.
But you can think of this tabletop, and that's all right.
The best way to think is not to think.
And so you know what flat is on this table. I mean, you could define it. So you could say, for example, that if I draw a triangle on the top of the table, then all the angles add up to 180 degrees. So that actually defines flat. If you did that on the surface of the Earth with a big triangle, then the angles wouldn't add up to 180 degrees.
Surprise, motherfucker! Oh my God!
Ratio the circumference of a circle to its diameter.
This fucking idiot.
True on a flat surface, it's different if the surface.
I promise this is the truth. I promise.
Shut up.
When you're saying flatness, what is the height and what is the width? Like if you're talking about it as if it's a table.
The height of the flatness.
Joe is like,
dude, I'm about to share this shit on Facebook. I'm gonna share this bullshit around.
You can the point is we can picture it in 2 dimensions.
And let everyone take the piss out of this nonsense.
Quite literally, you could imagine sending light beams out, and we do this measurement actually.
We can imagine
the most distant light we can see.
You can only imagine.
Cosmic microwave background.
We can imagine, probably, maybe.
We imagine microwave.
If you look at the Andromeda Galaxy, which we can see with the naked eye here in LA.
You could see. You can see that.
I've never seen the Andromeda Galaxy with the naked eye.
With the naked eye. Nebula, bro.
14 trillion light years away with your naked eye.
Distant galaxies, you're looking further back in time.
Distant galaxies back in time. You are looking back into the past. Back to the past. Like the Back to the Future.
So far out that we can see almost.
So far. It's so far. I mean, oh my goodness. So far away.
Yeah, you're so freaking far out of your mind.
Before there were galaxies. And that's the oldest light in the universe. Which is, by the way, one of the pieces of evidence when people say I don't believe in the Big Bang. The answer is, well, you can see it. So
you can see the Big Bang.
Pictures of it.
Yeah. He goes up his sphincter and he sees it.
Or ripples in that light, which we can use as a ruler. So
holy shit! Ripples as a ruler. How do you use ripples? How do you use ripples as a ruler, folks? Anybody? Any clue how that works?
Measure the kilometer. 14
Dude, I guarantee you. I think that after this conversation with Joe Rogan, he actually turned Joe Rogan into a flat earther. Look, it's like you fucking dumbass. Why are you making shit up out of nowhere? Or are you just freaking just bloviating?
You can imagine. If you can only imagine about my imagination, it's imagine.
That's the weirdest roboting I ever heard.
I swear he said the best way to think about it is not to think about it.
Hey, Demog, you're roboting. Go ahead. Besides Demog, get your thing set up, Demog. But who was talking? Oh, who else?
I thought I heard him say the best way to think about it is not to think about it, and then he kept on speaking. I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, the
Dude,
best way
if
to
you
think about it is not to
think about it, you're gonna find out that it's bullshit.
Yeah, you just gotta look out there. You can see billions of light years away back into the past.
I have to re-listen to it because if he said that,
He literally said you can see the Big Bang. You can look up. Hold up, man. You're way roboting. I don't even know who that is. But anyway, he's saying you can look billions of years back into the past, like you're looking up to the sky and you can see the Big Bang. This is what he said. You could see it.
Hey, listen,
you can see the thrust.
Dude, it's the opposite. I mean, like with geography and all that kind of stuff. It's like, hey, you can dig down in the ground and go back in time, which to an extent is true. But you can't go back millions of years by digging in the ground. And it's the same way they try to tell you, hey, you can take a telescope and look into the universe and go and tell what happened with Earth millions of years. They have a time scale that they've created. It's the most ridiculous idea.
Only the most brilliant minds can conceive such a notion.
There you go. Was that Demont?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, now we can hear your fucking microphone. You were breaking up earlier. Go ahead.
So sorry.
Yeah. Thank you for apologizing. Now continue.
Tell us about your imagination.
I was wondering if my wanderings could be imagined in an imaginatory state of emotion.
Yeah. Is
We're
my
wondering-
story? Well, it's like with these stories that they create about their scientism is more plausible to anyone. It's like, hey, I believe this guy because he made a really good story. Yes, his story is so fantabulous that I just love his story, and I'm going to believe that as a portion of history that is true.
It's an exuberant, imaginated idea of
Yes, it's got to be. It's got to be true because the person's such a great actor. It's got to be true.
1,000 years ago, these ideas spawned from the sperm of, some guy in his basement came up with a couple of notions, and a couple guys said, we like your notion.
It was very exuberant, though.
His notion had emotion. He was tugging.
Dude, you could tell that, what we just listened to with Brian Cox talking to Joe Rogan. He didn't say a fucking word. He was probably just going, what?
Yes.
The entire
flat.
fuck are you talking about?
Yes.
He said, we can measure flat. If you take this flatness, you can measure the flatness.
Well, but basically what Brian Cox was saying there is that we don't have any evidence that this has anything to do with Earth at all. It's just us taking, images with radar telescopes. This is what he didn't say, but this is what they do. They use radar arrays, take images of the sky, bring them back through computers, and then they have a team of people that
Mind control
take the
agents.
information. Well, mind control agents.
Sodomites.
Mind control. Hey, but they're just hold on. They're normal people. They'll take the information, then make pictures or whatever. They're not pictures. They're actually just CGI images. Like, hey, I got some information from a radar array telescope, and this is what this looks like from 76 million miles away, or whatever.
Cartoons from space, in other words.
No. We have chateaus on the dirt, amongst the sand.
So therefore, they landed on it.
Space, imagine it. It's like a square. It can be a triangle or a sphere.
As well be.
You just wonder.
It's an exuberating shape. Ever since I was a little boy, I've loved spherical balls.
And I knew that testicles equaled mass attracting mass, confirming the Big Bang Theory.
That leads me to my next conclusion. 200 years ago, one man.
100 year, 200,000 years ago, there were cavemen somewhere.
Somebody busted a nut.
And I saw it when I looked up into the sky back in time.
They knew it was a globe because they looked around and they looked up.
Because it must have been. It must have been.
In every man's sense, has followed the same formula.
Because science has proven this.
Because every time you're
are you denying science demo? Are you denying science demo? I mean,
yeah.
Gracious.
6.6 trillion years ago, there was a
14 billion kilometers ago. Into the sunlight, we look. I'm going to look into your past because there's radiation coming off your body, and I'm going to look back into the radiation of time. In bang of what became you. What the fuck? Look at the light. Look into the light. You're going to look 4 billion years ago. Listen, if that was the case, why can't you see down into something when you zoom in? You can't. You see the surface base of everything. Every time I try to zoom into the inside of the cave, I can never do it. Or the crater.
I think the Brits on here are gonna get pissed off if we try to really keep talking in that vernacular.
I am not trying to harm anyone's feelings.
Oh, we're going.
I am loving everyone.
Oh, we love everyone. Oh. We're going to the east now. Hey, did you hear Miguel talk yesterday? He's in Portugal. And cool. He's been posting a lot of stuff. Miguel, shout out to Miguel Sousa. I've been seeing him post a lot, but he actually.
Well, think about it though.
His stuff.
The idea of a flat Earth, right? And then the flat, like water has to be held by something underneath usually, right? So maybe the idea of air and whatever they think space and whatever that is has to be held by something.
Dude, water. I mean, how can water...
Right, water and land, right. So the Earth would be the base to space. Or air, or whatever the fuck's up there, whatever the fuck this is.
How can it be? How can it be convex on the curvature of a ball? I mean, it's just that when you see it, you can't unsee it, and
even when you go up, like you can see you don't see an atmosphere top.
It's not what water does, though. That's what I'm saying. So it can't.
Right, it's humidity in the atmosphere too. Think about that. So if water finds its own level, wouldn't the atmosphere, the atmos plane? I'm sorry, yeah, you're right. You're right.
No, sure, that's what I'm saying, man. Water, air in its natural state doesn't. It's not atmosphere, the water sphere, I guess, or whatever. I mean, there was no natural state where this could exist. So people say, well, how big is it? This is where the argument starts as far as people say, hey, well, why do here's the deal. People say, why do boats go over the curvature or whatever, which they obviously don't, because you can stand on the beach, watch a boat move away from you, use binoculars or a telescope or a high zoom camera. That motherfucking boat comes right back into view. So it didn't go over the curvature.
Motherfucking
what curvature? There's no such thing as curvature. Earth has never been a globe. This is a weird idea that they've sold everyone on. Anyway,
I don't know why we even talk to people that still think boats are going over a curve. What's the use of that? That's archaic.
Yeah, I mean, when people say, "Hey, I saw a boat go over the curve," it's like, all right. See, when I talk to people, I mean, I put a video out on my channel where I like this dude came in here, and then he got banned, and then he was on Twitch like streaming his channel, and I caught him in the chat, and I was like, all right, I'll come in and talk to you about this. And the first question I asked him, I said, hey, do me a favor. I jumped in his chat on Twitch, and I was talking to him on his Discord channel. And I said, do me a favor, look up the definition of horizon. And he did. So we had actually a pretty good chat for about an hour. And the first thing it said, it's, of course, you know what the definition of horizon is. It's the apparent position where the sky appears to meet the ground, right? And so it took us about 5 minutes to get through that part where I said, hey, do you see anywhere in that definition where it says the horizon is the curvature of the earth? And he was like, no. And I was like, yeah, there you go. It's not the curvature of the earth. Anyway, and then I went into just what we were describing. It's like, man, we have so many hundreds of videos where you can zoom in on something that supposedly went over the horizon, and he still wanted the curvature of the earth to be the horizon, which it's obviously not. But anyway, that's it, man. The earth isn't curving anywhere. We have so many evidences. When the argument's over, I'm curious about to see where this is going to go in the next few years. We'll see. People are going to be waking up. As far as politics goes in the Western world, everybody's a fucking idiot. They actually just want to freaking fight each other over all of the left-right dynamic freaking bullshit, but they don't even really see the entire picture. So, and flat Earth isn't even necessarily the thing, but it's really it's like Earth is us. We're people living on Earth. This freaking politics in the Western culture and even Eastern culture as well, so narrow, and it's people are so easily manipulated. It's freaking. I don't know what to do about that, but we're reaching. Each one reach one. That's why I said each one reach one. Like we're seeking the seekers. Other than that, we really can't help If you're a seeker, you'll find it. You know what I mean? Maybe you don't know what I mean, but if you're a seeker, you will find it.
Hey, the biggest issue is majority don't want to seek.
Yeah, that's my point. But yeah, if you are a seeker, you will find it.
Majority.
And I guess they're just gonna weed themselves off themselves. You know, it's like, if you are a seeker, which I feel like I always have been, I'm gonna find it. I found people like you. But the people that don't want to find it, they just kind of weed themselves out, you know. I don't. It's fucking sad for me, to be honest. But
it's sad. You could tell the majority screw off. They got to know the truth.
God damn it, you goddamn right. No, but I mean, if you're just like, hey, I'm trying to convince you, look at me, motherfucker, look at me in the eye, I'm trying to convince you. I've done that. I mean, I've been through that process. It's just like, hey, look at me, I'm holding on to your arm. It's like, look, this shit is fucked up, and they're just gonna go back. You know, it's okay. Fuck it. I mean, the seekers are gonna seek, and the finders are gonna find. Whatever it is, what it is. And
get a radio check.
No, radio check. This isn't the radio. This is
Sorry, mic check.
Mic check. Who's the?
You're good. Mike.
Who's the mic checker?
Wait a minute. Go back to radio and let me hear that again. And then who's that?
I'm back on radio. Is the radio working?
Zeitly. Okay.
I was just looking back.
I'll just turn you down just a hair. It's okay. It's pretty loud, but.
Sounds all right.
So I'm surprised the radio still works like that. Sorry, never mind.
All right, so I posted up a picture in the live stream text over there. Can you guys tell me if that would make a good bumper sticker for my car?
Wait a minute.
Magic speed. I don't know. I mean, it really probably wouldn't make a sense to a lot of people.
It makes sense to us, though, right?
Sure. I mean, but say, hey, this dude knows what's up. But
why would you want a picture of his ass on your vehicle?
Yeah, fuck me.
Yeah.
Because people will be like, what the hell is this magic speed shit? And then I could tell them all about how apparently asteroids do magic speed to make perfect circles on the moon. According to him.
Like I was saying earlier,
about the secret to the mystery?
Honestly, for most people, it's way too complicated.
Yeah, I just went over this. I mean, they don't have any proof for orbital mechanics, so I don't know what that would help.
I'd just show a little bit of water with a straight Sharpie line across and say this destroys the globe.
Yeah, it does.
You know what I mean? Just a cup of water. Shit.
Oh, I agree. I already know. But all these other people with their magic speed nonsense, I think it's pretty funny.
No, it's pretty cool, but you kind of have to be in the argument to actually understand it. So as a bumper sticker, I think people would be like,
Don't mistake retardation for humor. If you said funny.
I don't know. Retardation is pretty funny.
hey man, have at it. I mean, nobody's trying to stop you from putting a bumper sticker on your car.
What's funny is when you find out that retard is actually a higher IQ than moron or idiot.
or believer. A believer is the worst fucking type of idiot.
Now, I'm just saying, like, literally, those are all like specific terms that have a certain like IQ like level that they're associated with, and retard is above idiot and moron. So,
Well, I'm saying believer is actually even above that. I mean, you can have a high IQ and be a believer, and you're a fucking bigger idiot than the moron that has a lower IQ.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So where does numpty fall in that spectrum, Luke?
Yeah, go ahead, Lou. Answer Hank's question.
I think numpty is numpty can fall in. It overlaps in the retard column.
Fair enough.
And also into like regular intelligence. So it's the lower end of the spectrum, like just above retard. Like those people, they're numpty, but some of them are also retarded.
So the numpty has a gradient. It can go in between.
Numpty gradient, yeah.
Numpty Dumpty.
So we know how many lies they tell us, basically. We know that they lie about the curvature. They lie about the vacuum of space. They lie about the air pressure, the gas pressure. They lie about so many things, okay? So you're talking about IQ. You're talking about these numpties, these normies, these whatever. If they believe all of these things that are just flat out lies, no evidence whatsoever to support them, plus they're just factually wrong. We don't live on a ball. It's not round. We know that. We've proven that. We know that. Observations are self-evident. We have an atmosphere. It's self-evident. It has to be contained or it wouldn't be here. Atmosphere is just air and gas doesn't stay in one place unless it's contained. Whether it's under pressure, whether it's whatever. If it's not contained, it's going to move out. It's going to go to wherever it can. And you believe all this stuff. So these people that claim to have an IQ of, let's say, 100 plus or something, but yet they believe all of these things that they've been told that are just straight horseshit. I think that qualifies for about a 50 IQ. Period. These guys are so fucking stupid. They really are. No more than a 50 IQ. I don't give any normie that believes they live on a ball an IQ higher than 50. How could they have one? They believe hundreds of lies. Hundreds of lies.
It's like kind of rating it on two different scales. Like somebody can be really good at memorizing a textbook but have zero street smarts whatsoever. Be oblivious to what's going on around them in the real world. So I don't know what kind of skill you attribute that to, but it's not an IQ test. You know what I mean?
Intelligence quotient. Intelligence. Okay.
We call it street smart.
How intelligent are you? And if you're going to believe nothing but lies, you're not very intelligent. You're just not. Sorry about their luck. Lies make you stupid.
But
if you believe them. Period.
You gotta get people to
there's no way
question.
around that. And the amount of lies that they believe the news, they believe the virus, they believe the masks help, they believe so many things, so many things that are just patently straight wrong. That makes for one stupid son of a bitch. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That makes for one stupid.
Them's fighting words. Yep. Correct, brother. I completely agree with you.
How do you really feel, God Rocket? Don't hold back now.
I didn't, believe me.
Yeah. Believing a whole bunch of lies, like whatever that is, that people are believing hundreds of lies. As you say, that's only one part of it. Another part is taking on someone else's lie as your own.
That's just another level.
That's another level.
Sorry. So the same time.
I mean, then actively defending it too. That makes it even worse.
Of course, you know. It's a logical conclusion to dumbness.
So we've got someone in the check-in up there. His name's Pringles, and
Chips.
He came in with an attitude, really. And from when they said 20 minutes, they said that before I joined, he was like kind of almost. I mean, he was like tipsy to being banned. Like they were not going to take anything from him. And I came in and I think I saved him, but they have bids on him for getting banned within the next 48 hours.
In the meantime,
What are the odds?
In the meantime, I have a song that is very pertinent to this current conversation. You want to hear it?
Go ahead.
I'll put $5 down on that.
That's
band.
what I thought. That's what I was saying. Maybe we should. Go ahead.
Thought flat Earth was only true in fairy tales. For someone else, but not for me. The moon landing on TV. They really went, just trust me. They showed us what the Earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. And not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought globe Earth was more or less an obvious thing. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying. There's too many involved. There is no way that this is fake. 'Cause I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I think they're out to get me. That's the way it seems. Flat Earth has haunted all my dreams. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Yes, I saw the globe. Yeah. I'm a believer.
Well, there you go.
You need to go play that on Jim Panda's server.
You can share it. That's on my channel. That shit is funny.
Just telling you, got a globe song. It's a globe-believing song. They'll love it. And anybody with any brains over there will realize it's just a mockery of what they are.
It was like me and Midi HC were talking one night. I was like, I'm a believer. I was like, oh shit, that's the Monkees. I was like, I'm gonna write this, and yeah, I wrote the lyrics, and I found the clip, the karaoke clip, and I recorded over it. It was funny.
That's even better that they're the Monkees that wrote it.
Yes, the Monkees. Yeah. Oh, yes.
It's even better because, they believe they came from fucking monkeys.
Really?
Hey, we're the Globers.
Hey, we're the Globers.
We think that we're spinning around.
This is your ancestors, by the way. This is your ancestors, and Jim.
When we really ask it, there's no curvature to be found.
There you go. See, it's
Gravity puts us down.
So easy to take the piss out of this globe nonsense. It's fucking easy, man.
I just seen all them posts. All the flat, the new ones.
I'll pour water 500 miles, and I'll pour water 500 more.
Yeah.
It's flat there. It's flat there.
To be the man.
And the fake space drama continues.
Oh, they're really ramping
Be
up.
the one to put truth at your door.
Black Swan.
Black Swan in space.
Swan. The Swanee.
Black swans everywhere.
Crack Swan.
Black swans in your dream globers.
Measurement is flat.
Blue Swan. The unicorn swan exists.
Black Swan is flat. The flat Black Swan.
It's flat.
The flat.
The horizon.
That sounds racist. The flat Black Swan.
The horizon. The horizon's only apparent.
Danielson, have you talked to him about the Black Swan?
The Black Swan. Have you found it? Have you found it down there?
The flat swan, you son of a...
The flat swan.
The flat swan.
The plane.
That's
the plane,
sexist.
boss, the plane.
The flat swan.
The flatty.
I'm telling you, that's sexist. I'm telling you right now, that's sexist.
I'm telling you right now, that's religionated.
All right.
It's political. Political. Just make up a word and see if it catches.
Well, they've been doing it for a while.
I know, that's what I'm saying. We need to do it. We need to be like, well, the one I've evidence that could convince me about the globe and just make up a phrase.
That's from That's from volume 2 of the polywhimsical theory.
Yes. Act like you're going along with this assumption. Make up an asserted word and see if they go along with it. Once they do, you know that you cornered in stupidity and bullshit.
Anyway, I was thinking about making bets. I can't wait till the coin comes out and we can put coins on who's going to get banned when.
Oh,
I'll take from the second hour.
I'm not
to
joking. It's going to work. It's going to work.
Wait, the second hour to the fourth hour. That'll happen in that period. No, I think I'll go with from the fourth hour to the sixth hour. Let me have that block of time, please.
I want 0.0001 left on it, okay?
Mm-hmm. Then some people get in the 1 hour range, and you have to start dealing in minutes of speculation of when the ban will occur.
I mean, I'm in the fractions of a second. I'm gonna calculate it that way.
So that would be an awesome game for flat earthers to do right here. Grassroots
Precisely.
organization.
He's going to get banned right on that second.
Wait a minute. I know, right?
Yeah, that's only because you can ban him.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Here it comes. Here it comes. You got, and everyone has to be muted. You can't be speaking while it builds.
I know, right?
36 is going to get banned in like 3.
It's going to have to be an auction.
it's banned.
It has to be an auction style. 36 seconds. Going for 38 seconds.
You can't be using your own powers to ban him just to win your bet.
You're not. If you're betting, you can't ban. If you're betting on him, you can't ban. That's the thing.
Insider trading, though, bro. I don't.
That's like the piece of cake. That's like the piece of cake. The first person gets to cut. Second person gets to choose.
And there should be like an AI bot that like instantly bans him from a word that he says or something.
So it's it would have to be a random thing, but still lifelike enough. Yeah, that would be so.
Imagine.
Cool. Let's make the game. Who can do that? Who do we got here that can make this game happen? Let's make a game of it. Maybe it could be a freaking board game and everything. Holy shit!
Yeah,
you're inspiring.
Just keep going.
Yeah. So I think the betting the band betting roundhouse.
Band betting
round table.
Band betting roulette. No.
Betting on bands. Betting on band roulette. I like it. Kind of has a ring to it.
I'll take the word if. If he says the word if.
No, it's going to be strictly speculation on when a person is going to get banned, and so we have to be in the background because we're like a speakeasy. So
band betting roulette.
We need to be in the background playing this game with the odds of somebody getting banned within a certain amount of time. So some people could go, okay, I'll take the hour and later group from the first hour, the end of the first hour to the second hour. I'll take that block of time. I think they're going to get banned here, and that'll be a certain kind of bet. Then if you want to get more intricate, you get closer and closer to time where people are betting like what second this person's going to get banned, so they could take a guess at it, a wild gander.
What about if you choose a word?
No, them getting banned technically has to be a random thing that is controlled, like Justin said, through a bot or something. So we don't have input in it.
You can't have input.
It's just a written program, so that has nothing to do with us betting on the time they get banned.
Will be random.
We can only bet on the time.
On the time, right?
So as soon as they come in to when they get banned, it's like the time frame. And I mean, you never know. I'm just saying, it's like a.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can make it more long term. Like somebody could say, this person will stay at least.
Someone could rig it. Someone could
at least till the next day. You could say within 24 hours. That'd be a tiny little bet, like hardly anything. But then when you get closer,
we could put it on the blockchain.
I don't know if there's any way to keep track of that to be able to tell with any kind of accuracy. But that might be the fun part, though.
Take it to the next
level. I always load weights on a cookie, and when it crumbles, it's time.
Yes.
What the fuck?
You can tell you can tell somebody's acting, though. That's the thing. We have like the element that we listen to people long enough where you can tell people's acting if they're going to get banned within the first hour or not. That's pretty simple to narrow down.
Yeah, as soon as they come in and start saying dumb shit.
The longer the longer game speculations would be longer term, where those are harder to tell what's going to happen. They could be like teetering from getting banned for a long time, so that's wider speculation.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a narrower speculation, closer to the time.
Me ban you long time. Me ban you long time.
Long time? Very shortly. In a short amount of time, we ban you long time.
And the bot, after they get banned, it sends them a message saying, "You were banned. Good job. You made this guy happy because we betted all of this on you." And
Thank
shows
you
the
for
prize.
supporting us. Thank you for supporting Flat Earth. Your contribution is really appreciated.
Oh no.
Sound like
roboting.
He sounds like he's talking through a harmonica playing through a wah-wah pedal.
That was weird.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, actually. Can you do that again?
Let's see if I can get it to work.
Said, I'm Rick Bot, bitch.
Isn't that interesting? Wait a minute. Isn't that interesting to hear Chemo say that? Well, the Globers have given up. So, that was really interesting to hear Chemo say that. I was like, yeah, they are, aren't they?
David, all exhausted every avenue.
Their cranium.
4.5 billion years.
I think they have a lot of pressure. I think they have pressure. I'm sorry, Iggs. Go ahead, bro.
Missed out. I stuffed it up. It's okay, bro. Go ahead.
That's okay. I would say they have pressure in the cranium. That's all I was going to say. Now that a flat Earth is in their brain forever, it'll never go away. That all rhymed too.
You know, you look at all these observations we got, all these flat observations. Where's there a curvature observation? Why don't they have one? Why don't they have one where they can show a curvature with the camera, with something, with measurement, whatever? They don't have one.
Just one.
They got Sound Leaf playing. They got Sound Leaf playing at Louisiana. Did you forget about that one?
I mean, it's just so fucking obvious that they got nothing, and they fight over. Oh my God, it's so stupid.
They do
I beg of you,
everything.
just give me one measurement of curvature, please.
Just one, please.
Just one piece.
They don't
just
have
one
it.
little bit of curvature. That's all we ask. We beg of you, please show us the measurement of curvature.
Show me the measurement. We need the measurement.
Of curvature, for God's sakes.
You're exhausted every avenue.
Who's
useless
White
work,
Rose
helpless
if we have a Glober?
After every avenue has been exhausted, you must have a hurting brain.
Hey,
White Rose.
Second law of thermodynamics.
It is violating.
Second law of thermodynamics. What about third law?
Violating.
Thermal expansion. Vacuum.
Yep, pressure requires a container.
Find the globe. Fingerprint.
You're not a Glober.
No container, no pressure.
Donut.
Dang it. What about it?
Nice.
You will not have a donut.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
No English.
I'll translate. That means you can't use pressure here without a container. That is the pass key that gets you into the first stage. You cannot proceed until yes, that is accomplished. Thank you.
It is funny.
May the force be with you.
May the force be with you.
This thing is amazing.
I can talk like this. Make you not understand.
We are the bro.
These are fucking aliens from Uranus.
Yes, I am taking over.
We are the living flat Earth bot. You'll never get past us.
It's not Justin. I've taken over Justin's account.
What the? What
Sorry.
is that?
I'm so sorry.
What
That's
is
so
it?
awesome.
What is the thing? Is that off your mic?
It literally is just a soundboard. I bought it off of eBay or Amazon for $34, and
That's outrageous.
it's so freaking amazing. I can't stop laughing every time I use it.
Is this what you do when you call people now? Just...
Yes. Return to the dark side.
You sound like a possessed.
No, I won't. Get away from me. No.
Wait, what is it? He's reporting. Can you give us a report? What was that again?
I don't know, man. He's trying to talk, but I just can't let him. No.
Okay, let him have the mic. Don't perturb him. He might make him mad.
Oh no. He's got a spoon.
Oh shoot! I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting spoon.
A spoon. Out of everything, oh no, he's got a spoon.
What's he trying to measure with the spoon?
It's all about measurements. He really wants the measurements too. Come on, Globies. Where is the measurements?
Mm-hmm.
I need measurements. Now.
I swear, I don't have them. Please. Yes, you do.
I know it.
Now.
Okay. I want to hear the whole repertoire. Just go ahead.
Just sit down. Just sit down.
That's going to be perfect. Yeah, because that's going to get into the Globers. They'll never forget those.
That is worth $34, bro. I'm telling you.
I
It's
can't
worth
wait.
$34. I would be using a flat stick.
Be like Black Swan, and then one of those.
Black Swan. You believing right now in the globe? If you are believing in the globe, you need to step right in. Enjoy the ride of your life.
That's perfect.
Precious. I have to get it like
Yeah, that one.
I just want. Wait. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Is everyone listening? Okay. Okay. Now, I'm gonna talk. No, stop. Stop. You need to stop that. I'm talking. So you need to stop. Hi. How's everyone doing? Everyone okay?
Yep. Sound a bit feminine there.
Black Swan.
Watch out, I have a spoon.
Oh my god. That's too
Don't make me bring out the spoon.
So no, yeah, no Kavita.
Hello? Am I on? Mama?
What the?
Water?
There was a stranger coming through town.
Don't let a stranger tell you.
Meantime,
Don't let a stranger tell you what water is.
yeah. Water. Level. Can we talk about water? Let's do to talk about water.
Justin went away for a minute. He'll be back shortly. I'm sure of it.
He's currently being possessed.
I am here, but I've just been possessed, yes.
Did you get shrunken?
No.
He's shrunken.
Did you get shrunken by an arrow from a gnome or something?
That's a new. I think you invented a new word, bro. Shrunken.
What are those people that live in the woods?
Shrunk.
Multi-personality.
What the?
I confirm.
This is Stephen Hawking.
Pardon? What was that? Do not be drinking any liquids while listening to these sounds.
It's going to come out of your nose.
How low can you go? How low? How low?
That's the best one.
How low can you go?
I can
Glorb.
go pretty low.
Glorb. Yeah, that last voice. Glorb. Isn't that your name? Glorb?
Glorb.
Can you speak to the audience and tell us where you're from?
I'm shy.
But maybe.
I'm shy.
How low can you go? Watch one.
Why, thank you for the introduction.
Thank you, Lord Haton, from the Galactic Federation.
Where's some Globers?
What should we call that?
I'm trying to speak to you. Can you hear me? I know you can. So speak. It's your conscience. It's telling you to speak right now.
All right, Gib, are you there?
Yep.
All right. Well,
Yeah, good thing you stopped because I was going to put out if you can't breathe warning, stop listening.
it makes sense. I am in an open room now. I can speak.
Oh shit.
Oh, you know, use that one when they come in. So when they
See, he's
come
from
in,
a spaceship. I heard electronics in the background. He was on a spaceship for sure.
Intergalactic communication. Isn't that a song? Intergalactic from, was it the Beastie Boys or something?
I don't know, but if you could hum a few bars, I'd recognize it. Anyone that can hum a few bars of Beastie Boys, I would seriously be impressed by that.
I think when they did Justin's.
Especially the guitar parts.
What? Okay.
It's just some elevator music.
Now coming in through some
cool
disco
elevator.
music is Justin. He's writing on the disco sound waves from 1977. Give us a full report.
Oh, it's so fun.
Bro, where's that elevator at? I want to go. Wow, there's an idea for the numpties. If you live in an apartment complex, you just stay in the elevator and you have drinks and blast music and you just go up and down.
Elevators are only going vertically on a flat Earth.
Yeah, up and down, vertically, bro.
Yeah, the only way they could be perpendicular to the ground is on a flat Earth.
What's perpendicular?
What's perpendicular? Perpendicular is 90 degrees from the horizontal. How's that for being concise? Whoa, that's like freaking huge loud. Who's that? Is that Elbow making those noises? Let me try. No, it is. That's Iggs.
Yeah, that was random. I don't know.
That was someone else. It wasn't me. That was fun. We went from betting on bands, roulette, to freaking monster voices. People contacted by alien spacecraft and being abducted inside of them. beeping noises. We heard the noises
The
here.
Galactic Federation.
Somebody, yeah. So then we have what is his name, Glorb, from the planet Glorb. He reminded me kind of personally like a Hulk character, if you ask me. That's kind of my impression. So
Glorb. Sounds like a name that they would have like on for a character in Star Trek or Star Wars, whatever that shit is.
I know. Have you heard it before?
I don't know, is that like a funny globe?
I don't know. I just made it up. Sounds like a big glorb.
Glorb.
I literally
It's a glowing orb.
Just
Alright.
made that shit up. Uh-huh.
Or glob.
Yeah, like a big old glob, like being. It's like big old, all weighty and globbing around, on the planet Glorb. Here to give us a report.
Good, Justin.
And a report from Glorb. Hold on. Stand by.
Glorb.
Okay,
he just lives there.
Glorb's off on some kind of mission now. He'll come back and give us a report, I'm sure. The liaison is Justin. Mod Justin is going to be the liaison between Glorb with a report from the planet Glorb.
Oh, what? All that flashing?
Anyway, no rotation here, or ever been noticed anywhere, ever, in my entire life.
Same as it ever was.
Except maybe on a merry-go-round or a swing set or something. That was a long time ago. Wow.
My tires rotate.
Yeah, the only time I ever saw a ball rotating around anything was, what's it called? Tetherball. Right? Gotta have a string. Try to do a tetherball with no string.
That's called volleyball.
It's exactly what would happen. With the ball flying out in space, it would rotate away, fly away. That's just the nature of reality. It's a fairy tale thinking that some imaginary, invisible, and unmeasurable force is keeping a ball from flying away centrifugally, away from the center of the rotation. Right?
Correct.
Where is the center? I've never found it.
Yeah, they don't even know either. No, they don't know. Well, the center, they're saying it's 93 million miles away. That's supposed to be the attractor to us. That we're flying around at 1.5 million miles an hour.
Well, those numbers they present all have something to do with 666, so I'm not buying that either.
I know. You got a definite point there. Yeah. Right? That's just part of the fairy tale.
What do you guys think about the Black Swan?
I still think water stays level.
The Black Swan is awesome.
Oh,
Hello? We're still talking about the globe.
Yeah. What do you got?
It's a globe. Because I say so.
You got some dimensions for this orb?
No. I don't need it. Science.
No, you don't. I don't care.
Science.
You
cannot tell me science is not the truth. Okay? Fine. Really hard for me to admit that you're wrong.
Nature.
What was that?
I don't know.
Well, you should.
Sound like one of those young kids or girls that come in here. Teenagers. That's funny.
One else talking, so I just want to talk. Just want to talk.
If everyone would just listen, then they would know the Black Swan. Black Swan has measurements, and the measurements you can do in reality. So why don't you go do it? Just do it. Who was the guy that said that? Do it, just do it. You gotta just do it. I forget his name.
Shia LaBeouf.
Mashyla,
Yeah.
Mashyla, yeah, or something.
Shia.
Oh man.
Shia LaBeouf. Just do it. Okay. You gotta just do it.
Just ban me.
Oh shit.
Let's hear that one, dude. Do a good one.
Just ban me.
Very good. Gee, that was so entertaining. Damn, that's funny.
Just take it easy, okay? Everything will be just fine. I don't know what is going on.
Is that really that funny, or is it just the weed?
It's the weed. I'm just having fun with the weed. That is actually kind of cool. It's like a beatboxing session thingamabobber that just is happening right now. It's like a setting. That's cool. I don't know.
No, you ought to seriously set aside a whole hour just as entertainment with just those noises.
I try to be
trying to
a
be
little bit
nice.
open with myself, but I feel things might not just go the way I want to.
Sound just like some of the people we talk to. Unbelievable, man. That's outrageous. Wow.
I mean, if you just take care of your voice, sound like anyone. I swear they're using these. That's why I got one, to see if it actually does work. And if you don't recognize me, I'm actually talking through the device. I mean, it's ridiculous what I can change myself
into and make you think that someone is taking over my body or something, you know?
What the fuck? Oh boy.
It just makes sense when someone comes in and they just
do that whenever they want,
What
you
if my
know?
name Earth is round? He says he has a big argument. He doesn't believe that the Earth is flat, so he's in here. If anybody could unmute him, that would be nice.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was
Okay,
just
we have Justin. He can
taking a piss there for a minute. Just sorry. What's up?
Well, my friend, his name's Earth is round. He doesn't believe it's flat. I told his ass that it's flat, but he doesn't believe it. He said he has a strong argument. So,
Did you tell him we don't believe it's flat either?
well, can you unmute? Can anybody unmute him so he could, there you go.
Hello.
Round. Hey, Earth is round. How you doing?
I'm actually doing good. So apparently you guys are persuading this guy that the Earth is flat. Is that true?
So actually, sorry, we don't persuade anyone. We don't convince anyone. You guys came in here.
So are you saying that the guy who just told me that the Earth, that you guys persuaded him, is lying?
Yeah, nobody can
persuade anyone. I'm sorry, but you control yourself. Sorry.
Yikes.
Well, but we have our research on the flat Earth. Yes. And we can provide our research, but you would have to, of course, go do it yourself because we don't want you to believe us at all. We want you to do the work. We want you to do the work like we have.
So you guys actually think that the Earth's flat?
No, we don't think.
No, I know.
We know. We know.
I know it's flat.
We have measurements.
What if I told you?
What if you told us what? Guess what? We came from the globe Earth side. We came from the globe Earth side, and if you can't find that in your head,
good bet.
You've got to realize, hey, Okie Dokie, whatever your name is, your friend here, he's got to realize that we came from the globe side. Okay, so there is, that side that was programmed into us before we even got into the flat Earth at all. So you've got to realize.
I'm not convincing him.
I'm just saying that you need to tell him that because you actually convinced him to come in here, right?
Nah, he wanted to talk. He didn't believe me, so he was like,
Hey, Yoko, hold on, give me a second.
What's up,
Dustin,
bro?
we can do this pretty quick. Let me unmute him. Let me speak to him real quick.
No, go ahead. He was just talking over me, and I just couldn't speak at all. So
he's server muted.
I'm trying to unmute him, but someone keeps muting him. Go ahead. I'm very sorry. That was me. My bad. I did it twice.
Finally, what the hell?
So you can't talk over someone, please.
Earth is round.
But using the logic, why are you not talking over me though?
Earth is round. I'm talking to you.
That's me.
Hi. Let me ask you a few questions. So,
Go
let me
ahead,
show
I'm
you
ready.
that the globe Earth is a belief, real quick.
Okay,
Let me
go
ask
on.
you three questions.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right. So, they tell us that the Earth is round, right? It's a globe. Now, there's three claims that the Earth makes. I mean, they make about the Earth.
Yeah,
right?
go on.
One is that it is round, right? That means
Yeah, obviously.
it necessitates curvature.
Mm-hmm.
Two is that it spins about 1,000 miles an hour. And three is that we live next to a vacuum, outer space, right?
Yeah.
All right. So the first one, that the Earth is round. Has anybody ever showed you, or do you know of anybody that's measured the curvature of the Earth?
Measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure I learned that in science. So yeah. And plus, I'm pretty sure if you go on like YouTube, I swear there's like a live footage of like space and the Earth rotating.
Like, you can't validate those footages, can you? You go out there and do them yourself?
Well, no, because I'm not an astronaut.
Okay, all right. So let's get back to the question in hand. Do you know of anybody that has ever measured the curvature of Earth?
No.
All right. So then you believe it's done, but you have
no. But then using a logic, has anyone
What
actually
logic?
measured flat Earth land?
Oh yeah, we have actual measurements.
Okay,
But
how?
now-
Who did it then?
Well, we'll get to that later.
Let's get to it now. Let's get to it now.
Stop.
No.
We'll provide you this information after.
He has
See,
the
that's
claim.
why this need to be moderated. Okay.
Yes, I
Earth is
appreciate it.
round. Please don't. Okay. This is a server for flat Earth. Let's explain the flat Earth, but in our way. Okay. Not your way when you just come in here. All right. Thanks.
So again,
You're in our house.
Oh my God. Okay. You know. I will give you the chance. Carry on.
All right.
Carry
Thank
on.
you.
So Earth is round. So again, you don't have any measurement of the curvature of the Earth, right?
You don't have any measurement of flat Earth, but okay, carry
We'll
on.
get to that in a minute.
But
We'll
wait,
show you the information after.
objection.
My question is,
The globe does have.
I'm asking you a question about the claim that they make. We could get to our part after we go through these three questions, and you
I
can
don't wanna hear
definitely
the
ask us this
objection.
information, and we'll be glad to provide it to you
Okay,
after
go on,
the
man.
three questions. So, do you have measurement of curvature of Earth?
And someone said objection, and then I heard him say, "We actually do have measurements."
I'm talking to you. I asked you a question.
So,
three
so
times.
guess
You
what?
answered it.
Yes, because
You
you
have
said that we
measurement
do.
of curvature of Earth.
Yes, apparently we do. So yeah.
Okay, could you provide it? Who did it? How did they do it? And when?
Oh, well, could you search up on Google how they did it? Apparently the guy said objection.
I'm not gonna up. I asked you for your claim.
My
Now,
claim.
I need you to provide it.
Me.
Yes, your
Earth
is
is
your
round.
claim.
Me. All right.
Who
Oh, wait,
measured
are
the
you?
curve of Earth?
Oh, you waiting for? Well, I mean, like I said, I'm not an astronaut, am I? I don't really work in a
I didn't
professional
ask you if you were an
institute.
astronaut. You believe that Earth is a ball, so therefore, I mean, they tell you is a ball, so you have to.
Okay,
you have to see the curve of the Earth.
Before your bum buddy mutes me, the Earth is round because of this thing called, the gravitational pull, which is in the
Where
center.
do you have the measurement of curvature? We need the measurement of curvature.
Measurement of curvature. The ball is supposed to be measurable.
Don't do I? No.
Okay, so then it's a belief. Let's go to the second one. We could go on to the second one. Hold on.
Back to that point, coming back to that point, do you have any measurement?
We could get to that in a second. Let me get through these 3 points, and then we can move on to the questions you have to ask me.
Right, second point.
Second point. They tell you that the Earth spin about 1,000 miles, a little over 1,000 in the equator.
Are you going to ask me how I know?
Okay. Who has ever detected the spin of the Earth?
I swear NASA did that. That's the only reason they teach us in science.
Again, if they tell you they have done this, can you show me how, when, and where?
That's actually so stupid. What?
No. It's a claim that it spins.
Yeah, it does spin. It rotates.
Okay, so then if it does spin, who detected the rotation of the Earth? The spin, the 1,000 miles an hour spin.
Some professional institute called
Okay,
NASA.
can you provide this information?
I don't work at NASA.
insert it.
Though. I don't
No,
work at NASA.
then you don't know, right? So it's the belief that
No.
somebody did it.
No, I do because it's been
No,
proven.
then if you did know who did it, you would provide this claim.
It's been proven by NASA. What are you on about?
Yeah, what about
That's
before
the
the age
truth.
of
You
flight?
cannot validate their
Okay, anyways.
What about before the space age? Hold on. What about before the space age? They would need the measurement of curvature and the exact detection of the spin
third point.
before
It's
they
like a
could go
third point.
out into
Why has
what you
someone
call
interrupted
space.
you?
I don't know
Should he
why
not be
you
muted?
interrupt people
Should
in
he
the
not be
middle of their
muted?
sentence. And you're interrupting me. I was speaking. I started speaking when no one else was speaking. Okay, bro. So, what are you gonna start with? That? Okay, I'll back off.
Yeah, good boy, good boy. Finally.
Calm down. Earth is round before you get banned. Again, so you don't have anybody. You don't know of anybody that has detected the spin of the Earth. Do you?
I just said NASA did, but okay, moving on.
You provide this information.
Moving
You
on.
haven't provided us anything.
Whoa, who's this guy?
NASA
Did you hear what
isn't
he told you?
anything to us.
Yeah, he told you you haven't provided us anything. You just asserting somebody did, but you have no information of how he did it, or when they did it, or how they do it.
But then using a logic, are you saying that I have to physically do it myself?
No, you have to physically show me this information that how they detected the spin of the Earth.
Well, then just searching from Google. What?
No, it's your claim that they did do it. So
okay. Anyways, third point. What is your third
Can
point?
you provide this information? Yes or no?
No, I just said no.
So then
You
it's
just
just that it spins. All right. The last question is:
finally,
they tell us that they have gone to outer space, right? Which is a vacuum. It's a vacuum, is it not?
My nigga Neil Armstrong went to outer space. Did he
Right.
not?
I'm asking you a question.
I just said yes. Neil Armstrong went to outer space.
So the second law of thermodynamics dictates that gas pressure, right?
Yeah.
If there's gas pressure and there's a medium where the gas could disperse to, lower pressure, the gas will disperse to that area.
Yeah.
Without a container. If it doesn't have a container, right? So how can you have gas pressure without a container? Please explain.
How can you have gas without a container? Isn't that why there's like an extra fucking rocket on the shuttle, which fires off the second time?
I'm asking you about not about a rocket. I'm asking you, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
What do you mean without a container? It's called the ozone layer.
No, that is gas.
Yeah, which keeps the gas on Earth.
Gas cannot contain gas. Sorry about that.
No, it
gas
can.
containing gas.
It's also called
Gas
gravity as
containing
well.
gas.
Definition of gas pressure.
It's called gravity. That's what keeps the grass.
Well, then you have to validate gravity for me.
Actually, you know what? Okay. Why don't you give me proof on why the Earth is flat? Go on.
So you can't tell you're telling me that you can see that you cannot have gas pressure without a container.
I mean, I've just told you, but then your bum buddy keeps interrupting. So
I'm asking you: are you conceding that you cannot have gas pressure without a container?
Am I saying you can't have gas pressure without a container?
Yes.
This is going to be the best numpty clips.
Yeah.
All right. Amazing. Now, we'll open it to the panel. Since you understand that they haven't showed you any measurement of curvature, they haven't showed you the spin because they haven't detected it, and you cannot have gas pressure without a container, then you believe in a globe is just a belief, and you don't have actual knowledge of it. So now, we could definitely show you how the Earth measures flat. So anyone want to bring out the FE core or want to take over? Sonny?
No one. Well,
you want to take over with the FE core and Laserdisc and Black Swan? Because he wants to know how is the Earth flat.
So you have chosen death.
you actually serious?
Yeah.
Is that it? Is that it? So you've chosen death? Are you guys like a bunch of virgins or something? Come on, man. Show me some.
No, hold on. He mentioned gravity, so I want him to describe what is gravity, bro.
Yeah, I told him about it. He just kind of gave up.
Yeah, can you validate gravity? And which gravity are you talking about?
What do you mean?
There's more than one. There's more than one.
Study science still. How am I supposed to know?
Sonny, he conceded off the points.
Okay. Sure.
So he wants to know, how do we know the Earth is flat?
Wait, I'm still waiting on some evidence. Stop wasting my time, man. Come on.
Yep, you pretty much are. Yeah.
Yeah, so someone put the Black Swan image in there. I'm not sure it'll matter for this one, but we can give it a shot.
I just realized, you know what's so funny, right? You do know all the pictures you guys have posted on the VC check and voice text, like they are all, round, like spherical.
Are you sure about that?
No, you guys have posted a picture of Jupiter, which is clearly a sphere.
Right.
And you posted a picture of fucking the famous blue marble. What? A TV or up.
You know what blue marble is, right? It's Photoshop.
Guys. Where's the evidence that the Earth is flat? I'm still waiting on it.
To show you. You look at Mod Justin. Put the blue ball. But
you guys are taking a good while to show me why the Earth is flat.
Did you
4
not
points.
see what Justin just posted?
But let's remember, you provided no proof at all of any curvature ever measured in human history, any detection of rotation, or the existence of gas pressure without a container. So we can move on. 52 minutes after you see Bye Ball, that image there.
I'm still waiting on the evidence on why the Earth is flat.
Holy shit.
You guys are taking a good while. Gee.
Where are you? Are you even looking at the live stream voice text above this live stream? It says hashtag live stream voice text. Could you direct your attention there, please? And let us know when you got there.
Wait, where is it?
Live stream voice text. Right above this live stream, where the speaker is, on this live stream, there's a hashtag live stream voice text.
I'm literally right there, yeah. I was actually talking about it.
Okay, no problem. Then go to 52 minutes after the hour, and you'll see something Justin put in the voice text, okay?
All right.
So do you see where it says bye-bye ball? There's oil rigs. Do you see those?
No. Is his name actually Justin or?
Mod Justin.
Yeah, well done, man. Are you talking about Django?
No, I'm not sure what you're looking at.
Who is it?
Text chat.
I don't think you can see it.
No, I can't.
It starts with an exclamation part, then a quote.
He has no roles. He has no roles. That's why he can't see it.
Give me 1 second. I got.
Okay, you should be able to see it in a minute when they give you the VC role. Pretty sure.
All right.
Oh shit! Well, I found the curvature of the Earth's radius. Is that you guys what?
Are you looking at the voice text? The live stream voice text?
Yeah, still on it.
And do you see the oil rigs at 52 minutes after the hour?
The oil rigs. I'm scrolling up and
A few moments later.
Did you say 52 minutes after the hour?
Yes, and Jamad Justin posted an image there. It says bye-bye ball.
Yeah, no, I've scrolled way further up, so that means no, I haven't seen it.
No, okay.
2 minutes.
Wait, I don't think he sees it. No, right above this live stream. Are you on the hashtag # live stream voice text?
Yeah, so hashtag live stream hyphen voice text.
Okay, good. So it should be almost to the bottom.
Almost to the bottom, but I was...
Yeah, it's up a little from the bottom.
Okay.
Scroll up
Okay, good.
from the bottom.
So
You'll see
where I am at now,
52
right?
minutes. Sorry.
I'm at where it says the famous blue marble shot was created in Photoshop. And it's a bit more above that, isn't it?
I just posted it again, and also Creation Bear just posted it again.
Wait, if you've just posted it again, I literally can't see it then.
Yeah, just go all the way down. Should be there.
No. I am literally all the way down.
Bro, did you just get Discord today or what?
I'm literally down. There. Someone said gravitational pull takes into account.
Okay, you're still like in the lobby text, bro.
What?
You're in like the VC check-in text, or you're in the lobby text. You're in a different text than where we're at.
Oh, finally.
Completely different.
Yeah,
So
I see
wherever
it.
you're, listen,
I see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, where all our names are, right above that, the hashtag live stream. You'll find it.
All right, I see the oil rigs.
Okay, cool. So probably the larger one that's down at the bottom. If you click on that, it'll get larger for you.
Yeah.
So where would you say, just by looking at this image, is where the horizon is? Is the horizon before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs?
What, the horizon after?
Yeah, after, right? So you see the distance. You see the distance of the habitat platform. It's 9.41 miles, right?
Yeah.
So the horizon is behind that, and further out and further up. So would you say it's fair to say that the horizon is at least 10 miles?
Yeah, around there.
Okay. So
hold on. The image clearly shows that the fucking platform habitat, like the whole image, is being affected by heat waves. Can you not see that?
Yeah, but we're not talking about the oil rigs. We didn't even care if the oil rigs. They're only showing a place marker of distance from the observer. That's all.
I know exactly what this is trying to show, right? It's basically saying, why isn't platform
You
habitat?
shouldn't see the towers at all.
Yeah, I know, but then the heat waves are
Wait, you're just gonna whistle.
You're looking around
what's
the corner then.
Okay, so this image, listen, this is from a screenshot of a video. Hold on. This is from a video. Let me keep talking. This is from a video that you can look at yourself and see the whole setup of the camera and see that it's only 10 inches above the surface of the water. You can see the whole setup in it yourself. You can even take screenshots yourself like I did and darken it so you can see exactly that horizon is way the hell back there. So the whole thing is we've taken this geometry that the globe gave us of the radius of 3,959 miles, and we can calculate how much drop over distance or how far the geometric horizon should be on a globe. So at 1 foot, the geometric horizon at 1 foot above the water could be no further than 1.22 miles. That's where the geometric horizon, that's based on geometry of the ball.
Don't tell me this is the only proof you have of the earth being flat.
No, we have thousands. Well, listen, bro. Hold on. You missed the whole point. The whole plot of this is the horizon is an apparent position, so it's not a geometric position. The globe requires a geometric location of this curve. If things are curving on a ball, it has to represent and measure as a ball. This horizon at 10 times further than the geometric horizon would make it 10 times further than the 4,000 miles. So it would make the radius of Earth like 40,000 miles.
So who measured
No, that's not even it. That's not even it. Look, I have a screenshot. I'll show you of the same place from the same video with the timestamp that shows the islands out beyond those oil rigs at 30 miles, making Earth's radius that you can see that 30 miles out 118,000 miles is how big the radius would be of Earth. That's only half the diameter. You understand that?
Question about the oil rigs again?
Of course I do.
So you understand that
they're wavy oil rings.
Hold on. The math of the horizon for a globe is supposed to be that at 1 foot you can only see it at 1.22 miles away.
Yeah.
But it's 10 times further than that.
What do you mean 10 times further than that?
Because you see the horizon at 10 miles away. Oh,
Yeah, which is the one in the red circle.
right. So it's way further than what the globe claims it should be.
Yeah, but who the hell measured that though?
So we're using the oil rigs as demarcation lines.
Yeah.
Right. So they tell you the distance from the observer and where the horizon is. The horizon is probably way further than that, but we're just saying 10 miles just for, just
So
because
you're just saying 10 miles without any solid proof that it is 10
because
miles.
the proof is that
The rigs are
the rig on the left side is 9.4 miles away.
Yeah,
And
those
the
are
right
known.
is further away.
Yeah,
And
sorry.
you measured that. You measured
They're
that.
not. They're known distances. They're known distances.
It's
They're
a
known
known
distances.
distance, actually.
Actually,
Who the
you can
heck?
actually, hold on,
Who
let
the
me tell you.
Go
Let
on,
me
man,
tell
go,
you.
go.
Let me tell
Yeah,
you.
go on.
The guy in the video actually
Yeah.
put the information out there where our platform habitat, and you can actually do this if you go to Google Maps and you go to Miramar Beach and get a measuring tool, the measuring tool that they have there, and go from Miramar Beach to platform habitat, and it'll tell you that it's 9.4 miles away.
You just cut off.
So
You're like lagging.
if you go to in Google Maps, if you go to Miramar Beach, right, and there's platform habitat is there, and you can measure from Miramar Beach all the way to platform habitat, and it will show you that it's 9.4 miles away.
Okay, so you know the way how the Earth isn't perfectly round, and there's like a little bump.
Do you understand?
Not round at all.
With this measurement, let's say if it
Isn't
was
this location
listen, if it at this location, meaning if you think that it could be 10 miles further than what it is supposed to be, that will make the radius of the Earth 164,000 miles.
Yeah, but you sounded very unsure of the answer though. So I don't know. Can you tell
I'm trying to remember if it
me,
was
is it?
168 or 164. It's 164,000 miles.
Are you asking me?
No, I'm telling you.
Hello.
And I said, no, I'm telling you.
Oh, okay then. Yeah. Carry on.
So, meaning that will be 10 times further, and the radius will be. The Earth couldn't be flat, dude. I mean, that means it will be halfway to the moon.
No, it wouldn't. What?
Yes, the Earth will be practically halfway to the moon.
The Earth
That's
would
what
be
they tell you.
halfway through the moon.
With the radius of the Earth. In other words, the radius of the Earth is 3959, right? That's what they tell you the Earth is. But imagine this. Now it's 164,000 comparing to what you see. Was that?
Who the hell said that? That the Earth is. Who's they?
Well, whoever taught you the Earth was a globe. You don't know the radius of the Earth?
Would you like me to search what the radius of the Earth is?
Yes, go right ahead.
Actually, you don't know.
He told you what it was.
I just told you it's 3959. 3,900.
The radius of the Earth is the radius of the Earth is 6,371. What are you?
Kilometers.
You just learned that.
Kilometers. Yeah.
What were you measuring? What in miles?
That's miles. And miles will be
in miles.
Yeah. That's how we do here. But
Very
yeah.
sorry.
I actually forgot about that, can't I?
It's all good.
Yeah, 3958. Yeah, go on then.
Right. And if you actually do the reverse Pythagorean theorem for the actual distance from one foot off the ground to the 10 miles, let's say, giving it an easy 10 miles of the distance of the horizon, that will make the radius of the Earth 164,000 miles.
Well, so just to be fair, 10 times further would make it 39,000.
No, it wouldn't.
950, 10 times further.
It's 10 times magnitude. In magnitude.
You guys are literally arguing over each other, so I'm not really sure that your arguments are working here.
Calculation myself.
I don't need you to moderate.
We did the reverse. I did the reverse. You can even ask Quantum because he actually did it himself as well. It's 164,000 miles, Sonny.
Or more.
What's going on here? You guys aren't even confident in your
Basically, it's not a
answers.
globe.
Don't worry about it.
Basically, no curvature.
The Earth cannot be measured right now. That's what we're saying.
Obviously, the Earth isn't a perfect globe. Everyone knows that. It has
It's not a globe at all.
Let me ask you a few questions.
It's like a crooked sphere.
No, it's not.
Let me ask you.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Which is why that might be a factor to this.
Well, the question
there's a massive lump. There is a massive lump. It's not flat.
Please.
It is not flat. No, actually,
please, just
let that guy talk. Yeah.
All right. So let me ask you a question. Earth is round. Water, right? Have you seen, let's say, a large bodies of water at rest always remain flat? Can you unmute them, please? Right? Am I wrong? Large bodies of water at rest remains flat. Is this correct?
Yeah, I guess so.
Right. So you've never seen, let's say, a pool have a curvature of water curve, right?
Yeah.
Oceans always remains horizontal. They don't curve unless there's just waves, but
because of the gravity. Yes.
No. Stop with the gravity, because then we're gonna have to prove gravity.
Why would you ask to prove gravity?
Because you're making a claim. You're making a claim.
No, it's just logic that the water is being held by gravity. Yes, it is.
Okay, we'll get to that. So they say the Earth is 70% water. If the Earth is 70% water and water always remains flat and level, what part of it curves?
Water remains flat and level around the Earth because of gravity, yeah?
If it's flat and level, how is it going around?
I just said because of gravity.
Okay,
because
now,
it's flat around the Earth, like you almost just said, yeah?
No, if you're claiming gravity, you're going to have to validate gravity for me.
Well, I mean, I could just search it up for you if you want the definition of gravity.
What do you think gravity is?
You don't need the definition. You don't have to.
We know what it is.
No. I know what you mean by validate. To basically tell you what I think it means, right?
No, we're asking you to validate it. Meaning, what hypothesis? Who created an experiment on gravity?
Wasn't it Isaac Newton fucking experimented gravity?
We don't know. We're asking you.
That isn't going to prove anything. He actually keeps adding that.
So again,
well, you're guessing right now.
Right.
Wait, so we're stuck on gravity, right?
Gravity is a force, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
See, so gravity has not been a force since 106 years ago or 7.
Gravity hasn't been
a force. Debunked by Isaac Newton
as a force. It's a similar thing with Newtonian gravity. We can and do, and we must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. That doesn't mean it really is, but we don't necessarily need to work at the really is level in this case.
So I think he bailed.
What the fuck are you guys trying to do?
Didn't like the sound effects or something.
Well, the sound effects are kind of childish. If you guys are trying to prove to me that the Earth is flat.
No, it's
Bro,
funny.
Those are guys from your own side telling you gravity's not a force. So
funny.
try again.
You're here to entertain. You're here to entertain. Wait, you're here to entertain us. So what? What was it? What?
I mean, no, actually, you guys are doing the opposite.
He doesn't even know that those words that came out of that recording was his own people saying it. You know, the people that believe
barely even heard it. Barely even heard it.
It's amazing that you just deny it, but it was. You're an idiot. It was recorded. You're stupid.
That's
Do you not just hear what I said? I literally didn't hear anything. Do you not understand that?
Gravity is not a force, is what they were saying.
No,
did you just hear me?
You just put that in my mouth saying gravity's a force, right? And I
Can
just
you repeat it again, please? Can you just repeat it again for him because he's an idiot?
Yikes! Someone's getting a bit triggered.
It's a similar thing with Newtonian gravity. It's a similar thing with Newtonian gravity. We can and do, and we must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. That doesn't mean it really is, but we don't necessarily need to work at the really is level in this case.
The really is level.
To understand that right there is they're telling you that gravity isn't a force. You think about it as a force.
Just watch that. Jesus Christ, you guys.
Well, nah.
Wait, yeah, don't bring Jesus Christ into any of this.
Nah.
Literally, top 10 reasons.
Hold on, bro.
Because the Globers keep messing it up.
Have you provided any proof of curvature?
Yeah, he hasn't provided any evidence at all.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Did he say top 10 reasons the Earth is a globe? Is that what you said?
Curvature measurement, please.
What, curvature measurement? All right, then.
Yeah, we need a curvature measurement of curvature.
I'll tell you.
Yeah,
I'll tell you, don't worry. So basically,
we require it.
Hold on. You said reasons.
Do you know anything about science, sir? Really? Do you know anything about it?
Well, do you know anything about it? Or have you guys just been using fake measurements?
Wait, I love how he just comes back with a question to everything that we ask. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, of course. I'm a troll. Yay.
You can't ask them questions like that. You just have to ask them directly. We need a measurement, curvature measurement.
He's a troll. Let's get rid of the punk.
No. Oh, let's
get rid of it.
He's burying himself.
I vote banning him.
Hold on. Okay. The bets are being placed in the back room on when he gets banned. So there's the betting going on in the back room of when, at what time. So place your bets, everyone. So, what measurements?
Guys, one at a time, please. One at a time. Come on.
Are you taking over for Orb Earth or whoever that last guy was? Are you taking over his conversation or something?
Yeah, I changed his name.
Oh, okay, you're same dude. Okay, so are you on about gravity still? And you're going with Newtonian gravity?
I said it once, yeah. So I don't know why I said still.
You still believe that Newtonian gravity is the real thing? Okay, so you're gonna go with
So basically, gravity exists.
I never said it.
So you're gonna go with the new. So you're gonna go with the new one from 1915, Einstein general relativity, then, right?
There's only one gravity, so I'm gonna go with that one, isn't it?
Okay, one of the other. Okay. So go with the second one. So now what we need is scientific value. Hold on, scientific. We need scientific. Stop interrupting me. We need scientific.
I'm asking a question.
No, I'm not done yet. Just hold on. All right. So we need scientific validation of general relativity from Einstein's paper from 1915. So all you need to do to show that it was validated is go to his papers in 1915, find the hypothesis, and find the different parts of the experiment, which are namely the independent and dependent control variables. Primarily, those are the ones we need. So if you go find those parts of his hypothesis, and we can look it over and see that it was validated with the scientific method. Okay.
I don't know if when I go to that paper, read through it just for an hypothesis, and tell you when Okay, well, actually, have you done that?
Yeah.
He's sending you on a
Yeah.
self-discovery journey because you're not gonna.
Well, then just send it here then. Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna find it. So what's the point of asking me then?
Therefore, no gravity.
No. Therefore, that's
You
just a
said-
stupid
you just
question
said
to
there's
ask
only one
me.
type of gravity, and we just played you a clip from George
No.
Eastman, writer
There's
for
one type of
Scientific
gravity,
American,
but I know that there's more than
hardcore
one type of gravitational
anti-flat
waves.
telling you about Newtonian gravity.
Yeah.
The difference
What's the
between
point of?
gravity. Therefore,
What's the point of asking me that?
gravities,
If you know I'm not gonna get it.
retarded.
How does that mean I'm retarded?
We want you to
just said there was
understand there's no evidence
type
for
of
these
gravity,
things.
and we just demonstrated multiple types to you. Okay, you
Remember.
still don't get that. Both debunked. You don't have any
Remember,
evidence
we're
for
betting
gravity.
on here, so keep
no
it calm.
Gravity.
Actually being debunked. Where's
Keep
where's
it calm,
the
guys.
evidence?
Where's your evidence for
Yeah,
gravity?
guys, calm down. Calm down, guys. Calm
He's
down.
just digging
calm
his
down.
own hole.
Moderate.
It's okay.
Gamma.
He's digging his own hole.
Are you sure you guys don't mean there's more than one type of gravitational waves, you Oompa Loompa?
No, listen.
You just don't understand the question at all.
He's just a fucking he's a troll.
It's okay, guys. Like I said, chill.
There's a bet. All right, chillax. There's a bet going on. Come on.
I'm not talking to you, and I'm going to
So-called
mute you now.
Gravitational waves, so by the way, are so weak that they have to have these huge tubes that are miles and miles long and are.
Wait. Let's not go into the weeds with him. I was going to tell him why he's in the bind he's in. And here's the reason why you're in the bind you're in. With having to provide that information I asked for was because you came in here with no proof of curvature, no proof of axial rotation, no proof of gas pressure without a container, and you're going to claim gravity. So now that's your claim. Thank you very much. You need to validate the claim with a hypothesis, or it has to be thrown out. Period.
Show us who validated it. Show us the evidence the real evidence that gravity
Who's this
exists.
hillbilly talking to me?
Yeah, well, you're not even answering anything we ask.
Because you guys are like a
Because
bunch
you
of
don't have
children
to.
talking
Well,
at the
yeah,
same-
that's why you're muted always. You don't want to be here. You don't want to answer any of our questions that we actually had for everyone that comes in here. Most people do answer our questions, but you don't want to at all.
Because
you just want to just sit here and just keep going with whatever you think you're doing, but you're not actually doing anything. We have bets in the back when you're going to get banned. So it's just a game for us when you're in here talking your shit. It's awesome.
Okay. It's going to be great. It's going to be the brand new cryptocurrency, betting in the flat earth roulette for ban time.
Super clown. That's what you are, is a super clown.
You're not even answering any of our questions. You always go right back off into obfuscation and tell us, we need to answer your questions. No, you're in our flat earth server here, so you need to answer our questions.
How are you going to... the thing is, right, you guys know.
See, you
that I
just
can't
keep going
get
off until
information.
you guys know this, and you need to know, and you need to this, and you are not telling us anything. You're not saying one word.
Then if you don't want anybody asking you questions and asking for proof for your religion, then, what's the problem?
We came from that religion. You are still in this mindset that we just didn't know anything. But we know it all. We know all about the globe. You don't have to educate us on the globe at all.
Is your name Justin?
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Justin. That's why it's there in my name. I don't hide.
Why are you so triggered, my guy? Jesus.
Because you are a troll. You come in here and you do not answer one thing. You have not answered one thing. No, you haven't. I'm telling you right now that you have not answered one thing.
The only thing you show me, right, is a bunch of stupid.
No, see, you're not answering a thing, and that's why you're muted. That's why you can't speak in here.
Okay, so from 20 after to 30 after, I'll capture that block of time.
Yeah, I think that it's probably going to happen here soon, but I kind of wanted to extend the time.
But he's got no explanation why his geometric horizon doesn't exist on Earth. Black
He hasn't
Swan.
explained anything.
We can keep slapping him around a little bit.
The other image.
I know. He really wants us to bow down to him, but of course we've already bowed down a long time ago, and he still doesn't understand that.
Well, let's see how long he lasts speaking up. He's, like he does.
Actually, I only bow down to Jesus Christ, so I think you're on about that, buddy.
Oh, you mean the one
No,
that
you
came
bow down
from
to
the
the
flat
globe.
Earth, from the flat Earth book?
Yeah, the one who moved the boulder.
Oh, so they switched all of a sudden, from the
The one who moved the spherical boulder, that one.
from Genesis. Like you switched, like when you went to a spinning ball in space. Where does it say that in your Bible?
In what Bible? Actually, in the Bible,
Exactly.
it says God
It doesn't
created
say that. Thanks.
Yeah, I know.
Where in the Bible does it say you're in a spinning ball in a vacuum? Does it describe that in the creation story?
Well, actually,
Where
if you're
does
going
it
to
show
talk about the Bible, if you're going to talk about the Bible, God created Earth in 7 days. So,
And he didn't call it a globe.
And I never said it did.
And the light before the sun somehow. So yeah.
Yeah, and all everything. The sky is always above us. All the lights in the sky are above us always.
The only thing you're showing me is just some oil rig theory, and then
No, it's not a theory. It's a measurement. You're still not getting that in your head.
And then that was it. Just some stupid theory, mate. And then that was
gosh.
it.
Okay, we're done. We're done. He's gone. Bye bye.
But so he's banned. I would have won. I could have won like $20.
You
there.
won.
Shit.
I give it to you. You won. I'm
Dude,
sorry.
anyway.
He needed to be gone.
Anyway,
He's
I'm
gone.
gonna figure this out. I can use some extra
Sonny
income.
won. Sonny won. I couldn't handle
That
it
was him
anymore. I'm
getting
sorry.
kicked off the precipice.
He's done.
Wait,
And Mr. Hey Yoka.
Hey, what's up, bro?
That's your friend, right?
I mean, I just brought him in here because he had a different point.
He
of
never
view.
answered one question.
He didn't have any point of view. All he was was stuck. He was stuck.
I want to make sure that you understand where we are coming from, right? I mean, you do understand that, right? So, do you understand the measurements that we actually have?
I understand.
Okay, and the globe actually has its own measurements, right? So, if we can't
He
find
argued
that in
with me.
reality,
I had
then
to
what
bring
the
him here.
heck is going on,
Just
right?
said that whatever I said was crazy, so I was like,
Exactly.
all right, just,
Okay. So
wanna
I'm
hear
very
from,
sorry, but yeah,
thousand people?
we can't stand for that anymore. He wanted to run the server as soon as he came in. I mean, he talked over everyone and would not shut up. So it doesn't. Yeah, Sonny, you won. I'm sorry. He triggered me.
Why can't we let him run the server?
It's okay. I mean, he was calling us a bunch of fucking idiots from really early on, so where's that going to go? But anyway,
We're
But
not,
anyway-
not idiots.
regardless, no proof was provided still.
At least we.
So you're a good guy. Hey, okay. I'm sorry if I
Yeah. I mean,
I just want to make sure, like I said, you gotta do the work. You can't just believe us. You gotta do it for yourself. So it's not a belief anymore. It's factual. That is the premise. That is like our number one motto here. Do it yourself. Don't believe us. Do it yourself.
We're
we
not
have done it
fucking
ourselves.
here to educate you. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, actually we are. I think that's what actually this is about, is educating Glovers. Sorry, Heyoka.
Yeah, we are.
I said this is probably a good place to educate other people, though.
Yes,
no, I was joking. That I was making a pun about modern day.
Yeah,
you should always have. I think because I remember when I joined this shit, like there was a whole bunch of arguments going on every day, and that's what made this Discord server like fun, because it's like you always had somebody going
off.
show you his own
24/7.
point of view, and then I mean it doesn't always work out, because every once in a while it's just
Well, we have like multiples. We have multiples of people, dozens and dozens and dozens of people that come on and they try to present the same claim, and it's
Exact same one, and we don't know it. It's like we do not know it. They think that we don't know what they know, and they come in and say, "Oh, well, I know more than you." It's okay. So what's the radius of the Earth? Let me look it up.
Or even they don't know what a radius is. Even
Really quick. Really quick. They are guilty of what they always accuse us of doing.
Yes.
They always accuse us of watching one video about flat Earth, and then all of a sudden we're flat earthers. When they watch one video of debunking flat earther, and all of a sudden they're globe earthers.
It's it. Yep. History Channel.
We have a couple of people here that are new at CBC verifying Gucci and soccer cleats, I guess. Soccer cleats.
Oh yeah, my friend Soccer.
Gucci?
She also came in here. She needs to. I don't think she's verified yet.
Wait, sorry.
Oh,
she is.
She's a girl, and she's on the internet.
Yeah.
Shut up. Okay, what's her name?
Soccer cleats.
Soccer cleats.
Soccer cleats.
That way down there. Okay.
She has control of her mic.
If you want to speak, I don't know how long you've been here, but did you hear us speaking with that other guy? I mean, your other. I don't know if you know the other friend. Was he? I mean, he was a little off, right? I mean, can I get your perspective on it? He was a little off, right?
I have no comment on that. I'm just here to listen.
Yeah, Soccer cleats. Please talk shit about somebody.
That's smart of her, actually. Women are smart. She's not gonna play
Soccer cleats. What do you think of the shape of the Earth?
No comment. I'm just here to listen, get information. You know.
I'm in danger.
That's fine.
Sounds good.
What?
Gucci.
I'm in danger.
Hey, Gucci, what's up?
What's up?
What do you think of the shape of the Earth, my friend?
Well, I'm just here to learn about your perspective.
Hmm.
A lot of voyeurs.
Can I say that? Oh yeah, my microphone.
I'm just here to listen.
We hear you, Elijah.
Elijah, are you talking to us from the ISS?
Do you guys think we're the only club, though? I mean, we're the only dome.
No, Elijah, no.
Say that one more time.
Yet.
Give him the chance. I got.
Do you guys think we're the only dome?
Super low.
The only
dome
on
the floor.
Yep. Like the only Earth.
We
Do you think there's many?
Elijah, you're so low. No one can hear you, Elijah. I have you at 200%. I can't understand what you're saying. It's so low still.
Yeah, turn it up.
Three people are talking, so it might be a little easier to hear me.
Still can't hear you.
Yeah, he's super low, bro.
This is Houston calling Elijah. Houston, Elijah, can you hear me?
Stretch out that curly. Stretch out that curly cable a little more.
Just drop out and come back in, man. Just drop out and come back in.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
He was trying to talk from a rotary phone, folks. He'll be right back.
Yeah,
he's gonna switch phones.
Okay, everybody, be quiet.
Did that work?
No.
Yeah, it's a little better. I can hear you.
Nah, your shit sucks right now, bro.
I only want to say one thing.
Okay, say it.
Your perspective, our perspective, it's called the same perspective. Now, belief, that's a different thing. But I experience the same thing you experience. Unless I'm drinking, I don't feel the floor moving beneath my feet. I mean, when I look out into the distance, I see a horizon the same as everyone else. Everyone thinks that that point is where the ground curves, but as far as you can see, it's supposedly flat. So the only perspective you and I have is exactly that. Now there's a belief that something different is happening. Now that's a claim. So my thought is.
Hang on 1 second, Elijah. Hang on 1 second. Justin, can you mute your mic, please? Okay, go ahead, Elijah.
So my thought is we're just out here trying to verify these claims. Otherwise, we got the same perspective as you.
Okay, so that's the one thing you wanted to see or say. Okay, just making sure. You're saying objective reality is an actuality, not a subjective reality. Correct?
Yep.
Okay, just making sure.
So you understand, Gucci, that you see what we see. You never experienced the Earth as a globe. All you've seen is the Earth used and always, measured as flat.
There is no such thing as your truth. There is only the truth, is what Elijah was in essence saying.
Right.
Does anybody disagree with that? That there's no such thing as your truth? There might be your experience, but not your truth. Anyone at all?
I would say there's a fact.
Yeah. That culminate into us understanding the truth. Now, the truth is fractal, so the closer you get to it, the more complex it's going to seem. But it's still a hard basis of reality.
Space Loran.
Hello.
How you doing, my friend? What brings you to our server?
Thank you, I'm good.
Space Lorian, where did you get your name from?
Mandalorian.
Oh, okay. Do you believe in Space Lorian?
I don't know. I don't have so much knowledge. I just watched the series.
Oh, okay. So it's literally just based off of fiction.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with reality. Okay.
Star Wars, that's it.
No, I can't fault you for that. I like Middle Earth stuff, all kinds of fantasy stuff, because it's fun, it's entertainment.
Yeah.
As long as we can agree that space is entertainment, I have no problem entertaining it as that. What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I have literally no clue, and my parents believe it's flat.
How many of your friends believe that it's flat?
Most of them.
Most of them.
Yeah.
If you tell me you've got one friend, then that's all of them, right?
Yeah, actually.
So is it more than one person that you surround yourself with? Okay, cool.
Well,
I mean, because that's a lot of people in your life. Like more than one is a lot.
Yeah, like they're also
believing something that is basically seen as either something that's stupid or crazy, right?
Yeah.
By wider society. So that's pretty outstanding. But you haven't made up your mind yourself. What's making you, or what makes you doubt that it's flat?
I didn't doubt it. I just wanted to know more about it on the server. That's it.
Fair enough. My point is what can we fill in for the gaps for you? Like, what are the blind spots that you're missing, or the things that you see in contradiction with your own beliefs?
I just want to know more why NASA just thinks it's a globe. Is there any proof about it?
Well, NASA doesn't think it's a globe. They portray that it's a globe, and it's their job to do so, right?
Okay.
They probably know the truth, the people who run it. Yeah. Not everybody in it, but probably the people who run it know the truth. And they're running game if what we say is true, and I believe it to be so. I mean, I've seen it with my own two eyes through measurements. But who gives a shit what a government agency thinks? Because they always lie to you, right?
Yeah.
And from the sound of it, it's not even your own government agency. It's a foreign entity's government agency, right?
Yeah.
So they're dictating what you believe the shape of the Earth is. That seems ridiculous. Now, have you heard of the measurements in order to discern for yourself what the shape of the Earth is?
No.
or the nature of your reality. Some people don't like when I say shape of the Earth, but for most people, it's easy for them to understand. Okay, so a simplified equation, I should say, is 8 inches per mile squared. Got to remember that squared, or else you're doing a slope, right?
Yeah.
But if you look out into the distance, use an optical lens of some sort, either binoculars, telescope, or telephoto lens. look out to the horizon, find a landmark, and then use 8 inches per mile squared from you to that landmark, you get an approximation. But a better equation is something like this, where you use a calculator like this so that you can take into consideration your height above sea level and its height above sea level. So you can see how much of that curvature should be in front of that object. So you can discern for yourself whether or not it's flat. Because we're just people on the internet. Who gives a shit what we say, right?
Yeah.
But you can see for yourself whether or not it is. Just by using this calculator, little Google Maps to find your distance to that and your topographical height off of the ocean or the sea level. And you'll find very quickly whether or not you are. A lot of us, I'm not going to say most of us, but a lot of us have done this for ourselves. And I think that's why most of us are here, because we had to see it for ourselves in order to believe it. So everybody listening who isn't a flat earther or who has doubts, I implore you, or even those flat earthers who haven't done this, please go do this. Please, please, please. It doesn't matter if you're by the water. You can get above your local topography, whether it be trees or buildings, look out into the distance, figure it out for yourself. Do that before you try to discuss this, because you'll have firsthand knowledge, a firsthand observation on whether or not what you believe is cemented in reality. Thank you. Is there no one else? Next one. Are you not entertained? Black Swan.
Is there no one that wants to speak about the globe? Riding on eggshells?
Are you joking, yeah?
His name is Riding on Eggshells.
Oh,
no, literally.
Yeah, he's a regular kind of.
Uh-huh.
Sonny, why do you always sound like UAP?
Like I sound like what?
Like UAP.
UAP?
Do I sound like UAP? No way.
You sound identical to UAP.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, now you're trying to make your voice different.
Are you kidding me?
There we go.
Are you kidding me?
You know you sound like UAP.
Not.
I didn't know. I did not know that. I'm gonna have to try to change my voice now. How should I change it? Should I go up higher? Maybe I should change it like this.
He does all of that because you're UAP.
Okay, I could roll with that. Okay.
No, you have a different speaking style than he does, but you sound like UAP.
That's kind of bizarre. He makes really great music on his channel, man. He does all that.
Now I think you're UAP because that music is crap.
It's
We're still waiting.
Gotcha.
Has any Glober provided any evidence of the globe?
We tried.
I said, is there no one else? Are you not entertained?
Yeah, we tried.
Anybody? Proof of the globe. Proof of the globe, please. Hear ye, hear ye. We need proof of the globe. Proof of the globe, please. Bring it in. Bring it in. Come on in with that proof of the globe.
They don't. big hair.
Black Swan. Black Swan. The Black Swan.
For once, I would wish a Glober would come and ask us, can you show us what is the proof of your flat Earth? You just bring them all up.
Just once. Just once. That's all. We want to see that just once.
Not even that. Even for one person to be honest. Just all the way through.
There's a couple.
Some of them have been.
I'll say,
yeah.
there's a couple.
Yeah, I agree with that. There has been quite a few, actually.
There's been a couple, but
yeah.
That last guy, he couldn't be honest if he tried.
No.
I mean, he did obfuscate. Oh, the cranes are bent. Oh no.
That's the first thing, yeah.
You guys are arguing. I mean, just one thing after another.
And he kept going back at us, like what we know.
Yeah, he just whistled past the entire 3-point thing without even like getting it.
Just because he wasn't listening, he didn't even care to listen.
I know.
Waited till you shut up so he could throw his dig in. I hate it when people do that, when they don't listen to the conversation and become part of it. That's why he couldn't answer any questions. He didn't listen to the question. Completely just let it. When you talk, he just was thinking about what he was going to say next. Didn't hear
gravity waves.
That's just. I mean, that's why I said ban him, get rid of him. I noticed that right off the bat. He wasn't listening to one fucking word.
That's perfect. We'll use God Rockin'. We'll use God Rockin' as the decision maker for that. That'll work in the betting room. I think that might work perfectly.
He can rig it.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, why would I think not? Yeah, I probably could.
Shit.
As soon as I heard gravity waves, I knew it was over.
We'll have to design an AI bot based on God Rockin', but that one that couldn't rig it.
So wait, there is no space or vacuum of space? I'm hearing now.
There's a space. Wait a minute. There's a space. Wait, there's a space right over here in my room in a little corner next to my.
Yeah, but that's. I don't think they're talking about that kind of space.
No, but it's got a vacuum. It's got a vacuum in it.
Oh, okay.
A vacuum cleaner.
I mean,
right in that space over there.
I just love the definition for it. The vacuum space is void of any matter. Void of any matter. There it is right there.
So the vacuum of space defeats and breaks the law of thermodynamics. Second law.
Yeah, no. But even in the actual definition, it says the vacuum of space is devoid of any matter. So
I'd say
no matter can exist.
I would say no, it doesn't, because it's obviously working. It's up there. It's working. What they describe space to be violates the second law of thermodynamics, but I think this guy above us plays with the rules very well.
Now, if you're speaking about 400 miles away instead of 200,000 miles, that's reasonable. I'll take that. Yes, it's doing exactly what it needed. Yes, I completely agree. But if you're saying something outside is happening,
no.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that was clarified.
Obeys the laws very well. They're part of it.
I agree 100%. Yep.
This system functions under those three laws: the first, second, and third laws of thermodynamics.
Exactly.
And the Zorpath, or whatever it is. There's one before them all too. Zor something, I can't remember. That's another law.
It's real. Matter violates the first law. Then their story, actually.
It's called the Zeroth law of thermodynamics.
That was talked about.
Elijah, we cannot understand you.
My check.
There we go.
Yeah, better, bro.
Yeah, I said matter violates the first law.
Yep.
I mean, if the vacuum of space is real, if their creation story is a thing, then all matter actually violates the first law.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to point out, bro. Thank you. I think I need to clean up my English.
I think you're doing fine.
I mean, this Zeroth law, I don't know if you guys have ever heard it, but it's really stupid and simple. It says the Zeroth law of thermodynamics states that when a body A is in thermal equilibrium with body B and also separately with body C, then B and C will be in thermal equilibrium with each other. I mean, that's just what they just said. A is equal with B and A is equal with C. Well, then to be equal with both of them, that means they're both the same. Yeah, that's all it means. I don't know how pertinent that is to too many things, but yeah, it's another thermodynamic law. And it's equilibrium and heat, basically.
Well, you know what they say, laws are meant to be broken.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
That one makes too much sense to be broken. If you're gonna say that you're in equilibrium with this object on the right, you're also equilibrium with this object on the left, then obviously those two objects are the same. In equilibrium.
So does that mean that if someone makes a statement that violates the first law of thermodynamics, then you can't even enter into a discussion of the second law of thermodynamics if they've already violated entropy?
Yeah.
Well, entropy is the second law, not the first.
Yeah, I'll stop you on that one. Why are you even talking about the second law if you haven't passed the first law?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're skipping steps here. Like, let's just take out the ether from the equation and call it gravity.
Well, half the time when they're violating the second law, they're violating the premise of the second law by not conceding that it is within an enclosed system.
Right.
So the premise has already been broken to violate the law itself. Oh, we have air pressure, so you have an enclosed system. Everybody has to admit it's an enclosed system. If they don't, they're in violation of that law's premise.
Yeah, so we can just nail them on the second law.
And then you couldn't use that law anymore because it's already been violated.
Which law? The second or the first?
The first. That's what I'm trying to say. So you couldn't skip to any other law.
That's what I was
Once you've broken that law, you are done. You can't even use that law anymore. You know, I mean, it's like you're stuck. Sorry.
How is the first law being broken?
The first law is broken.
Yeah, but they can't just skip by it then. They're out at first base. So they got to call out at first base. Yeah.
They're skipping by a broken law. Sorry, no.
It's like playing baseball here. So they're gonna hit a line, whatever. They're gonna hit ball into right field. They were thrown out at first base at the first law. So how are they gonna get to second base to discuss the second law?
Be applied to the cyclic and the non-cyclic process.
Yep.
Let's discuss the first law of thermodynamics to a cyclic process and is as follows. During any cycle that is closed system undergoes, the net work transfer is equal to the net heat transfer.
Aha. So you can't have that in an open system at all.
That was my whole point. Yeah. You're already destroying. As soon as you concede that you have air pressure, boom.
Yeah.
The whole premise.
Closed system.
It's the whole premise.
The net work transfer is equal to the net heat transfer. That's very simple. But it's an enclosed system, period.
Right. But understand, they're not violating the first law. They're violating the premise.
Well, they're
violating the constraints of the law.
The whole premise, yeah. The whole premise, the whole thing.
It's not a closed system, then.
Right.
Right.
Wait. We got someone in here. I think space. I believe it. That they're saying in there they don't know what thermodynamics is. So, can someone just kind of elaborate?
I've got it right here. Okay, so here you go, bud. There's a Khan Academy breakdown of thermodynamics in all of its glory.
Space, there it is right there. 52 after the hour, right before you typed. Can you hear me? It's right there in the chat. So click on that link from the academy.org.
The Khan Academy, yeah.
Khan, actually, if that's 4chan. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Always trying to catch me out on a troll. I wasn't trolling. I promise.
It needed a 4 in there, so, you know.
Why would you have to believe something is flat if you can measure it? I don't have to believe, like, when I go to the bathroom that all of a sudden my kitchen table is curved if I've already measured it. That's exactly what that's doing. You're going like, okay, everything measures flat here. That means it's curved? Who ever heard of such nonsense? It's unbelievable.
Okay, this is one thing I don't understand as well. You can see a far greater distance. Like, okay, so we have trouble seeing past, depending on the atmosphere, what it's doing that day. You have trouble seeing past 15, 20, 30 miles, right? Depending. But regardless of that, from left to right, you're seeing 90, 120 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Yet no curvature.
With no curve, that would be absolutely measurable.
I think sometimes when you get a good wide look at the horizon from a distance, you're talking more like 1,000 miles.
I was being generous based on how far, know.
Well, I'm just saying, if you got a good wide view, you can see a big wide horizon out there.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Being generous, all right.
Yeah, what would the curvature be on each side of 1,000-mile distance? I mean, good hell, that'd have to drop off quite a bit.
They really don't understand the concept of size when it comes to the Earth because they have it structured in their head from that book they read.
Oh, it's
that was
so
right.
big, you just can't tell. That book, it's just so big that you can't tell whether it's curved, round, or anything. I'm sorry, it's not that big. In fact, it's demonstrably way too small.
I know. How is it that they get this thing where it's so big, but yet they don't even know how big it is? So when we ask them, how big is it? They don't know, and they're here that we have to tell them?
Yeah. It's just not that big, really. It's just not. I mean, 4,000-mile radius? Hell, that isn't very far for a planet.
No. I mean, even at 5 miles is 16 feet.
Nah, that
drops.
It could still be pretty big and flat at the same time, guys. You got to realize there's other lands beyond Antarctica. In the Norse tales, they were called Jotunheim, and that's the land.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Though we're saying like the globe Earth tells us like how big it is. You know? Oh yeah, it's a lot bigger. You're right. I believe so. Definitely.
Oh yeah, it's the
globe Earth tells you it everywhere you go, you're going to end up in the same spot. So that means you're enclosed. You're fucked. With this, it actually makes you more open because now you know you can go in that direction and never have to come back. Unless you're using a compass, of course. You wanted to go east to west.
And then it makes you wonder about all of the past people that were here, like the Anunnaki or whatever. Did they just travel away?
They everything came from the north and goes south. Goes away from the mountain in the middle of the world.
I mean, they were highly advanced, right? Considering all of the shit that they say, but
that they built.
You can trust it.
Yeah. Whatever built these places that are still here and these huge megalithic places.
It just makes you think. I'm not saying anything about it. Just makes you think.
Cosmology made.
You know?
Like, were they like
truly big? This place. Yeah,
could be.
It's unimaginable. You know, you can't imagine how big it is.
But you know, I think we're not meant to know all about all that.
No.
Maybe
yeah, I think that was designed.
We're about our own community and our own info.
Mm-hmm. I think it was
needs.
Yeah. I think that was. I think that's not knowing was designed into the creation.
All crazy and,
yes.
Yeah, there's giants out there. Yeah, there's giant lands out there. Sure, there's big ass ice giants walking around. There's like lava coming out of the ground.
See that? That even takes it to another level as well. You know, like if there is big ass giants or whatnot, you know, they could have gotten over that wall easy. You know,
somehow, maybe, or to another place, another area that maybe whatever area maybe is still within the container as well. Somehow,
my premise still goes back to
so much ore out there, metal ore.
I think the wall's unbreachable. I think it fills back in like the.
Yes.
Like that. Scientists said they had a boring machine in there. They went back the next day and it was sealed back in with a frozen inside.
Couldn't get. Yeah, that's.
They dug out, just filled back in with ice again overnight.
It's called the Midgard Wall. It's supposed to separate the humans from the ice giants.
What if we're the fairy race? The giants are just like what if when we're depicting giants, it's like the giants are the ones like I gotta get the fuck away from this evil fairy race, but that's really us all
fairy race, yeah.
I'm no kidding. I know, dude. Dude, that's it, man.
We're just bringing all these movies into it.
Wait, what if whatever's out there like are the regular size? That's the normal size.
Yeah.
And here we are inside here. Yeah. That's what I
made our own puddle.
Well,
you know,
they're like dinosaurs,
leave those fairies over there.
Yeah, man, that's what I trip on. That's what I trip on. The human. Listen. Yeah. So check it out. Here's what I trip on. The size that we are. How do we know? We don't have any idea of our size or scale. It's only based on this little tiny little perception we have based on our human size. We don't have any reference to what size that is at all in creation.
It depends on what is.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What is.
Just kidding.
Take it.
That depends on what the meaning of is.
You can put it down the scales and do mathematics. Yeah, football field. Yeah, it's flat, and if you put a camera on the ground and walk away from it, your feet will be the first thing to disappear.
Well, to be fair, a football field
is curved. Or
a football field is curved. It's designed to shed water.
Yeah, to somebody else's reference, a football field is microscopic and couldn't be seen unless you put it under a slide first.
The curvature?
No.
Okay, you're talking about like
Sonny's still talking about giants, but
no, I'm talking about God. I'm talking about God, actually.
really
Football field.
A football
Any
field,
type of field.
is designed with a curve in it.
The camber.
Any type of field you can imagine, put it on the ground. I mean, on the carpet. Go look down the highway and then look at the street lights. The street lights will go towards the ground.
Yeah, I agree.
Every road has a camber to it too.
Always go towards the horizon.
To shed the
It doesn't
water.
mean the street lights are going.
Yeah, we're not talking about camber for water. We're talking about a view off into the distance, how the bottom section ramps up. It's always up higher as it goes further out.
Oh, I know, but we were talking about football fields and roads a minute ago. And they all have cambers. I know, I build them.
Yeah, but there's also perspective, I think, is what we're talking about.
Yeah, I know.
I think it was getting confused. I think it was getting confused.
They might be slightly rounded or tapered to like let off, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the whole view of an entire, like go out to the desert. If you look at the foot of the mountains, they're never below the horizon.
What if the foot of the mountains is actually somebody's foot?
The foot.
Holy shit! The foot, not the foot.
Not that again, man. Please.
I'm sorry.
I did hear though that the mountains were. I mean, I'm not joking you. It wasn't something that I read that the mountains are like big feces, like that's all it is, and then trees are just growing out of them.
Like wow!
Well, it
From
says,
the big giants.
It says in the Germanic beliefs that it's actually the bones from the giant of Mother Earth.
That's another one. Yeah, I've heard as well. But it's it could be like their garbage as well. All of their garbage stacked up.
Yeah. So
have you seen how it looked like the Earth used to be alive at one point in time?
But also trees. Have you heard about that? They could be also the big, huge trees that they used to have.
Yeah.
Okay.
That it's supposedly turned
that one
into
makes more sense
silicon.
to me. That one makes way more sense. Like a big, huge tree. We're under like a huge tree. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, the tree Yggdrasil. It's called Yggdrasil.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So think about look at that image where the world map 10 centuries. So look how small that tiny little section we all live like. That's a blown up section. That's 1,000 times blown up. So you can see where we are. It has to be blown up 1,000 times.
And then this.
So how large? So how large are we actually then?
It's like we can just keep imagining, how big it could be.
Well, that tree is like where we need to go. That's the destination.
I think that's actually what they're trying to hide is in the north. I think you're.
Hey, Justin, that last one is a flat Earth on a globe.
Oh yeah,
you should be ashamed of yourself.
I was thinking that when I saw the corners up in the top left and right.
Yeah,
I was like,
how dare you? How dare you show a globe with a flat Earth spot on it?
But if you turn it to the side, it looks like three different eyeballs. Yeah.
I think there's something to that because I think the way we actually see out into the world is like an eyeball. Like, maybe we're inside of an eyeball.
That could be it too.
Eyeball might be round,
but speculation is, what we have to do right now because we don't have any globers in here. So
we do
about the foot thing. About the foot thing.
Yeah,
that's the roots. It's all about your roots, baby. All about them roots. We came from the trees.
See, that's why you can't post that.
I know.
They just they would just hope that we would go.
This one is just expanding after expansion after expansion. I'm just looking at the more expansions that it's actually created. That's
right.
That's my understanding.
Posting that is the same as saying that we have flat earthers all over the globe.
Oh my gosh.
I know what you're talking about. 'Cause we were talking about that earlier. I heard people talking about the first, second, third heavens, like seventh heaven, like all the different places.
Oh, space, you want to have permission. So what would you like to post? Can you speak to us? Where the hell are you?
The truth is so funny.
The truth is a singularity.
You want to post a book?
A book.
I have a visit. I have a visit. What does that even mean?
I don't think they speak full English. I think they have a guest.
A visit of a book?
A visitor.
A visitor, yeah, maybe.
A visitor. You have the book. They come to get your.
Yeah,
the visitor's coming.
He has
to get your book. They're coming to take your.
They're gonna come take the book from you.
They're coming to take the book from you.
No, better yet, they're gonna come and smack you with a book. Is that what it is?
They're gonna smack you and then take the book.
You are reading way too much into what he said. It's as if it's conjoined, but it's not. They're two different statements.
I know, but just play along with it. It's a special book.
You guys are harassing me at this point.
No, it's a special book, dude. Not at all. It's a special book. It's got secret information in the book.
UAP, you're hurting my brain.
Let's get back to the foot. Now, does it have 3 toes or 4 toes?
It depends on which mountain you're talking about. Each mountain has a foot.
It has to have 6 feet, 6 toes if it's a giant.
Grand Canyon.
Anyone knows that.
Because that's not really a mountain, right? It's like in the ground. But it's still like a canyon mountain.
The rest of the world is a mountain to the Grand Canyon.
Ah!